People are still very much not all right in their assessment, and we are now on day 3 of the Hasan Piker is the most dangerous person that has ever actually been on American airwaves meta. Why can they not stop talking about you? Because what else can they talk about? What else could they possibly talk about, chat? I mean, seriously. Yeah. Haaretz has written numerous articles since that interview about how opinion, Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker is much more of a Kardashian. Should the Mossad kill him? Hasan Piker, is he the worst anti-Semite since Adolf Hitler? We asked moderate Israelis, and they say he's significantly worse. It's like, it's so funny that Haaretz is like, oh, we let this guy talk and defend international rights for an occupied peoples to fight back against their colonial occupants. So now we have to do our due diligence. We have to report we have to write as many articles, as many hit pieces as possible. DSA win in Oklahoma last night. Not a DSA win, but a Democratic Socialist win regardless. And that was cool. Anyway, yeah, we'll get into all of that. We'll get into the Oklahoma victory. Shouts out to Oklahoma. We got the playlist. I'm seeing you in the start menu in the Office PCs, man. Oh no, I'm all over. People keep sending me photos of them at the gym and being like, why are you you are on every television. You are on every television all the time for numerous hours throughout the day. Very cool. Damn, Austinox cooked Cory Booker. That's wild. Wow, glad you take stances on lines being crossed repeatedly and unmistakably. Any comment on this guy? Yeah. Dingle was asked about you on CNN again. Inexcusable. Democrat Michigan rep prays on CNN that Hasan Piker will not visit state until after election. I'm praying. Yo, Debbie. Debbie's just saying that because I haven't been posting shirtless photos. Do you see Ben Rhodes attacking the Dem leadership or installing Moskowitz? Yes, I did. Ben Hamas Rhodes, you mean? Yeah. Debbie Dingle said, you're banned. You're banned from the state of Michigan, dude. I'm coming back, dude. Debbie, I'm coming back just for you. Just kidding. Anyway, book a flight right now. Does this hate campaign hurt your ability to work with campaigns? Okay, 2 things, guys. 2 things. No, that's number 1. And number 2, who gives a shit? Like, if you... I don't think you guys understand. There are many more progressive and some not so progressive Democrats who are vying for the attention of this community all the time. Okay? Of course, they're not the Democrats who are speaking out and getting AIPAC checks to say stuff like, this is the most vicious form of anti-Semitism. How dare you say Jews are not monolithic? You know, that's not like, those guys are not the ones who are vying for our attention. But there are definitely a lot of Democrats that, you know, I don't always have on the stream that are obviously very aware of the nature of this community. Yeah. They don't even make a point anymore. They just look at your clips in despair. Yeah. So you got to check in with Dingle. Yeah, we'll get into all of that. But my point is this: this smear campaign, this manufactured outrage. If you think it's going to be impactful in any meaningful capacity, you would be wrong. The only thing that it will do, and I apologize to my Jewish fans on this one, the only thing that it has meaningfully done, and I have at least some level of like anecdotal information on this, is that it will terrify your older relatives. Like, your older relatives are super tuned in and they're watching this kind of stuff. They're reading these kinds of articles from like Jewish Insider, JTA, and the like. And your older relatives think I'm truly the most anti-Semitic person on the planet. Like, that is like historically the most anti-Semitic person on the planet. So that's unfortunate. And I don't know if that's even like something we can repair, at least in the interim. Our older relatives already thought you were a terrorist, Hasan. I have anecdotal evidence too, law. Yeah, I mean, if they were sympathetic to Israel from the start, This is the type of media cycle that will absolutely make them 86 Hasan Piker. That's so funny. Just say you want to kill me, big dog. I don't understand why you had to be a pussy about it. Just that's so funny. He's doing the this is what Jim Comey was arrested for. I don't care. You're on Twitch. It doesn't matter. You can just literally you think I don't you think I don't hear from people who are just like, I'm gonna come to your house and you in the head every day. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, we're gonna talk about the CIA visit to Russia. But keep your chin up and keep pushing. Oh, dude, here it is. What is this? J Street's post? But there's a difference between criticizing Israel and demonizing Zionists. No, there's not. Suggesting American Jews are responsible for anti-Semitism directed at them. This is largely true. Unfortunately, it's not his fault for recognizing it. When millions are listening, words can have dangerous consequences. Yes, and if you care about the well-being of Jews, one of the most dangerous things you could do is push hatred against someone who isn't particularly against Jews just because they're very much against Israel. Piker, in a less sophisticated way, says more or less what Beinart says. I don't want to excuse everything he said, but there's a clear difference between describing blowback and endorsing violence from people. His statement was taken out of context to attack Abdul al-Sayed. Disagreeing with his comparison between Hamas and Zionism is at least based on what he actually said. But this other stuff about how he's defending attacks against Jews for supporting Israel is not an accurate representation of what he said. It's, of course, wrong to attack anyone for ethnic reasons, but it is true that it happens when people blame ethnicities for the actions of a state. Yeah, I don't think that, like, J Street fans, like J Street style liberal Zionists, I don't think they're going to look at what I said there and get mad. J Street itself will probably get mad. I don't know if they've released a statement. Some J Street Democrats have released statements complaining. But is he saying Beinart is anti-Semitic? No. I'm a 76-year-old progressive grandma, and I can honestly say I'm so glad for the DSA has such a smart, unapologetic spokesperson of universal healthcare and free Palestine. Keep it up. There's more of us than you'd think. Hell yeah. W grandma. Yeah, youngest HasanAbi head. My grandparents watched Fox News interview with Abdul, and they're doubling down that he's trying to enforce Sharia law. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So yeah, this is the state of affairs. Obviously, this is what's going on. People are still very much not all right in their assessment, and we are now on day 3 of the Hasan Piker is the most dangerous person that has ever actually been on American airwaves. Meta. Why can they not stop talking about you? Because what else can they talk about? What else could they possibly talk about, chat? I mean, seriously. For the Republicans, what could they talk about? Donald Trump's economy? How great the war is going? How great the Iran war is going? You think that's what they can run on? Our anti-immigrant agenda is doing wonders. Gary, Indiana is out of electricity for like the past 2.5 weeks now. We're doing great. We just purchased millions of dollars worth of shitty Argentinian cattle, which then had to be recalled instantaneously. Fantastic. Your food is poison. Your food is poison. We are in the throes of the decline of American empire. It's very clear. Everything sucks. Our trajectory is dog shit. What can the Republicans talk about? How lettuce makes you shit your brains out? No, they can't talk about anything. So, of course, they have to be like, look at this radical. What my frustration is not with the Republicans doing this and lying about me and lying about the candidates and all this stuff. I expect that. Of course, they're going to lie. What do you mean? They're Republicans. They lie all the time. It would be more shocking if they sincerely offered a fact-based coverage on anything that any Democrat or any socialist has ever done. So it's not surprising to me at all. From my perspective, what's been frustrating to watch is like establishment Democrats, the entire party center of power joining in unison with the Republicans to not just attack me, but using attacks against me as a not so subtle way to jab at Abdul al-Sayed. Anyway, here's Debbie Dingle. Let's take a look at what she had to say. I gotta go pee.
Distancing himself somewhat from far-left influencer Hasan Piker after Piker's very controversial comments about American Jews. El-Sayed said in a statement that, quote, nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople, end quote. And he accused politicians and pundits of trying to make this race about a Twitch streamer. Are you satisfied with how El-Sayed has handled this uproar?
Look, I'm going to say this to you. I'm tired of people trying to drag me into it. strongly disagree with many of the things that Hasan Piker has said, from Israel to, quite frankly, if you're a woman who has fought against sexual violence and domestic violence her whole life, what he has said about rape, etc., is simply inexcusable. I don't understand some of the followers and why they follow people. And I got in trouble when I said, maybe it's generational. He works out and they say he looks buff. What he has said is just wrong. I think that what I know that this election's about in November is being able to reverse the healthcare cuts that we've had in this country, the millions of Americans that don't have healthcare right now, the kids that are already going hungry, and the seniors, because we've cut the SNAP program. And we have to elect somebody that is not going to be a rubber stamp to the Trump policies we have seen the last 2 years. I think it's incumbent upon Abdul to make it very clear to people that he doesn't agree with things that Hasan Piker says. I pray we're not going to see him in Michigan from now until the election. But I'm focused on getting health care back for the people that I represent and people around this country. I am the sponsor, the lead on Medicare for All in the Congress. I think if you're sick in this country, you should be able to go to the doctor when you need to go to the doctor and get the medicine that you need. I don't agree with a lot of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on some things, but I know what my values are, what we need to get done in the Congress, and that's what's at stake in November.
Wait, did she mention my buff body again?
Accused politicians and pundits of trying to make this race about a Twitch streamer. Are you satisfied with how...
Wait, did I blast off? Did I forget to blast off? Oh my God, I didn't blast off. That's the problem. Oh my God, I dove right into Debbie. I dove right into Debbie Dingle. Messed up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, U.S. State Department visa applications are paused. AIPAC makes a boss call that everyone can see. Canada trade war, China econ nuke, Iran war, continued manufactured outrage. Get in now. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Do we have a blast off meme? Okay, that's a good one. Best we can do is condemn. Okay. So I has so much volume. Chat, has he revealed his hair routine? I don't have a hair routine. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. We blasted off, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what's up. I think that we'll get better in our comms overall. Right now, everyone is playing a defensive posture. Right now, everyone is taking a defensive posture. They're very worried. They're worried about not keeping the party together. And I think the centrist Democrats are using that fear that a lot of the candidates on the left have as a cudgel, as a way consistently attack a vector, consistently attack a prominent member of the left. The MFI denies that they made a boss call. President and CEO of Democratic Majority for Israel, Brian Romnick, dismissed Piker's claim against AIPAC in a statement provided to Fox News Digital, calling it a baseless conspiracy. Yeah, no, definitely. Hasan Piker has built his brand by peddling conspiracy theories and hateful rhetoric. Rather than take responsibility for his own odious remarks, he is now promoting a baseless conspiracy theory to explain the entirely predictable backlash against him, Romnick's statement read. We're pleased that so many Democratic officials have forcefully condemned his comments. Candidates who want to win have nothing to do with him. Yeah. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that they're like, oh, this is definitely a conspiracy theory. It's just like totally random that it's all AIPAC Democrats. It's totally random. It's all AIPAC Democrats, but that's don't look at how much money they've gotten from AIPAC, please. That's also illegal. It should be illegal for you to mention that all of these candidates that have come out with the exact same statement, like pretty much the exact same statement, actually know intimately who Hasan Piker is. Yeah. Like Jackie Rosen. Do you think Jackie Rosen knows what I look like? I could be standing next to Jackie Rosen and she would have no idea. I could go up to Jackie Rosen and be like, hello, I'm a big bundler for, I don't know, the Young Democrats of America. I actually fundraise quite a bit. Jackie would be like, oh my God, fantastic. I could tell Jackie Rosen anything. I could be like, I'm a lobbyist for the DMFI. And Jackie would be like, great. What would you like for me to do today? You know, I could tell her I'm an international shipping magnet and she would believe it. Jackie Rosen doesn't know who the hell I am. You think, well, I mean, I guess some of the other candidates do know at this point. Like, I know who Josh Gottheimer knows who I am. I think Elisa Slotkin doesn't really know who I am either, but like Hakeem Jeffries probably doesn't know. Richie Torres knows. Cory Booker doesn't really know. Like, these people have no idea who the fuck I am. Someone just told them to write this statement. That's it. Them using your stalkers' tweets with the serial numbers filed off shows they don't know the space. Exactly. Yeah, at least we all know what would happen if the Democrats got their own Joe Rogan. They will eat him alive. I mean, I don't think they're eating me alive. I think they're trying. Yeah, even if you dislike Hasan Piker, I don't know how liberals and leftists are oblivious that it's bigger than Hassan the Hun. He's there warning that if you step out of line on party politics on Israel, though Americans agree in polls, they will coordinate attacks. This should alarm you. They literally clip conflating the actions of a genocidal state of Israel with all Jews is incorrect, but Israel propagandizes that they represent all Jews, which risks anti-Israel sentiment, fomenting into anti-Semitism. It puts Jews at risk, and then say like he's threatening Jewish people. He's a fucking Twitch streamer, but this is their propagandized spin on criticizing Israel. Do you want to be accused of anti-Semitism or violence for opposing Israel's genocide or funding for Israel? Because that's the exact narrative they're pushing to punish all of us. Yeah. And I wish more people were more aware of it. I wish more people were like, I think there are a lot of people who are aware of it. They've seen it. They've seen these sorts of attacks over and over again for the last 3 years. And this is just another version of that. But yeah, there are people who will be like, I don't even particularly like the guy, you know, Hammer and Sickle accounts on Twitter. As a person, but the smear campaign against him is absolutely nuts. If anything, he's too moderate on all the things they label him as an extremist. They're trying to make an example out of him so they can skewer the rest of us too. But here's the thing. I have tremendous confidence in the goodness of people, in the kindness of people, right? And I know there are a lot of people in this community that are going to tell me, Hasan, how can you say this? Especially after the last week or so. I'm not talking about centrist Democrats. I'm not talking about Democrats who've gotten paid by Israel. I'm talking about just regular Democratic voters. I think regular Democratic voters, they hear stuff like this, they see stuff like this, and either they go, why am I supposed to care about this? I don't know this guy. I don't really care. Or many of them actually go, you know what? Why are they attacking this guy in this unbelievably coordinated manner? This is a very clearly coordinated hit job. And if they already have sympathies for the Palestinian people, this kind of stuff backfires. This is exactly what happened against Abdul El-Sayed and myself in the primaries. That's it. I don't even think boomers are going to get scared, right? Anyway, can we do a donation drive for Gary? For Gary, Indiana? Yeah, we can do that. So here's the thing. Folks. A lot of people have been reaching out in the last couple of days being like, is everything okay? I'm so sorry that this is happening to you, all this stuff. And I'm really appreciative of the wonderful, kind, thoughtful comments, right? And I keep telling them the same thing that I've been telling, that I was telling people back in April, when the first line of coordinated smears opened up against Abdul El-Sayed and myself as well. Because they did the exact same thing back then. They said I was a heinous anti-Semite. I had these abhorrent perspectives. This time, I think they're blowing their load. I think the pro-Israel Democrats and the Zionist movement is blowing its load. Because what they have quoted me on is so, what they're saying about me is so ridiculous, especially when you see the actual quote itself, that this level of panicked response is not going to invoke the reaction that they want. Because the reaction that they want is for everyone to be like, well, if my favorite politician, Cory Booker, doesn't like this guy, even though I'm pro-Palestine, I'm going to turn around and also say this Hasan Piker guy is bad. That's the goal, right? But you can't do that. You can't do that when it's a 90-10 issue. The problem is most people aren't seeing the quote. They're just hearing you say something bad. I know. But even that's not a problem, okay? They're trying to make you so toxic that no candidate will ever work with you again. Time will tell if that works. Here's the issue. These guys are dumb. They're stupid. They think sincerely that me working with candidates is beneficial for me and not beneficial for the candidates. Or rather, they recognize that it's beneficial for the candidates and they want to stop it from happening, right? And they think if I get yelled at enough times, then candidates will shy away from working. Who cares? Why the fuck would that do anything to me? Electoralism is one fairly significant, but only one route. It's only one part of this theory of change. Elections are a popularity contest for your ideas, and we have proven them to be popular in spite of the attempts at subversion. We've already done our job. We've already done what we had to do. We brought in early donations. We allowed candidates to represent their ideas on a stage that they would never get by corporate gatekeepers, right? If candidates are too shy about that process, who cares? They can find their own route to success if they are capable of doing it, right? But it doesn't actually impact our movement at all. Because here's the thing. No matter what happens, even if all candidates were to turn around and be like, oh, I can never go on Hasan's stream again. I am so scared. It's always going to be smear after smear after smear. Okay. You think normies give a fuck about candidates, dude? Even this community of political autists, they leave when I have a candidate on. They don't care. Nobody actually wants to hear from the candidates. I'm trying my best to make it more palatable, make it more exciting for people. So it doesn't do anything to me. Me going out and helping candidates, boosting them, campaigning with them, door knocking for them. You only think that this is beneficial for me if you're stuck with the old guard mentality. You're like, oh, he's just doing it for clout. Like, I don't give a shit. This is not good at all. It's also not easy at all to activate under 45-year-olds to go out and fight, to go out and participate in the primary elections in midterm season. If you want to cast that aside because you're too worried about what kind of candidates end up winning in the process, well, go right ahead. But my point is this, and I will repeat this over and over again. The left is here to stay. And I think the establishment understands that. And that's why they're trying to go after a messenger. That's why they're trying to defang the movement any way they can. That's also the reason why they are not so subtly attacking Abdul El-Sayed by way of attacking me, right? That's what they're doing. This is Bernie Sanders 2016 all over again. It's Bernie Sanders 2020 all over again, except this time it's different because we are now watching what would happen if Bernie Sanders had won the primary. You understand? We are now watching how centrist Democrats would have operated if Bernie Sanders won the 2016 primary, won the 2020 primary. It's very clear. It's very clear that there are centrist Democrats who would rather lose than to allow a left flank, a Bernie-crat, a social Democrat, or a Democratic socialist to win. This is a test, not for Abdul El-Sayed necessarily, or not just for Abdul El-Sayed, but this is a test for AOC. This is a test for potentially Ro Khanna. This is a test for whoever has ambitions of higher office as a left flank candidate. Corporate ghouls will come after you with unbelievable severity, with severity that they do not invoke for Donald Trump. It's true. Debbie Dingle was asked. Debbie Dingle says the questions about Hasan Piker are a Republican attempt that is meant to divide Democrats. Don't any reporter ask me again about Hasan Piker, says Debbie. Queen. So here's the thing. They want you to go away. They want you to not feel hope. That is clear to me. They want us not to participate in this process. They want us not to have any role in electoralism at all. Okay? Not to glaze, but I think you and this community is the reason Abdul is the Democratic candidate in Michigan and Daria Lisa in Manhattan, and I care about being able to replicate that in the future. So even if it's boring, I hope you can keep working with left candidates. No, I will. I will, of course, always keep working with left candidates. Are you kidding me? Dude, she said you support rape. Wait, really? Jesus Christ. That's psychotic. Dude, Debbie said some weird stuff about you in that clip. I mean, who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. I think most people, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I think most people understand that if you're a prominent critic of Israel, they're just gonna fucking lie about you. That's the only thing that I have faith in. That's the broad point that I tried to that I was trying to get to. Right. The summary of all of these events is that if you oppose Israel very publicly, then Israel's defenders will lie, will smear you, will use a sophisticated influence peddling operation to come after you in a multi-pronged, multifaceted line of attack. That's it. They will lie about you. They will smear you. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter for two reasons. One, it's already over for Israel, right? In the minds of the majority of Americans, in the minds of the masses, is done. Israel is done. It's a pariah, and it will only get less popular as time goes on. That's number one. Number two, most people also despise the way that corporate media attacks critics of Israel. That's it. So when they see this kind of stuff, I don't think the impact of that, I don't think the impact of this kind of coordinated smear campaign is a lot of boomers looking at what I have to say and going, I'm terrified that this guy is a popular figure in the Democratic Party. I think they just go, why are they coming after this guy? Oh, it's because he's anti-Israel. Well, I'm anti-Israel too. Fuck him.
El Sayed has handled this uproar.
Look, I'm going to say this to you. I'm tired of people trying to drag me into it. I strongly disagree with many of the things that Hasan Piker has said, from Israel to, quite frankly, if you're a woman who has fought against sexual violence and domestic violence her whole life, what he has said about rape, etc., is simply inexcusable. I don't understand some of the followers and why they follow people. And I got in trouble when I said, maybe it's generational. He works out and they say he looks buff. What he has said is just wrong. I think that...
I'm sorry. It's still funny to me. Yeah, I know she accused me of something so heinous and something that's like completely untrue, but I can't get over the fact that she keeps saying that I'm buff. I know that's not the point, but like that in and of itself betrays the severity of the accusation. What do you mean? Oh, he's like a buff rapist? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Why would you follow that up? It just immediately betrays the heinous smear that you tied it to when you turn around and you say, you know, a lot of young people like this guy who is pro-rape apparently, maybe because he's hot. What are you saying, Debbie Dingle? Why are you saying stuff like this? It doesn't even make sense. Maybe it's because I'm not a fucking rape advocate, you psycho. What's wrong with you? Like no one talks about an actual pro-rape, like a rape activist, if you want to call it that, Andrew Tate, in these terms, right? No one says like, well, you know, a lot of young men love Andrew Tate, maybe because he's fucking buff, okay? Maybe because of his hot bod. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
What I know that this election's about in November is being able to reverse the healthcare cuts that we've had in this country, the millions of Americans that don't have healthcare right now, the kids that are already going hungry, and the seniors, because we've cut the SNAP program. And we have to elect somebody that is not going to be a rubber stamp to the Trump policies we have seen the last 2 years. I think it's incumbent upon Abdul to make it very clear to people that he doesn't agree with things that Hasan Piker says. I pray we're not going to see him in Michigan from now until the election. But I'm focused on getting health care back for the people that I...
Like, if I'm running around doing pro-rape advocacy, you should never want me to be in Michigan. Again, this also doesn't make sense. Oh, once the election's over, Hasan Piker can come back to Michigan so we can do like pro-rape rallies. You know who's pro-rape, by the way? Israel. The fuck? Israel had a pro-rape January 6th, Debbie. Them's talk about you like you're the Baba Yaga. Yeah, I know. It's so funny that they do unironically treat me as like a Che Guevara style figure, which is, you know, very kind of them to do so. But I'm probably far less radical than many of these historic figures that I admire. Okay, like let's be real. I can't hold a candle to any of these folks. They are amazing. They've done amazing things. I'm trying something entirely different. Now, of course, the material conditions are entirely different in America in 2026. So obviously there's that element here as well. But like, it is pretty wild how they treat you if you're just like a basic social democrat in your policy advocacy, right? I mean, they did this to Bernie as well. Bernie was like, I'm a socialist. And then you look under the hood and everything that he was advocating for and everything that any electoralist socialist is ever advocating for, even if they want something that would be considered radical, a complete retooling of capitalism, dismantling of capitalism, and building socialism instead. When you are running on the electoralist route, it's going to be incremental changes, and those incremental changes are basic social democracy. And people who say basic social democracy get cast aside as a reincarnation of Lenin. They're like, oh my God, you want socialized medicine? You want anti-militarism? You want our tax dollars to be spent here? What are you, fucking Joseph Stalin? Could you explain why people say you're pro-rape? Because they're lying, chatter. What do you mean? How else can I put this? They're lying. It could be a number of different reasons. They could be like, oh, he's an October 7 denialist or something. I don't know. It's just there's a million different ways that they lie about everything. I mean, look at the last 48 hours in the media, in the news cycle. They took a very basic quote of mine that I have repeated in speeches all around the world at this point, something that people have talked about for decades. Like Hannah Arendt wrote about this, about how like the blame would fall on the entire Jewish community if Israel is like presenting itself as a Jewish state that's going to be a violent state. Yeah, the attacks on Hasan the Hunter are Orwellian. He constantly is accused of things he has not said, and it works because even well-informed people of a certain age can barely use YouTube, let alone watch Twitch and understand Gen Z discourse. Might as well be the dark web. So he always reaches the normies through intermediaries that frame and distort his words. I have literally seen them share clips of him reading chatter comments as evidence of his own arguments. The level of online illiteracy is staggering. Normally, he'd have normie allied pundits that would put in the work of debunking these in mainstream media. But that's the issue. He has none because of what he says. It's frankly a depressing indictment on our current media environment. Yes, it's true. Newsweek. Democrats are fighting war over a man most voters have never heard of. Yeah, I know. That's what makes it even sillier. I really thought the Peggy Flanagan and Angie Nixon victories would actually put to bed this idea that I am the singular force that's like anchoring this movement. I am not. Right? Or at least my impact is not, my impact doesn't have to be direct involvements through campaigns if I have any impact whatsoever. Because I'm sure there are plenty of fans of mine who, door knock for Angie Nixon, regardless of my commentary on it, because they saw someone that they liked in this candidacy. And the same goes for Peggy Flanagan, right? So I guess that's some marginal impact, but the media doesn't understand my role. They just don't. They do not comprehend the role that I play. They think it's just like, oh, I found out about him because he's going and doing campaigns with people, and that's the only thing he does. They don't understand it. That's why they think like severing a tie between myself and candidates, which, by the way, will be ineffective regardless, but severing this tie is going to hopefully destroy this movement broadly. It's stupid. It's dumb. Not only is it dumb because the problems are not going to go away, and someone like myself, I'm simply just a megaphone for these anxieties that people feel, a megaphone, a platform for the frustration that they feel towards the current system and how the current system places corporate profits over the interest. Simply put. But as long as these issues are not solved, of course, people are going to look for an outlet. And even if it's not me, it'll be someone else. It's that simple. But of course, the idea that no one knows me now is probably wrong. There will most likely be another poll that comes out. This is from Echelon Insights in April 2026. The new poll will show that I am an unbelievably toxic figure. Don't worry. Because like people who are doing these sorts of polls are going to know me as, someone who is a odious, toxic, repulsive, violent figure that is a stain on American democracy or whatever, because that's the coverage. That's been the coverage. So now my disapprovals will be boosted. Yeah, people think I'm a goddamn terrorist, man. People think I'm a fucking terrorist. I mean, who gives a shit? Whatever, dude. I am a socialist. I am an anti-imperialist. At the heart of empire, at the heart of capitalism, the country that won the Cold War and defeated the USSR. You think I'm not used to getting yelled at? You think I'm not used to losing? If anything, I'm not used to winning. You think the last decade of people coming in here and yelling at me has made me shy away from saying my positions, saying the truth? No. Why the fuck would I stop now? This is what I don't understand. When people go, oh man, they're really coming after you. Maybe you should take a break. I'm like, fuck no. It's time to double down. I go away. What happens? Someone else will take my stead. And if there isn't anyone else who's willing to step up to the plate, it still doesn't matter because the issues are still here. The anger and resentment is still here. So you must ask yourself, is it better that a lot of these young men feel rudderless, anxious about their future, and then much more malleable, much more susceptible to right-wing radicalization? Or is a perspective like mine perhaps a little bit more productive? So no, I'm not going to fucking step away, right? Of course I'm not going to step away. As long as these issues continue, as long as our politicians place the interests of corporate profits over the interests of the American working class, of course I'm going to be here. You understand? That's it. If you want me to step away, give us healthcare. If you want me to step away, embargo Israel, hold Israel accountable, and then I'll step away. Obviously, our job won't be done, but, I'll take it. Yeah, if you want to bribe me with silence, if you want to give me a bribe so I'll go away, then that's what you got to do, okay? Yeah, end the embargo on Cuba. Put an embargo on Israel instead. That is how you can bribe me. That's how you can purchase my silence. But as long as these problems persist, I will continue to operate. I will continue to yell about them. I will continue to try and solve these issues. Yeah. But yeah, the slander continues. But I am not discouraged. And you shouldn't be either. I think that we will get out on the other side of this this manufactured outrage campaign, a stronger movement, a stronger community overall with new members in our ranks. I guarantee it. Okay? 100%. And the reason why I know that is because, again, they're so overbearing. Americans broadly do not trust corporate media. They despise mainstream media now, whether it be Fox News or even CNN or MS Now. And they also don't like these figures. It's not like there are Elisa Slotkin fans out there. It's not like there are a tremendous number of Jackie Rosen fans out there, Hakeem Jeffries fans, right? So when these guys get together and release a coordinated message where they say anti-Semitism has no place, anti-Semitism has no place in American discourse, Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite, he must stop. I think by and large, most normies look at that and go, wait a minute. Why are they saying this about this guy? I've never heard of this guy. And if they scratch the surface and they find out, exactly what I have said, and it's that, the problem is not anything they're claiming that I've said, but instead what I've said about Israel, they'll never, they won't turn around and go, yeah, I agree with Cory Booker. They'll say, fuck Cory Booker. So let them expose themselves on this 90-10 issue. Let them take the side of the 10%. That is our battle. Our battle is to make politics more responsive to our just and righteous demands. So we're going to continue doing that. Whether candidates are welcoming me on stage or not. Yeah, if only they could be this coordinated about supporting Chris Van Hollen's proposed bill prohibiting the sale of U.S. weapons to the UAE until they stop their involvement in the Sudanese civil war, where the UAE is abetting mass rape and genocide. Of course, there are a million different things that Democrats, these sorts of centrist Democrats with a level of power and prominence, could be pushing for, but they're not. And I think people are sick and tired of it. This is exactly what people are fucking annoyed about the modern Democratic Party. This is what caused me to want to go out and get more involved with campaigns and to go out and actually get socialists elected into office to begin with. That anger and that frustration with the Democrats have not gone away. These people think that because of the new momentum that DSA candidates and Bernie-crats and left populists have created around the Democrats is actually going to solve their branding problem. No. You keep doing stuff like this, people are going to respond negatively to it. They're going to say there is a crisis in America right now with Donald Trump, with Trumpism, with MAGA, with growing fascism, ICE kidnapping our neighbors, Donald Trump murdering fishermen off the coastline of Latin American countries with no accountability whatsoever. Donald Trump waging tariff wars against countries like Canada. And you can only coordinate a message, not against any of those things, mind you, but against a Twitch streamer who's anti-Israel at a time when the overwhelming majority of the base is anti-Israel. It's ridiculous. And people understand that it's ridiculous. Top Democrats in the party, centrists in positions of prominence and power and influence, are using their platforms to condemn an anti-Zionist with smears, with lies, rather than talking about, not a single one of them has brought up Gary, Indiana going without power for 14 days. There are so many opportunities to address the ongoing crises in this country, right? So many opportunities. And Democrats squander it with regular frequency. And I suspect they're doing it because they don't care. This is what creates cynicism. This is what creates apathy. Okay? When you have Adam Johnson says, the extent to which our nominally liberal party speaks in urgent moral tones about condemning critics of Israel, but on the planet boiling, deaths from lack of health care, or children slaughtered in Gaza, it's either support, limp hand-wringing, or silence. So we cannot feel discouraged. We have to redouble on our efforts. We have to double down. We have to fight back against the smears, the slander, and we have to redirect people's attention to things that actually matter. Okay? And as Mortaza Hussein also said, this coordinated smear campaign is bizarre, and it's a bizarre spectacle, but it's only happening because mainstream media and mainstream politicians are still operating under the old centralized information model, where you have a group of well-placed people who can coordinate messaging and define an agenda at a particular moment. In the past, before the diversity of media outlets, before independent media became a prominent force of disseminating information, this kind of coordinated messaging campaign would destroy someone, okay? It would be over, especially on an issue like anti-Semitism. If this many prominent politicians come out and say, this guy's an anti-Semite, he's no good, it's done. In the last 3 years, that reality has shifted. More people are now aware of how much anti-Semitism is cynically weaponized against critics of Israel. From my perspective, it also sucks because I care about anti-Semitism, and this obviously offers cover to real anti-Semites who are also themselves cynically using the unpopularity of Israel to drive home a nefarious agenda of Jew hatred. This offers them shelter too, 100%. But by and large, the media keeps losing its credibility. For the record, there's also obviously a big Islamophobic trend line in this narrative as well. Okay? And I'm going to call it out for Egg Boy over here, Matt Iglesias. This guy, Richard Yeselson, editorial board at Dissent Mag, says, yup, a lot of people are going nuts about Piker. A leftist shock jock would at least ponder why this remark by a liberal Zionist Jewish scholar said with calm regret. Piker is saying the same thing, but sounds triumphant and smug about it. He's a bad messenger. Okay? This is someone talking about Dove Waxman, who works for Nexus Project, who also yelled at me, by the way, ironically enough. Nexus Project is a liberal Zionist institution, that is supposed to actually be tasked. It's almost like a more serious ADL. They care about anti-Semitism. they're not as bad as the ADL is. They're not as like overtly far right as the ADL is. They don't specifically care about defending Israel, right? They do actually want to combat anti-Semitism. Obviously, there's still issues in their coverage, but Dove wrote this thoughtful piece, basically agreeing with a lot of what I had to say. And so people said, oh, this is a good thread. The fact that hatred of Israel can cause hatred of Jews and that Jews are being attacked because they're associated with Israel does not mean that Jews deserve to be hated or targeted because of this association. But it's not victim blaming to note that people make this association at least partly because the Jewish state itself and major Jewish groups outside of Israel continually emphasize the connection between Jews and Israel and between Judaism and Zionism. There's two things that are taking place here that I think a lot of people don't even recognize, okay? There is a hidden bias here that is simply put, Hasan can't say those things because he's saying it Islamically, okay? And the other bias is only Jewish people can speak about these issues, okay? There's a level of underlying Jewish exceptionalism and a level of underlying and not so subtle Islamophobia. And it's crazy because, once again, Matt Iglesias feels no shame revealing this position. How is this a liberal universalist value, a liberal universalist humanist approach? Matt Iglesias responds to Richard Yeselson with, yes, people respond. People respond differently. People respond very differently, he's trying to say, to an idea when it's expressed by Jewish people who they believe are motivated by sincere concern for Jewish welfare than when it's expressed by people who they believe are not so motivated. This argument quite literally is, Hasan can't be concerned with Jewish welfare sincerely for some weird reason. I can't? I haven't done enough work in this field? This is the exact same reason why, no matter how much Zoran aggressively, as a matter of fact, engages in this posture where he just like shows himself to be not only like careful about anti-Semitism, which is of course supposed to be the case, you're the mayor, but goes above and beyond. And people still turn around and say he is a rapacious Jew hater, okay? And the same goes for Abdul. Because if your name is Zohran Kwame Mamdani, if your name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, if your name is Hasan Piker, okay, which is not even like that Muslim sounding, from my estimates at least, then you cannot sincerely be concerned with the rise of anti-Semitism. This is Islamophobia. This assessment is, simply put, Islamophobic. That's it. I said pure racism from the egg. Of course, someone named Hasan could never sincerely care about Jewish welfare. Only Jews can say this about Jewish safety. Vulgar ethno-religious tribalism. Not very liberal, my guy. Not very liberal at all. Whatever happened to this guy's brain in the last 3 years that turned a standard liberal into a schlubby Ann Coulter needs to be studied by science? Oh, Noah Smith, the end of the war on Islam, why America's decade and a half freak out over Islam is over. I give him a lot of points for getting up there and saying Islam is a religion of peace right after 9/11. There was an Islamophobic backlash in America, but much smaller than there would have been if Bush hadn't headed it off compared to FDR or to what Trump would have done. This is Noah Smith in August 31st, 2023. Post-October 7, he went insane mode. He would like defend Bush. He would defend Bush's like, pleas against Islamophobia rising in the country and stuff like that. Now, straight up, constantly talking about Islamocommunism. Why do you call him the egg, Matt Iglesias? Because he's bald and he looks like an egg. So yeah, this is pure racism through and through. And of course, it's the type of racism, well, most racism is unacknowledged, especially by parties that are repeating it and believe it, right? But this is also the type of racism that also is not only not discouraged, but it's persuasive. There's plenty permission in institutions that otherwise would be careful about racism, right? Islamophobia is allowed in mainstream discourse. It's welcomed in mainstream discourse. This is why Matty Iglesias can get away with saying stuff like this while simultaneously calling himself a liberal. a centrist liberal who cares about humanitarian values, a pluralistic liberal democracy that is diverse, right? What kind of defense is this from Tim Miller?
One thing that
Let's see what Tim Miller had to say about this.
he's doing is stating clearly that he's committed to Jewish safety and he opposes anti-Semitism in all its forms and he loves his Jewish brothers and sisters. Are we getting the same thing from the other side? Are we getting a statement this clear from Mike Rogers about the bigoted attacks against Muslims? I have not seen that.
Yeah, we can carry the flame at level 10 hype train. We're almost there. Plus 35% off gifted subs. 30 seconds remaining at level 8, by the way. I didn't even address it. There is a plus 30 there is a 35% off 5+ gifted subs. And we're at level 8. We need a big gifter to keep it going with 20 seconds remaining. 20 seconds, 10 seconds remaining. Let's see if we make it through the finish line here and take it to level 9. Oh my God. And we made it. We're at level 9 hype train at level 10. At level 10, we will carry the flame. We haven't carried it in a long time. Level 8 hype train complete. Level 9 hype train almost complete as well.
I think that it is important that that we have a standard here that is equal on both sides, and I don't feel like that is happening. And I feel like every time Abdul El-Sayed goes anywhere, he has to answer for whatever anti-Israel or anti-Semitic or borderline anti-Semitic or imaginarily anti-Semitic statement that some supporter of his said. And Mike Rogers just gets to walk around carte blanche having, his fucking goons like smearing private citizens because they have Muslim names.
This is a good take, by the way. And I do agree. Yeah, like there is a Republican operation right now that we've obviously covered a little bit where they just go, anyone and everyone with a Muslim sounding name that has ever been in proximity of Abdul El-Sayed, regardless of their status as a school teacher or a college professor, doesn't matter. As private citizens, they're getting blasted on the timeline. Okay? They're getting blasted on the fucking timeline. It's actually unbelievable. I'm not a private citizen, right? I'm a public figure, so it's understandable that they will attack me. But they're like, this is Abdul's school teacher from 5th grade. And he said, Israel is bad. We need to dox this person right now. Abdul needs to address this person right now. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So I don't think it's okay. And I think that, over the last couple months of this campaign, it's important that there be equal treatment here. Because getting back to Alicia and what's up next, Mike Rogers knows he doesn't have a good economic story to tell. And so he's going to keep engaging in this trash and in this hypocritical BS in order to try to make and I don't think it's going to work, but it's got to be pushed back on. Or else it might.
Yeah. I'm glad that Tim Miller is, regardless of like my criticisms of Bulwark, I'm glad that Tim Miller at least like understands what must be done. I know the bar is very low, especially considering that there are lifelong Democrat operatives like Neera Tanden, who are far more vicious about Abdul and far more aggressive in their attacks against Abdul than Tim Miller is here. He's right. He's saying he is correctly identifying the issue here. I asked Abdul El-Sayed about the criticism he's gotten from Dana Nessel and Hillary Scholten in recent days. Says he's had convos with some in the party. I think the question right now is how do we get together to beat Donald Trump? As that there are a few people who are still nursing wounds or grievances from the primary. I get it, losing is hard. I've lost before, but I hope that they take notes from Congresswoman Stevens. Hasan Piker's a streamer in California. You would think if you turned any media out that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. Yeah, exactly. So here's the other side of the story as well, right? Like, obviously, not only am I a streamer from California, I obviously have a lot of fans in Michigan as well, many of which are very excited about Abdul El-Sayed. But here's the problem. We, on our side, are willing to let bygones be bygones when it comes to seeking out the endorsements and keeping quiet about some figures that have said horrifying things in an effort to be as pragmatic as possible and to defeat the scourge of Trumpism in this country and to make necessary changes in American politics. Like, and yet we are expected to constantly say, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that we won the primary. I'm so sorry that our candidates are winning. I'm so sorry. What can we do? What can we do for you? And that frustrates me to no end. It's like, I'm not running around shitting on Haley Stevens. I'm not running around shitting on Elisa Slotkin. I'm not running around shitting on these centrist Democrats who have not placed the interests of the majority in their commentary, in their legislative agenda for far too long, especially as it pertains to the issue of Israel. And yet these guys expect fealty. This should be a moment of grace. This should be a moment where if you are a Michigan politician, if you're a Michigan Democrat, this should be your moment to say, look, we have our disagreements, but of course I'm going to support you unconditionally because that's what this is about. That's what building a broad anti-Trump movement is supposed to be about. And some have been able to pass this, low hurdle, this low bar. Some have been able to clear it, but many have not. This is a far too consequential moment to carry out petty factional infighting. I go back and forth on this stuff because on the one hand, I was actually quite excited about the immediate unification around Abdul al-Sayed in the aftermath of his primary victory. I was actually excited about what that meant for the future of this party, what that meant for the future of our movement in general. Like, will they actually turn around and say, all right, you guys are a part of this now. We're all in this together. We're all a part of this broad anti-Trump force, anti-Republican force, and we're going to work alongside one another, even if we have disagreements. I didn't expect them to do that. I expected them to do what they're doing right now. But there was that brief moment of hope that I saw, that brief moment of solace, that brief moment of respite in the immediate aftermath of the primary where I was like, damn, okay, we can maybe prove that our politics, our policy, our worldview is actually potentially successful. Like, it can be successful in places like Michigan because as long as the establishment Democrats do not set up unnecessary hurdles in front of our movement, then we're good. As long as they step out of the way, we're good. And if they seek to unite under the same banner of anti-Republican, unite under the banner of being anti-Republican fighters, then all the better. But there are those who didn't step out of the way. There are those who are setting up unnecessary and additional hurdles because they are actively trying to torch this candidacy. They're actively trying to throw the Senate majority under the bus in an effort to carry out a messaging operation to turn around and say, look, left populist politics doesn't work. It doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. You can't do it. To confirm their priors. It's incredible. And I'm shocked that more liberals, more pundits in mainstream outlets are not calling this out. Yeah. How bad things are for Trump. He's now managed to go 5 points underwater on border security. This despite border crossings dropping to record lows on his watch. He is underwater on every issue, man. This is why Republicans have to run around and say, well, look at this Hasan Piker guy. But Democrats should not be leaning into that at all. In a functioning democracy, Dan Sheehan says, being compromised from holding political office, it takes a special kind of shamelessness to make a boogeyman out of a Twitch streamer as you cash checks from and parrot the propaganda of a genocidal ethno-state. It is shameless. It is repulsive. Usually a partied simply ignore a news cycle bad for their candidate and try to move on. See Dems on Biden in 2024. But instead, they're coordinating in a way that makes it as damaging for him as possible. Only other EG like this I can think of is never Trump Republicans in 2016. Yeah. Outside of the U.S., there were also about 1,000 similar episodes like this with Jeremy Corbyn and Blairite Labor members opposed to him. In that instance, they were actively sabotaging their own party's election chances and hoping to lose. And here's the other side of the story. Like, what is the issue that we are supposed to moderate on? What is the issue that Abdul is supposed to moderate on? Israel? Why the fuck would he moderate on Israel when his position on Israel is more popular than all of these other candidates that are pro-Israel? And not just popular for the Democratic Party's base, where it's a 90-10 issue. It's popular for independents. It's popular for conservatives under a certain age. Why would anybody moderate on that to lose? Same with Medicare for all. It's incredible. Anyway, John Favreau is calling on all Dems to take a don't talk about Hasan Piker for a day challenge. Can we do it? Lots of other topics to focus on with 69 days left in the midterms. Maybe if we're successful, we can try for a full week. A lot of this stuff also turns into, oh, you're just running away from Hasan Piker being a toxic figure. Okay? That's what so many of these fucking freaks are saying. You can also just say the truth, that you have deep disagreements with some of my commentary, or you find me to be a shock jock, but ultimately, broadly speaking, a lot of the ways that people cover me in the media are completely ridiculous. I am not an anti-Semite. I am against anti-Semitism, and have fought against anti-Semitism my whole life. I fought against all forms of bigotry my whole life. You could say that. No one wants to do it, of course, because then you get the clip show immediately. Oh, what about this? What about this? What about this? It's so crazy how we went from do you condemn Hamas to do you condemn Hasan in a matter of 3 years. Ro Khanna had some choice words here. He said, too many demotivated Democrats stayed home in 2016 and 2024. We can't repeat past mistakes. In this upcoming election, we need to quit calling Bernie Sanders an anti-Semite. Stop wasting time attacking Hasan Piker instead of Trump's robber baron corruption. Okay, I mean, you could have said quit calling Bernie Sanders and Hasan Piker an anti-Semite. Don't put Israel hawks out of touch with our voters in charge of our Middle East policy. It is time for a reckoning. Are we a party that represents corporate interests and super PACs, or will we represent the American people? The problem with this kind of disassociation or like don't talk about Hasan style commentary is that it makes you look like you're running away. It makes you look like you're running away from the fundamental truth that Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite, but you still want access to his audience. That's the issue. Okay? Because it's not true. You shouldn't be seeking out anti-Semites. Okay? Ironically, that's my position. My position is you should not be seeking out the endorsement of vicious anti-Semites. Okay? Which is why you put yourself in this weird predicament when you go, I don't want to like defend this guy, even though I know he's not an anti-Semite. Otherwise, why the fuck would I go and seek out his endorsement, right? Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Oh, he's a terrorist, but he has a lot of fans. Is a fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous position to have. You should not have that position. If I was actually a vicious Islamic jihadist, anti-Semitic terrorist, then you should never come to me and seek out my endorsement. You should never come to me and talk to me. That's fucking stupid. That's a stupid argument to make. And unfortunately, that's the best we can get right now in this election cycle, you know? But the reason why it doesn't make sense to the outsiders, to the onlookers, is because they're like, well, what do you mean? You're saying this guy is a fucking dangerous terrorist? You're not actually mentioning that he is not this dangerous terrorist at all. It's fucking bullshit. But you simply want his endorsement. It's so stupid. Anyway, Melot Kuros had a similar take here. It said, billionaires are draining our resources to develop a technology they want to replace us. Millions will lose Medicaid in the new year to pay for tax cuts for the rich. And we're spending billions on genocidal wars the voters oppose. But sure, let's keep talking about Hasan Piker. The thing that made me really respect you was how when everyone was throwing trans people under the bus, you never did. When everyone was throwing undocumented people under the bus, you never did. You actually defended amongst the most vulnerable when everyone else was happy to make the vulnerable even more unsafe. We don't forget who stands by us when it's unpopular. Of course, because I have values. I have a real moral compass, unlike many of these fucking cynical operatives, okay? Yeah, by joining the pile-on against Hasan Piker, Democrats and liberals are running the right's disinformation playbook for them, the same playbook the right uses before every election. This time around, the moral panic was created by a far-right pro-Israel account named Max Nordau. Nordau regularly posts vitriolic xenophobia, white supremacy, and Islamophobia alongside his main focus of defending Israel's genocide. He deceptively edited Hasan Piker's monologue to make it seem like a threat to American Jews. It wasn't the full clip. The full clip is here. We've seen the same bad faith disinfo attacks for a decade now against so many progressive leaders of color, from AOC to Ilhan Omar and the Women's March in 2018 to Abdullah Sayed Piker and many others today. Many of the people who joined the pylon this time around claim to know better. This is a deliberate strategy by the right to demonize their opponents before the midterms. The playbook is so effective because centrists and liberals on the other side of the aisle keep falling for it. Stop doing MAGA's work for them. Ben Lorber is 100% correct. This is the thing that I've been most frustrated by. I expect the Republicans to be racist. I expect them to be monsters. But you know what I thought sincerely? That fucking some of these dumbass liberals would finally recognize how terrifying the Trump regime has been so far and fight back against it. Okay? I don't expect you to go above and the truth. Okay? And at a time when it requires a little bit of courage, I hope you can have that little bit of courage to say the truth. During the Trump 1.0 midterms, MAGA faced an image crisis. Unite the Right exposed their extremism. Pointing the finger at Women's March helped them change the narrative. Now anti-Semitism was an equal threat on both sides. Dems played right along. Same thing happening now. They want every respectable liberal between now and November to condemn Hasan Piker every time they open their mouth to condemn Nick Fuentes. They hope this will dampen turnout enough to blunt a blue wave at the ballot box. Don't fall for it. The Debbie clip from Abdul Town Hall.
This election is about what's going to happen when we elect Abdul to the United States Senate. I am done. So don't any reporter ask me again about Hasan Piker. It's not what November is about. Republicans are trying to make it. They're trying to divide us. And we got to stop letting them try to divide us. I don't agree with Hasan Piker on a lot of stuff. And I really don't agree with him on some of the woman things he said. And I'm still trying to figure out, is it the reason he exercises and looks buff is why he has so many followers. But having said that, I want to talk to you for a minute about what November is about.
They didn't like that part. They were like, Debbie, be honest. That's the irony, of course. Even in rooms like this, I'll keep it $1.50. Many of you are in rooms like this. So if Debbie Dingle in a room in front of like a massive crowd of Democratic voters, because if you're in a room with lobbyists, if you're in a room with other media figures, if you're in a room with like pundits in a controlled environment, you can say whatever the fuck you want about me. But if you're in front of actual voters, Democratic Party voters, and you come out and you're like, Hasan Piker is this dangerous figure, they are not going to fucking put up with that shit. That's the major difference, by the way. That is the major difference. Most people don't know who the fuck I am. But the ones that do will absolutely say, that's bullshit. That is the biggest difference. That is the biggest divergence. Of course, it's the same principle behind Haley Stevens getting tremendous positive coverage in the primaries by the consulting class, by the pundits, wherever she went, and then getting booed in front of the Michigan Democratic Party when she went up on that stage. That's the difference, because people do not have the same considerations and the same fears that politicians do. For the people, their fears and their considerations are about, how am I going to pay for my next meal? Am I ever going to be able to purchase a home? Why are we sending so much money over to Israel when it's very clear that not only are they doing a genocide, but they're also subverting American democracy? They do not care about Hasan Piker. Of course they don't. And the ones that do care are probably in those rooms right now because they're primed, they're activated, they're motivated to go out and participate, to do their civic duty. So what good does it do? I'm asking sincerely to any Democratic consultant, what good does it do, by your estimation, to actively try to deliver apathy to a key part of your base? Are you that fucking selfish? The answer is yes. For many of them, the answer absolutely is yes. They would rather lose than to win with anti-Zionism. That much is clear. And we're seeing the machine work behind closed doors, whether it be the Hakeem Jeffries meetup with Jared Kushner, the private meetup with Jared Kushner, that Jared Kushner most likely released to the media because he didn't get what he wanted out of Hakeem Jeffries, to make him look bad, and he should look bad because it's a bad thing that he did. Or the fact that the House Foreign Affairs Committee got a bunch of new seat appointments from some of the most pro-Israel Democrats in Congress, with the exception of Mark McCann, who's like the pro-Palestine side of the bargain. Okay? House Democrats' pro-Israel wing gains power on panel overseeing foreign policy. They put Jared Moskowitz and Wesley Bell and Debbie Wasserman Schultz, one of the Democrats that complained about me yesterday, dropped out of their position so they could reward Jared Moskowitz early. This is backdoor dealing. Dems are counting on people not noticing how they approach governing. Appointments on the House Foreign Affairs Committee are a signal of what the party cares about, and the disregard for war crimes and voter concerns could not be clearer, says Ben Rhodes. And he is right. He is right. This is how they continue refusing to abide by the Democratic majority's wishes. This is how they say, fuck you. This kind of stuff is not as exciting for people as the latest and greatest Hasan Piker controversy that they cooked up. But this is how they operate behind closed doors when you're not paying attention. And perhaps this is part of the reason why they yell at me all the time, because I talk about this shit all the fucking time. Are you serious? You put 3 AIPAC Democrats in the House Foreign Affairs Committee? 3 AIPAC Democrats? This is a 90-10 issue. And you chose 3 of the most pro-Israel Democrats in your caucus to participate in the House Foreign Affairs Committee? What is Hakeem Jeffries doing? Ben Rhodes also had another good take. He said Democratic voters are expected to knock on doors, donate, make phone calls, vote, and deliver a majority, and then have their views completely ignored. This is how we breed apathy. And then Democrats every 4 years go, why is nobody voting for us? This is why. Because you are behaving like the pieces of shit that you are, that only care about corporate donors, your lobbyist friends, and the interests of a fucking foreign country that is subverting American democracy, sometimes at your behest, but usually at the behest of the Republicans, because they do not care who wins as long as Israel's desires are being satiated by those in positions of power, by being fulfilled by those in positions of power. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is why I'm not discouraged. This is why no matter how much they yell at me, these problems will persist and people will still recognize what the Democrats in position of power are doing and what the people are demanding. This is why there's so much anger and resentment towards establishment Democrats in this country. You might be able to win voters to your side again, to vote for you again, with electability arguments over and over again. But every cycle that you use, that you deploy that electability argument, it softens its impact. It dulls that knife. Eventually, you're going to have an agenda. You're going to have to be honest with the voters. This is so demoralizing, man. I fucking hate this party to my core. And if I could take every phone bank call, every hour canvassing, every cent I donate to this utterly owned and worthless party, I would in a heartbeat. This is not normal. Yeah, so far across the past 2 hours on Fox News, there have been 2 dedicated segments on Hasan Piker and close to 30 mentions. That number should climb higher toward the end of the day, as Fox seems intent on making this a segment on most of their shows so far. El Sayed was mentioned around 15 times. They're mentioning me more than Abdul El Sayed. It's unbelievable. Attorney General Dana Nessel talked about you. I don't want to even see what she had to say.
Everyone else's safety.
Yeah, let me bring up something that is really fresh in my mind because it just happened over the course of the weekend. Abdul brought Hasan Piker, the stream.
I don't want to even hear from her. She's so nasty. How can you positively leverage all this negative coverage? My job is to open up people's eyes to the realities, okay? The realities of this political machine. Because there are so many kind-hearted, self-identifying liberals who actually agree with us, who go out as so clueless as to why, on the back end, politics doesn't actually bend to their desires. They do all the right things, and then they go, okay, well, I participated in electoral democracy. Can you please now represent my interests? And these politicians never do. My job is to explain to you why that doesn't work. So in a moment like this, where the entire forces of the Israel First wing of the Democratic Party have turned their enmity on me, when Fox News and the Republicans are shaking hands with many prominent establishment Democrats to not only attack me, but use me as a line of attack against Abdul El Sayed to make sure that Abdul El Sayed does not win his race. My job is to try and show people what the system actually looks like, why they're doing this, why they're distracting you. I'm sure that there are going to be newcomers that hear all of this coverage and go, let me go check this guy out for myself. This is usually how it works. Do you think this will draw condemnation? Democrats against Jared Moskowitz. Welcome to our new account. We are concerned Democrats in Florida 25 who cannot in good conscience vote for genocide ever again. We believe we have one chance to change the Democratic Party with what little power we have, and that is to ensure Jared Moskowitz loses this November. That's so funny. Yeah, I wonder if people will cover this sincerely and talk about how wonderful of a change of pace this is. How Jared Moskowitz has a lot to work for here to unite the base. No, of course not. Yes, but meanwhile, the United States also has designated Palestine Action as a terrorist group. Democratic leadership plans to hand Middle East policy to a congressman who described himself last year as to the right of J.D. Vance on the Iran war and more in line with Lindsey Graham on the matter.
What I would like to see actually is a little tougher language coming out of the Trump administration. I'm to the right of this issue to the J.D. Vance Witkoff approach, and I agree, quite frankly, more with Senator Lindsey Graham and probably Senator Tom Cotton. Iran is the weakest they've been in a period of time. Now is not the time to appease them. Now is the time to put maximum pressure on them and make sure that we dismantle the nuclear program. I'm not saying we should start bombing the facility, but I'm saying all options should be on the table, right? That
Watching the Democrats go full Zionism after 3 years of watching shredded babies on our screens means they give zero fucks about what 90% of their voters believe, and that should scare you, whether you're appalled by the genocide or not. Yes, these centrists are signaling they will not uphold the law. Yeah, here's Moskowitz once again being asked by Prem Talker of Zeteo, as long as you're an ally of ours, I'm not conditioning weapons to Israel.
Your impression of this conversation amongst your colleagues about the differences between offensive and defensive aid to Israel, and potentially choosing to condition aid to Israel based on them following international law.
There's been a debate up here for a long period of time on offensive weapons, okay? And I think that debate is appropriate. I don't have a problem with that. It's interesting that the debate now is going on to defensive weapons, because for the longest time, the folks that were against offensive weapons said, but we're for protecting civilians. And that's why we're for continuing either funding for Iron Dome or other THAAD missile systems, things of that nature. Now there's this new discussion that, okay, we don't want to provide money for defensive purposes, which seems to go against, obviously, this idea that we don't want civilians to be harmed. We have missile systems, obviously, other areas. We have THAAD missile systems in Qatar. We have THAAD missile systems in Saudi Arabia. We have THAAD missile systems in the UAE, all paid for by us. And we've positioned them there. And I think those are important. So I don't know where that debate will go, but I think that that's a mistake to start looking at defensive missile systems.
And on specific conditioning offensive, where do you stand on that? On conditioning it on the basis of Israel following international law, offensive.
Yeah, I've been very consistent. I'm not for conditioning military aid to our allies, okay, which is why I've always supported
regardless of international law.
Which is why I've always supported aid to Ukraine and other things of that nature. So, I'm not changing my position on that.
Regardless of international law.
Well, they're a U.S. ally. So long as you're a U.S. ally.
So the law doesn't apply?
What's that?
Does the law not apply to allies?
Well, our law applies. But, as long as they're an ally of ours, I'm not for conditioning weapons to Israel.
Yeah. Existing U.S. law already conditions military aid, but here's the incoming lead Democrat on a key foreign policy committee saying ahead of time that he will simply refuse to uphold the law. This is the guy we expect to do oversight on Trump's law breaking. I'll be honest with you, dude. Let's just say I won't be sad if Moskowitz isn't a winnable seat, okay? Especially after this committee assignment. I don't really care if people yell at me over this, but I want Democrats to actually fight back against Trump, especially when it comes to our foreign policy. And if the Democratic Party is moving people like this, who have openly stated that they are pro Trump's Iran agenda, if he loses, it's already a very conservative district. I'm not going to be all that sad. Luckily, we have plenty of other Democrats in plenty of other districts to win that House majority, so it doesn't fall on Jared Moskowitz. But this is collaborator shit. And he's openly saying that he is going to collaborate with the Trump administration on this key issue. What are we doing? At that point, you're basically saying, I'm basically a Republican, but on a Democratic committee. I'm basically a Republican, but in a Democratic committee. If the Democrats win the majority and we win power, I'm going to do the bidding of the Republican Party. That is irredeemable. That to me is completely unacceptable. That's so ridiculous, especially when we're talking about a 90-10 issue, man. It's unfucking bearable.
Who've been watching politics over the last 10 years, frankly, before that, there's always this question of how or why are people so angry at all of it? And I think it's because too often when you hear about politics, you hear politics covered as sport, right? Hasan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think if you turned on any media that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. This campaign has always been about the ability to afford your groceries in Michigan, the ability to send your kid to a good school in Michigan, the ability to see a doctor in Michigan. Those are the questions I'm interested in answering and asking. So that's what we've been doing across this campaign. And so, you know, I'm less interested in going to the sort of like tabloid version of our politics where we cover this as like, oh, who's in, who's out, who's up, who's down, who's talking to who. And I'm a lot more interested in talking to the people in the state who've had a bum deal because of Donald Trump and the politics that Mike Rogers has been the epitome of for a very long time.
It's not my fault that C-SPAN audio sucks, okay? Yeah. Meanwhile, here's Brian Kilmeade.
You know, another thing to keep in mind is this guy said, I want to shoot Rick Scott. This guy said, I want the blood of capitalist blood should flow in the streets. This guy said that Israel's worse than Hamas. He said that 9/11 was, we had 9/11 coming to us, and his walk back was comically insufficient. So this question is, why would like a Ro Khanna ever sit with them? Why did it take this to condemn him?
I'll tell you.
You know, another thing.
Yeah, that's insane. And Fox News now comparing me to David Duke.
Tried to paint him as associated with David Duke. What's the difference between David Duke and Hasan Piker when you look at some of the things that he has said?
Yeah, and liberals and establishment Dems talking about through capitulation. Yeah, Wajahat Ali also has a similar opinion to mine. We're witnessing the death rattle of AIPAC and its grasp on the Democratic Party. The pro-Israel hawks are choosing the Samson option, going to bring it all down and crush anyone to the left of the establishment on this issue, which is a majority of American and Dem voters. I don't think they'll win. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. That is the point. And that is why I'm not so discouraged in this moment when I should feel discouraged. I'm getting attacked mercilessly, viciously, smeared by a fairly sophisticated and very coordinated outrage manufacturing campaign. And yet I don't feel discouraged at all because I recognize, well, two things. One, I recognize that this was going to happen. This had to happen. This was always going to happen. We're winning. We're fucking winning. Of course people are going to react negatively. Who wants to lose their goddamn jobs? If you're a centrist Democrat, if you're a consultant, if you work at a think tank, and you see this wave, this left populist wave grow within the ranks of the Democratic Party where lifelong Democrats, liberals, self-identifying liberals are excited to vote for a candidate for the first time ever, a candidate that actually does not care about corporate donations. Of course you're going to be fucking terrified. You're like, my job is on the line. So they're not going to give up on that. They're not going to overnight be like, all right, I guess we're all socialists now. That's not going to happen. They're cornered. They're panicking and they will fight to protect their jobs. Of course they're going to do that. That's it. And in their panic state, they're going above and beyond in their smears. And they're also trying to defend their emotional support apartheid state when it's indefensible, when its acts are not only indefensible, but the overwhelming majorities also find those acts to be abhorrent, morally repugnant, and not worthy of support. That's it. And that's why I don't think people... that's the reason why I think people on Facebook are reacting this way. Like, look at the CNN article. Michigan Democratic Senate nominee Abdul has sought to distance himself Monday from Hasan Piker after the left-wing streamer and activist suggested to his Twitch viewers last week the American Jews' support of Israel will make anti-Semitism worse and invite violence. After months of campaigning alongside Piker, El-Sayed said on Monday, specifically addressing Piker's comments, that nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. First comment, why does Piker wear clothes like Mao Zedong? Hasan literally said nothing wrong, lol. I'm old enough to remember when the ADL used to say conflation of the state of Israel and Judaism was anti-Semitic under the broadly accepted definition of anti-Semitism developed by IHRA. Yeah. Michigan Democratic Progress. I believe Hasan Piker has been misdiagnosed. He's not an anti-Semite. He's a narcissist. He does not hate Jews. He loves himself. During the primary, he exploited Abdul as a useful tool for making himself politically powerful. Wait, what? How is this defending me, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, these people are insane. How is this a defense? Dude, I hate this shit so much where they're like, oh, Hasan is just like using Abdul's platform for his own popularity. Like, this kind of shit pisses me off so much because it's like, dude, what are you? Do you see the shit that I put up with? How is this in any way, shape, or form good for me? To be called a terrorist, to be in the crosshairs of this administration every damn day, to have no support from a party that I've voted for my whole life, to be branded an enemy by them too. These guys are so content brained that they're just making the wrong assessment. Here's the thing that I despise, and I hear it from even people who are seemingly defending me, right? Like, that's why I got so mad at Faiz Shakir on Fox News the other day, where he's like, well, this is probably really good for Hasan. He's getting a lot of attention. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? It's such a weird and cynical assessment. It doesn't work. This is not good. This is not good for me. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for my mental health. It's not good for my sanity. It's not good for my wallet, if that's what I care about. Anyway, he's not distancing himself. He's saying the same thing he's always said. The Democratic Party is a big tent. He's going to campaign with many people, but at the end of the day, Abdul's the one who speaks for his campaign. It absolutely is true what Hasan Piker said. He's telling you the behavior of Israel and Netanyahu. There's nothing wrong with that. He's pretending to distance himself from Piker for the same reason OAC is walking back her stance on woke. It polls unfavorably for midterms. Yeah, this guy's wrong. El-Sayed doesn't think Israel has a right to exist, so until he's elected, if that happens, any support of what the Israeli government is doing is going to make anti-Semitism worse. What Piker is saying is true. If you conflate criticism of the Jewish state with being anti-Semitic, then that has the potential of inciting violence against Jews. Oh God, Hasan Pitchbot came up with the best headline. Opinion, I gave Benjamin Netanyahu a standing ovation in Congress. Here's why Democrats must distance themselves from Hasan Piker. Yeah, it's great. It's true. Anyway, let's get back to...
Now to President Trump's trade war.
Interesting. J Street chose to condemn you on Facebook, but not on Twitter. Yeah, they get flamed alive on Twitter if they did that. That's probably why. They're probably getting flamed on Facebook too, though. But yeah, J Street, you ain't slick. I see you.
Is intensifying as Canada retaliates against the U.S. with tariffs on up to 50% on hundreds of American products. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is tracking the latest from the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
Robin, good morning to you. And there are mounting concerns that all of this can spiral. This morning, more than 700 American products are facing 50% tariffs in response to President Trump imposing tariffs on Canada first. Now, let's talk about what this is going to impact. We're talking about aluminum, furniture, clothing. All of these tariffs set to go into effect on September 8th. We've talked to many small businesses across the country. They say the reality is that prices are going to go up for consumers once they go into effect. Now, the president is accusing Canada of ripping off the U.S. Canada's accusing the U.S. of making these last-minute demands in these negotiations, and President Trump somewhat acknowledged that he actually did. Canadian leaders have called the president a dictator. They're calling him a bully. President Trump responded by saying he wants to rename the Lake of Ontario to the Lake of America, something that he cannot force other nations to recognize. The reality, though, for so many Americans across the country is this. A new report shows that with all the president's tariffs that he's imposed, American families are paying more than $1,000 a year with.
Yes, it is definitely having an impact. Rachel Scott for us, thank you for that.
Enter any supermarket across Canada and the labels of many things, like most food products, they'll be in both French and English, Canada's two official languages. Those linguistic laws, they also apply to U.S. companies wanting to do business in Canada. But before trade talks collapsed, the Canadian government said that U.S. officials were seeking to scrap those requirements. For Ottawa, that's a red line, with Prime Minister Mark Carney saying it's a threat to the French language and Canada's culture. And Canadians overwhelmingly agree.
I know how much French matters to the Québécois. It's a part of our culture.
I hope the government of Canada and European countries will stop playing this game with him.
As Canada announced counter tariffs to the American ones, the U.S. president denied that he wanted to change Canada's French language laws.
I would never interfere with Canadians speaking French. In fact, I have never even thought of doing such a stupid thing. This lie was made up by a weak and ineffective prime minister in an attempt to gain political support, which he has totally lost from the people of Quebec.
The post comes as Quebec is just weeks away from provincial.
I love, vive la Quebec! I love that the Francophone thing is such an important issue that even Donald Trump, who is an incompetent tyrant, a petty despot, still had to back away and say, listen, I would never tell my beautiful French Canadians not to speak the beautiful French language. Vive la Quebec! Tabarnak! The Quebecois are not having it.
T'es woke, toi. Toi, t'es un woke left. Tu supportes les trans pis les prenants, toi. Veux-tu dire mes prenants, Québec, français, barbecue.
I don't even, okay. Trump caused the Quebecs and normals to work together. Respect. Quebec is probably the most trad society in North America. They've actually explicitly traded off of economic growth for cultural preservation. Donald Trump wanted Canada to weaken its protections for the French language and culture. Quebec has been French-speaking for over 400 years. It is one of the oldest European societies in North America. It was there long before Trump. It will be there long after him. Protect Quebec. Protect French-Canadian culture. Bikini Bottom. What are we doing? You are the shit. You. Tabernacle. I said this already. When Trump first entertained the annexation of Canada, what did I tell you? Go back and look at my coverage. The first thing I said was the Quebecois nationalists, the Quebec separatists will literally put up the strongest resistance to being a part of America. Okay? They will make Al-Qaeda look like a picnic. They will put up Ho Chi Minh style Ho Chi Minh style insurgency movements. They do not play around. I know, because I have made fun of the Quebec nationalist movement. I have made fun of them in the past. Lightly, gently, ribbing at some of their prominent thinkers and what they have said, including how people who are living in Quebec are treated or mistreated, not dissimilar to the First Nations people. That's why my coworkers hate you. Yes, I find that to be somewhat of a funny line. I'm sorry. Okay? But in that process, in that timeline, I learned about the ways in which the Francophones have fought hard to preserve their language and their culture, and I respect it. Yeah. L'Américanisme. The menace. Americanism, a cartoon from the Almanach de la Langue Françoise, Quebec. When the first annexation talks happened, there was an expert in insurgency movements who came out saying that Quebecois would make Iraq look like child's play in comparison. He referenced liberal Americans sending weapons, etc., north through the porous border once the U.S. invaded wild times. Anyway, let's continue.
Elections, and as a separatist party is surging in the polls. But nonetheless, Trump's trade war and Mark Carney's pushback against it, they have, political scientists say, unified Canadians.
Trump is doing right now is something that Canadians themselves were unable to do, I think, which is unify all together, okay, to fight back.
In all the damage that the trade war is doing on the economic and political front, one winner may end up being the French language and Canadian pride and unity over its culture and diversity.
It's unfortunate that our government is where they are because the citizens, we're on a whole different page.
Canadian officials announced their own set of tariffs against the U.S. in response to the latest American tariffs on Canadian goods. Both nations will now pay import taxes of up to 50% for things like alcohol, steel, wood, and sporting goods, just to name a few.
It's so funny to just be like, it cost of living crisis exploding, waging wars in the Strait of Hormuz that's destabilizing the entire planet's energy markets. Trade war with Canada. Out of nowhere, Donald Trump comes out and says, nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Is all of our food poison? I guess we have to engage in trade war with Canada. It genuinely feels like he is I'm not going to say Manchurian candidate, but it genuinely feels like Donald Trump is a secret accelerationist. If I didn't think that Donald Trump was just operating as a rugged capitalist, a rugged individualist, American exceptionalist who simply does not understand that America's, like, the way that America is seen around the globe has changed dramatically, and he has been a agent of chaos that has altered American trajectory in very meaningful ways. If I didn't believe that Donald Trump was just like operating under this assumption that like we can do whatever we want, I would say that he is truly a third worldist accelerationist that's lighting America on fire and destroying its force projection capabilities, doing everything he possibly can to once and for all, to permanently destroy American hegemony. In his second term, Donald Trump has made China a more popular country around the world than the United States of America. That is unbelievable. It's mind-boggling. A whole-ass supervillain, dude.
CBS News Detroit's Heath Kalb talked with experts about the trade war's impact and with people who will be paying the price.
We are in the middle of what was once friendly neighbors, America and Canada. And as this trade war between the two countries continues to intensify, we heard from residents from both countries today about this now souring relationship.
Right in the middle of these two North American giants, residents from both sides are walking, biking, and driving like any other sunny summer day on the new Gordie Howe Bridge.
We had such a wonderful relationship with them over the years, so for us to be here today, it's kind of sad.
But the two countries, separated here by the Detroit River, are now in one nasty fight.
Windsorites and Detroiters are the children in a really nasty divorce right now, it seems.
Stephen Hargraves told me he heard from fellow Canadians who were upset at him for spending his time and money in the States.
A ton of people were like, why are you going over there? Why are you going to support a country that doesn't care about us?
And that's exactly the concern from experts on both sides who worry this trade war can not only impact businesses directly, but can also deter tourism.
The rhetoric, the finger pointing was pretty significant. And then, of course, yesterday and today, name calling. It doesn't do anybody any good.
Glenn Stevens Jr. says business leaders on both sides of the border are not happy with both America's tariffs and Canada's retaliation.
So anything that increases the input costs on doing that business, whether it's a small business owner or a large manufacturer of a vehicle, an OEM, it's not tenable for us to do business that way.
The U.S. placed a 50% tariff on Canadian steel to make cars, lumber to build homes, and numerous consumer products like alcohol, paper goods, and dairy. And in response, Canada announced its own set of tariffs against the U.S. on Tuesday. Not everyone we heard from is upset, though.
Growing up in Detroit, that the United States and Canada have always been allies, but I respect Trump, and I think everything should be equal. You know, if they charge 20% on a vehicle, it should go both ways.
So as this tariff battle continues, and President Trump is suggesting renaming Lake Ontario to Lake America, the Canadians we heard from seem to all be in unison about their displeasure with how things are going.
It was always a friendship, a partnership, and I remember a lot of different key moments, like with the auto trade and things that happened as I was growing up, and this is kind of like an undoing.
Reporting on the Gordie Howe, Heath Kalb, CBS News Detroit.
President Trump is doubling down on his comments about Canada. In a radio interview with Freedom 104.7, he says they are one of the worst countries to deal with, and it comes after
Lake America is such a fuck you. I know it's so juvenile. It's so childish. It's so petty. It's also self-defeating. It is putting like if the Democrats could get their shit in order, they would obviously point to this in Michigan nonstop. They'd be like, this is what Donald Trump is trying to do currently that is going to destroy trade between Canada and Michigan. And Mike Rogers is signing off on it. This is massively consequential for Michigan's economy, massively damaging to Michigan's economy. And yet, for some strange reason, establishment Democrats are too busy yelling about me rather than this.
Canada announced dollar-for-dollar, rate-for-rate counter tariffs on $20 billion worth of U.S. goods.
They are one of the worst countries in the world to deal with. They have taken advantage of the United States for many decades, actually. They charge tariffs that are unbelievable, like on milk, 400%. And I just said, we're taking them on. It's time to teach Canada you can't do this anymore.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us live at the White House right now. Nancy, details are coming out about what happened during these trade negotiations with Canada. So what are we learning there?
We're learning that a couple of things happened, Mugo. First of all, the Canadians say that the president and his team injected some last-minute demands that either hadn't been part of the negotiations until right at the end, or had been part of the negotiations, were settled, and then suddenly cropped back up. And when President Trump was asked about this yesterday, did you come in with last-minute demands? The president basically said, well, it sounds like me, which, was sort of a confirmation that that is kind of how things went down. Beyond that, the thing that really seemed to rankle the Canadians was the fact that they felt that they were being pressured by the U.S. negotiators into an agreement that would basically hitch them to U.S. trade policy, require them to have the same trade policies towards other nations that the White House and the Trump negotiated with other nations. They didn't feel that that was favorable to them or to their sovereignty. The White House officials here that we're hearing from say this was a great deal that they were offering to Canada, and that if they
yeah, what do you mean? It's a great deal. You become fully vassalized. You have no control over your own economy. You have no sovereignty whatsoever, and I guess that's win-win somehow. That's a win-win. Why would anybody say yes to that deal? Especially Mark Carney, who rose to power because of his opposition to Trump's threats of annexation. Donald Trump delivered a gift to the liberals in Canada by threatening annexation at a time when Pierre Poilievre was hyping up how pro-America he was. Donald Trump came out and was like, yeah, that's right, we're taking over. Pepe, you're my guy. We're taking over. He is going to be the Grand Vizier. He will be the Viceroy of the Canadian province that will now exist under American command. Canadians saw that and were like, no. There are at least those who are right-wing or smart enough to recognize the situation. Doug Ford, ironically, is one of them, right? He's conservative, but he's like at least smart enough to recognize that boosting his anti-Trump credibility is probably aiding him. So there are a lot of really bad politicians in Canada, and some that I am not exactly in favor of, like Mark Carney, who are taking advantage of the situation because it's politically, it's politically very positive for them. You know you're huge in Canada, right? I know. Of course. It makes total sense that I would have a lot of I know I have a lot of fans in Canada, and it makes total sense that I have a lot of fans in Canada because Canadians look at someone like myself and go, I cannot believe that they are treated for demanding basic provisions from the state for all citizens unconditionally. Things that they already have and take for granted and want to defend and want to expand on, like social safety nets, like healthcare, we're fighting for over here and getting called Stalin for. Americans treat you like you're Joseph Stalin if you're like, I just want healthcare, please. I'm in favor of data centers now, but only on American soil. Jesus Christ. Howard Lutnick should read Tom Schelling. To compel another state into accepting your demands, you need to credibly promise that if it does, you'll stop inflicting pain. Though lowering trade barriers rather than raising them would be better still. U.S. policy often fails because U.S. officials ignore, or as in this case, actively undermine the assurance part of coercion. I strongly suspect, for example, that Iran now believes that if it makes concessions, it will invite more, not less military action. Yes. And this is a lesson that the Trump administration has taught every other country, not just Iran, but China and Canada as well. I am 100% certain that Mark Carney is continuing this no capitulation regime because he saw what happened with Iran. He saw what happened with China. Countries that fight back against Trumpism, countries that fight back against American imperialism, countries that fight back against American hegemony. That is the only way that they win. China resisted against Trump's tariff war and won. Iran resisted against America's military actions and is winning and has won the war, obviously. But then you look at other countries that caved, that buckled under pressure. What did they win? They won nothing. All they got was more anger, more resentment, more humiliation. Look at the rest of the European Union to understand what happens when you cave to Donald Trump.
Do go back to the bargaining table. The deal that comes down the line is...
How do Canadians feel about XQC, by the way, who literally participated in helping Trump get elected? Like, how do the Quebecers feel about that?
Yeah. So what's your good side? What do you like walking on? What side do you like walking on?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you look...
By the way, speaking of the double standard in the media, it's really funny that I campaign with socialists and left populist candidates, and it's like discourse permanently. Aiden Ross was, one of the first to do it with Donald Trump, and no one gave a shit. No one cared. It's so crazy to me that the guy who was like platformed straight up pedophiles, neo-Nazis, and the like went and did a whole ass live stream and nobody gave a shit.
Good for both sides. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. X, come on outside with the truck. Come on? Yeah. By the way, do you like my buddy Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
That's fantastic. Wow.
Wow. That's your boy, Canada. That's your boy. Foreign intervention in American politics. Imagine taking a video with Hitler showing off your Hitler t-shirt. Yeah. Well, we just saw it.
Going to be even worse for Canada. So right now, what we're watching unfold is a widening trade war where both sides are jacking up tariffs on specific goods to up to 50%, which is unheard of between these two nations, and talk about wanting to come back to the table, but nothing concrete yet.
Oof. Okay, so Nancy, in that same radio interview this morning, the president also talked about Iran. Where do negotiations stand there?
They're sort of where they've been, which is that there's very little direct interaction between the U.S. and the Iranians. The president has been making this claim that that his economic pressure campaign on Iran is working. He says that Iran hasn't paid its military in weeks. We haven't gotten independent confirmation of that, but we do see that Iran is now offering bounties of $60,000 to anyone who is able to attack an American service member. So the conflict is, at something of a Groundhog Day. We see the sort of same thing day after day. President Trump said yesterday that all of the mines that were preventing, one of the things was preventing free and open shipping in the Strait have been removed, but we haven't heard confirmation of that from the Pentagon yet.
Okay. Nancy Cordes at the White House for us today. Thank you.
Question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal...
This was awesome. I'm sorry. 30,000 pounds of Trump-backed Argentinian beef has had to be recalled already. This is such a perfect testament to where America is, okay? We don't have enough cattle any longer, so Donald Trump is trying to bring in imports. The FDA is dropping the ball. By the end of this administration, we're going to be eating rodents like RFK Jr., okay? If things continue along the trajectory that they have, we are going to be fighting each other to eat fucking rodents. Roadkill. Mystery meat time. Yum. I love the protein. This is the only way that we can receive our daily dose of protein through the meat cube. Yum. Day in, day out. New indecencies and new points of failure that I did not think that we would ever see in the United States of America.
We talked about beef a bit earlier. I went and I looked. I haven't been able to find an ag group or a Republican lawmaker who is supporting the president's announcement about importing beef to lower prices. Why do this in the face of very widespread criticism?
I think, and in my conversations with the president, first, it's important to say, I don't know that there's been a president more pro-farmer and pro-rancher, certainly in our lifetimes, than President Trump. When you look at everything, whether it was $250 million investment in the One Big Beautiful Bill coming from the White House, opening up 5 million acres of grazing land, the most pro-biofuel president on record, opening up the domestic markets, the 20 new trade deals around the world, cutting the agricultural trade deficit from $50 billion under Joe Biden to half of that in just over a year, and putting agriculture, the president has put ag at the top of every single trade negotiation alongside Secretaries Bessent, Lutnick, and Ambassador Greer. So I think it's important to level set there. The president is the champion of all Americans, ranchers, farmers, of course, they are my world, and I'm very focused focused on that. But the conversations I've had with him is that, we inherited an impossible situation. We inherited the lowest herd on record, cattle herd. The beef that we're eating today are cattle that were born under the Biden administration. Like this is not eggs, right? You can't hatch a chicken and have them laying eggs in a couple months. It takes years to rebuild the herd. The president made the decision that for a short 90 days, there's a lot of ground beef. This is just ground beef. There's a lot of ground beef that's sitting in other countries that would potentially help serve Americans, especially lower income Americans who really lean into the lean ground beef. And so this is a very short term fix from the president's perspective that he believed necessary to get lower cost beef onto American plates. When you look at the fact that we're eating more beef than ever before, when you look at our programs like Harvest to Hallways, big part of that is ground beef and it is getting protein onto these school lunch plates. There has never been a higher demand for beef in new dietary guidelines. So again, that very short-term effort to get some.
Yeah, mystery meat for the poors, dude. What do you mean? What's the problem? Yum. Oh my God. Amazing. It's so funny that these guys kept saying over and over again, like some of the biggest Trump boosters have been like, oh, you're going to eat the bugs. That's what the libtards want us to eat. That's what Green New Deal is going to bring us. And it's like, well, here it is. Didn't happen with the Green New Deal. Didn't happen with some woke libtard agenda. It turns out when you lean into Trumpian corruption, that's what you get. You're stuck eating the bugs now.
Some of that ground beef that's sitting out there in the world into America, the president felt was very important right now. But for the long term, and you'll hear more coming on this, we've never been more committed. And you can see that 2 weeks ago, for the first time in 10 years, the heifer retention number went up. It was at 3%. First time in a decade. That's pretty crazy. And then the cost of ground beef is already going down. It went down the lowest, biggest drop it had been since 2020. So all the numbers are working. All the plans we put in place are working. The president, I think, just wanted to supercharge just a little bit the cost of beef since he's been hearing a lot about it from the American consumer.
During that short-term window you described, which countries are we importing the beef from?
I will be very transparent, and that is over at U.S. Trade Rep. I am actually not part of any of those conversations, so I am not sure what that looks like. I think we'll know very soon.
Great stuff, man. Things are looking great. Let's hear how Trump is talking about the situation with the mystery meat coming from Argentina that had to be recalled already.
Is benefiting Argentina more than it is them.
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
Federal officials announced the recall of nearly 30,000 pounds of raw beef imported from Argentina. The packages from a company called Corte Argentino sold to distributors and retailers in Florida and Texas. They have use or freeze by dates from September 15th through the 20th. So far, no illnesses have been reported.
That, of course, you'll never hear from Fox News is what Ratcliffe was demanding when he went to that meeting. This was the CIA's attempt to be like, please stop helping Iran. Please, we are begging. Please help us. Pressure Iran and open the Strait of Hormuz, please. They're like, we'll make sure the Ukrainians are no longer allowed to strike deep into Russian territory. We'll do anything. I'll suck your dick, dude. Please. What are you talking about? We won. Look at what Trump. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. He posted the Bush mission not accomplished, mission accomplished 2026. Oh my God. Oh my God, the irony. Oh, it's so awesome. Yep, I guess he did it.
About the issues that people actually care about in Michigan. You don't want to.
How long until the CNN panel devolves into why is Abdul al-Sayed on Jesse Waters instead of condemning Hasan Piker? Why is he going on Jesse Waters' show and attacking the Republicans instead of attacking Hasan Piker?
Talk about gas prices. You don't want to talk about groceries. You don't want to talk about healthcare. You don't want to talk about this stupid trade war that's about to destroy Michigan's economy. We spent the whole interview talking about that stuff. That's destroying, that is destroying our own military. You don't seem to want to talk about any of those things. You want to bring up all this culture war. that, I'm not here to
we
fight a
talked
culture war.
about
I'm here
the
to
war. We
fight the
talked about
affordability
gas
crisis that people are
prices
facing.
and the Green New Deal, okay? If you want to do an interview,
I brought them up every time.
You can do the interview.
I'm running for
getting
U.S.
at
Senate.
whether you
In
think
Michigan,
men should play
as
in
the next
women's
U.S. Senator in
sports.
Michigan,
It's a big
I'm
issue.
interested in getting money out of politics, putting money in your pocket, and passing Medicare for all.
You're
Most people
filibustering,
don't care
Abdul.
about.
So on the one hand, I mean, this was sort of like the greatest hits of what you would expect to hear on Fox. However, and it might work for the people for whom those are issues that they're sensitive about. However, I do think that it kind of, El Sayed's point is that it sort of obscures the other issues that are at the top of the list for actual voters in this race.
No, but I think it shows strength and courage to go do it. Like when I first started doing television, the place that had me on most was Fox in the Morning. It is not easy to be a liberal in that mix, and just going in there, standing on your own 2 feet, holding your own is good. It's strong, and I think that what they were trying to accomplish on his campaign is to come out of that with clips of him being asked a question that is not about one of the priorities of Michigan, and him going back and saying, but you haven't asked me about what Michigan voters care about. I think that he got exactly what he wanted out of that interview, even though I think Fox got what they wanted. They wanted to throw all the culture war stuff at him and have him deflect from it and not answer it so they can play it a million times. But he's also going to play it a million times on his social media. And I think social media in his campaign is proving to be really potent.
Yeah, it's right. And when we think about the clips, right, it can go both ways. It was a long interview. We watched it, so you at home don't have to. Because in large part, it was a bit of a waste, right? It was a man, Jesse Waters, in makeup on TV talking about transgender athletes and billionaires' rights when people at home in states like Arizona, where I'm from, another swing state, right? Half of people that were on Snap fell off.
Don't worry, you are somehow the focus. Dog, are you fucking... No, this is not the same panel, is it? There is no shot, dude. No.
Off in the last year because of Trump's big, beautiful bill. Like, they are worried about actually making rent this month. They are in crisis. They're worried about putting food on the table. And I think what El Sayed did really well was go in there and say, that's what I want to talk about. That's what Democrats want to talk about, whether they're far left, centrist, right? He came in and said, this is what our agenda is. It is about making your life better, while the Fox Newses of the world are litigating cases and issues that don't really matter.
One of the interesting things, again, this is actually characteristic of how El Sayed is being handled by the right. They have a lot of issues with his policies, his economic policies, but they keep attacking him on culture war issues. Here's Tim Scott just tonight talking about El Sayed.
These radicals don't just want new policies. They want to change the very DNA of what it means to be an American. They're coming after our culture, Sean, and that is what makes them dangerous. Their policies are radical, their cultural shift. It is dangerous for Americans, and we must stand in the gap and make sure they never see the floor of the Senate. This is the most important midterm election in our lifetime. It is no longer Democrats versus Republicans. It's communists and socialists against what makes America great, our Judeo-Christian values and a free market system.
Would they be better off just simply attacking him, if you're going to attack him, on the policies, on the economic incompatibility of what he's putting on the table?
No, because only CNN does that. Only CNN panelists who happen to be lifetime big pharma lobbyists usually will go up on television and explain to people how better things are not possible. Republicans know better. They know that they have to lie. They know that they are losing the conversation anytime they sit there and say, oh yeah, you don't deserve health care. They know that that's a losing conversation, so they try to stay away from it. That's why they hit the culture war shit.
With what people in Michigan want, rather than saying, oh, he's going to change our culture. What does that even mean?
Well, 2 points. That network has more independent viewers than you think, and those clips are going to circulate on social media. And it was quite clarifying, I think, to a lot of people, that he could not give simple answers to questions about the culture war. He conflated circumcision with sex changes for children. So now it's good to know that he's on the 20% of an 80-20 issue nationally. But if you want to talk economics, fine, let's talk economics, which that network has talked about extensively as well. His biggest economic goal is Medicare for all, also known as single-payer health care, also known as nationalizing health care. He doesn't want to talk about Al-Sayed, about how that would require taxing the middle class. That seems to defeat the whole championing of the working class mantra, don't you think? He doesn't talk about how that would kick off many millions of Americans off their private.
Yeah, it would be terrible if Americans got free healthcare, man. It'd be so bad. Thank you. Think about the real Americans, you know? Big pharma executives, healthcare profiteers. What about their bottom line? What about the only minority that matters? POC. No, I'm not talking about people of color. I'm talking about the only minority that matters. People of capital. What about them? Neoliberals are on be like, for far too long, my friends, we have cast aside the dreams of the true people of capital so that we could defend the interests of the American working class. We say no more. NCAP Zoran.
Or employer-sponsored health care, and the majority of Americans polling says like their health care. So
No, they
why
don't.
doesn't he want to address that?
He wasn't asked about it.
But he is regularly.
Well, no, he was asked. He was asked about health care, but he wasn't asked about those I think those are actually important, detailed questions about how this would work. He wasn't asked about that.
And Trump is, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I just wanted to be very clear that these are issues that also impact the folks watching Fox, right? Whether we're red or we're blue, people at home are struggling.
And they
with
like their
getting
health care.
insured.
But they like their health care.
If they haven't got kicked off of
But-
Medicaid because of
so you want to kick them off even though they like it?
No,
Is that
I
what you're
don't want the
saying?
people.
This is where you see the neoliberal handshake between corporate wing of the Democratic Party and Republicans. This is the exact same argument that they landed, liberals did, against Bernard Sanders when he was unveiling Medicare for All. This is what I mean when I say it's uniparty on certain issues. There's a bipartisan consensus on certain issues that a lot of people refuse to reckon with. This is what our side opposes. This is what we constantly complain about, right? This is what we're talking about. This is uniparty. As it pertains to healthcare profiteering, there is consensus politics in Washington, D.C.
I don't want the poor people that
How are
got
you
kicked
going
off.
to pay for Medicare for all? How are you going to pay for it?
I'm going to let you get that out. Now, let me finish. Now, what I don't want is the poorest of Americans to get kicked off of Medicaid, which is what happened to pay for these tax cuts that were part of the big beautiful.
Okay, that's also
Is the argument not just people like their doctor, people don't like their insurance? Yes, that is the argument. That is literally the correct argument. And yet, because many of these panelists are not as tapped in to being pro Medicare for all, I suspect, because I don't even know if Deja, who I appeared alongside at the Young College Democrats of America thing, I don't even know if she was running for Medicare for all, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, she might have been, and she might now be pro Medicare for all, but there are a lot of Democratic Party pundits who just sincerely don't want Medicare for all, and therefore they don't know the talking points against it.
misnomer. Work requirements for Medicaid?
This is crazy because you're talking about work requirements for Medicaid. But in fact, when we are talking about these administrative barriers, these are my neighbors that I'm going home and talking to, and they're missing paperwork by one day and they're falling off their care. They're going.
Also, the blonde lady is arguing against Medicare for all, but every other panelist, if you noticed, are arguing for preserving the pre-existing healthcare system. No, just argue for Medicare for all. Just argue for it. You don't have to turn around and be like, well, the Republicans are cutting the subsidies or whatever, you know? Just say it's better.
Going in and sitting in DES offices, Department of Economic Security offices with packed waiting rooms where staff has been slashed and they are forced to miss work.
And the answer to that is a huge new bureaucracy where they will do it to every.
See? Opening up a line of attack for no reason. Oh, you just brought up government inefficiency. And now you're telling me you want more government inefficiency?
Everybody?
The person in America who has taxed the middle class the most is Donald Trump. If you are at the 60th percentile of income or below, any tax cut you might have gotten from the big, beautiful bill has been chewed up by tariffs. Tariffs have, if you're 50% or below, you're now paying more in the tax impact of tariffs than you would have before.
And at the
same time, he's been raking in cash hand over fist and calling affordability a con job or a Democratic hoax at the same time. And we just found out in June that he had 1,051.
Dude, I can tell he's a conservative. like instantly.
Stock trades in 1 month. There's only 21 trading days in that month.
In Michigan, the Democratic
Like even before he said anything, I was like, he's conservative.
Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed is putting some distance between himself and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, the left-wing influencer he has appeared with several times on the campaign trail. Now,
I did address the visa pause, yes.
Piker recently made some remarks suggesting American Jews supporting Israel would make anti-Semitism worse. El-Sayed's opponent, Mike Rogers, condemned the comments and called Piker El-Sayed's running mate. Now, El-Sayed released a statement saying in part, quote, "Nobody speaks for this campaign. It's me and my campaign spokespeople." And while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and health care. The group chat is back. Before we begin, let me just play for you what Hasan Piker actually said on his Twitch stream last week so you can understand why this is kicking up a fresh furor. Here we go.
If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
All right, so talk about...
That's insane that is the clip that they play, where they don't mention that Jews are not monolithic. Like CBS did a better job than CNN did. How is that possible? CNN doing a worse job than ZBS. ZBS at least showed that I was talking about how Jews are not monolithic. There are varying degrees of sympathies with the state of Israel. And Jewish institutions and organizations that make it seem as though they are singularly invested in Israel are also creating anti-Semitism.
The backlash to him and the role of these outside voices in campaigns. Because I think ever since the Joe Rogan backing of Trump, all I've heard is, we need a Rogan for the left, from the left. And now they get something like it, and it's not working out so great.
Well, when you think about a surrogate, which is a voice that you're using from the outside to promote your campaign, you typically want it to be somebody who shares your values. And so I think the challenge here with Piker, and while I say he's trying to distance himself, is because he's clearly saying we don't have shared values. This is not the person that should be the surrogate for me. I also want to note that when it comes to...
Yeah, also, Abdul El-Sayed is not a fucking socialist. He's not DSA. He's not a socialist. We have our disagreements on plenty of issues. These people are so strange where they think that two people can align on, key aspects of their agenda and unite under a shared interest in making America better for everyone without agreeing on everything. It's very strange. I guess in the past, that's how it was, right? In the past, that's just how it used to work. You tap into surrogates, and oftentimes those surrogates are already Hollywood. They're famous people anyway, so they have a lot of corporate pressure that they have to abide by. So they're not going to say anything too unhinged that are going to put you in harm's way or whatever. Obviously, this only matters for the Democrats because Republicans can have literal neo-Nazis as surrogates and no one gives a shit. But the idea that you have to agree with every single thing that a surrogate of yours has said is so ridiculous.
Twitch, the way that you engage an audience, the way that you're successful is by being intense, is by playing into the reward system of your audience in real time.
And no, I'm not being intense in an effort to drum up controversy and drive clicks. You guys are just oblivious to how angry normal people are. This is the problem. Of course, if you are, I don't know, a senior reporter for Axios and you're a lifelong journalist and you've risen through the ranks and now you make $100,000, $200,000 a year, you have a decent apartment that you were able to find, your life is somewhat more comfortable, okay? Then yeah, you're not going to be as angry. But regular people are fucking mad. I'm not being a shock jock necessarily or saying something to invoke a reaction. I'm just angry. I'm genuinely passionate about these things. And so are the people that are tuning in. So are regular people. For example, when we talk about Israel, The average person's perspective on Israel is far closer to mine, if not damn near identical in most instances, or perhaps even more radical than mine in certain instances. That's what the average person is thinking when they think about Israel. People in the media obviously live in a bubble, so they don't encounter real people who feel this. So they think, wow, these guys are so mad. Why are they so mad? I don't know. 23,000 children were slaughtered with our weapons, with our tax dollars. Perhaps, perhaps that makes people a little pissed off. You think it's normal to react like a fucking sociopath to this shit, to this carnage? You're the weirdo. You're out of touch, not us.
Because you're speaking for a really long time,
Yes.
and they are responding over time.
And the way that the platform works, so you can obviously pay to subscribe to somebody's channel, you can reward someone in real time for what they're saying, almost like giving kudos, is it's going to reward you to double down on the things you say, or it's going to incentivize you to double down on the things you say that your audience in real time says they like.
They're going to come to your defense, your stand.
Yes, that's why Twitch streamers tend to be, I don't want to say polarizing, but they tend to be very intense and compassionate about what they're saying and their views.
This is the most cynical interpretation of what I do, man. From a bunch of fucking boomers, too. They have no idea. It's such a cynical way to approach this, man. It's such a cynical way to interpret what I am doing. Oh, it's just for clicks. It's just for money. If that was, first of all, if I was constantly audience captured or constantly fighting back or constantly leaning into what my audience wants, I wouldn't be fighting with them all the goddamn time, okay?
Trying to
You
run
don't
for
want to say polarizing?
Well, not every Twitch streamer is that. It's like
I'm sorry. I think this
random.
frame is incredibly charitable.
Do it.
At the front end there, the show was suggesting that Piker's comments were essentially just that anti-Semitism is rising
clear,
because
we
Jews
played
are
the
Zionistic.
comments so that you can characterize it yourself,
Okay,
Jesse.
so
I
here's
did not.
By the way, that was my comment. Why are you so mad? And they didn't even characterize it as such. They actually showed it in the worst framing possible, and yet you're still mad because you still understand that was the fucking main point.
So here's what the comment.
Just to be clear,
you did
I
characterize
said,
it at the front
hey,
end,
here's
obviously.
the clip. So now
but
you have it in your hand.
No, but before
to
that,
comment.
you said that it was about pro-Israel sentiment within the Jewish community is making anti-Semitism rise.
It doesn't
in reality,
The Manhattan Institute is so funny because, like, Chris Rufo obviously got paid a lot of money for years and years to, like, drum up culture war issues. And on the Republican side, that means you have to be a heinous monster, right? You have to be racist. You have to be misogynistic. But of course, his biggest donors are also pro-Israel. So he can't touch anti-Semitism as a driving force, even though under normal circumstances. Why is that the one form of DEI that you're on board with? Perhaps it's because the Manhattan Institute has major donors that do care about anti-Semitism, and more importantly than anti-Semitism is perhaps the most important element here is not anti-Semitism at all, but Israel. So it was really funny. I know people who have, who know Christopher Rufo very well. They know Chris Rufo wasn't exactly a fan of Israel for the longest time, but he's a mercenary.
Yeah, Jesse, if you're going to
Piker
come on the
said
show, I
that's-
need you to listen. I really need you to listen and respond to the things I say. Because we spend a lot of time writing this stuff. And I didn't use any of the words you just said. And I want to be very clear. Michigan Democratic...
Why are you backing away? Why are you backing away? You should just say, yeah, I did say it. I said what I said because it's true. God forbid you on accident interpreted what I had to say charitably on CNN. Oh my God, I can't believe this is what this panel has fucking devolved to. Chuck Rocha, do something. Chuck, you know me, Chuck. Do something.
Senate candidate obviously distance between himself and Hasan Piker.
Okay, so the distance he put between himself and
Piker
Hasan
recently made remarks suggesting American Jews supporting Israel will make anti-Semitism worse.
That's what
and
I
then
said.
we played the clip.
Okay.
By the way, that wasn't a charitable interpretation. That was just what I said. Also, if you can have this dildo on, you can have me on CNN. What the fuck value does a Manhattan Institute stooge give to fucking CNN with his commentary when all he's doing is sitting there and fucking shitting on the anchor? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Do not put words in my mouth.
I didn't put
will
words
tell
in
you
your
right now. It's something. I spend a lot of time trying to be careful.
Wait, CNN anchor upset about words being put in their mouth. Very interesting. Oh, you don't like it? Oh, you don't like when people put words in your mouth? Well, welcome to the show, okay? Please stop doing it to me. Please, I'm begging you, okay? I hate it too. I hate it as well. Here's the greatest thing that we could do. Dialogue. A normal one-on-one conversation. Put me on a panel. I'll do it.
For the audience. So if you want to tell me what you hear
I
and
don't
what
want to
Piper
rush the rest
said.
of this. I can't.
Democrats are beginning to distance themselves from Hasan Piker.
What channel is the National Desk? What the hell is this? Oh, the program runs on all Sinclair stations? Oh, great.
The controversial Twitch streamer's latest comments about Jewish Americans. That includes Michigan Senate candidate
Oh, great. Every local news station. Oh, awesome.
Abdul El-Sayed, who appeared with Piker multiple times on the campaign trail. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joining us. And what a difference a week, 2 weeks makes, Jeff. El-Sayed is just one of the candidates trying to create that separation. Lawmakers across the country also taking action. Tell us how.
So from New York and New Jersey to Michigan and Nevada, Democratic lawmakers across the entire nation are sounding the alarm on Piker's rhetoric.
Is it weird seeing your name all across national TV? No, it's not. At this point, I'm used to it. I expect it. I don't know what else to say about it.
Surrounding Jewish Americans, most referencing a recent clip where Piker suggested to his Twitch viewers that support of Israel will make anti-Semitism worse and invite violence.
If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
That comment from Piker now sparking widespread backlash, including from Jeremy Moss, a Jewish Michigan state senator running for Congress, who Piker displayed a photo of while expressing those thoughts. Moss writing, quote, "I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community, should and shouldn't believe." Thoughts echoed by fellow Michigan Democrats and lawmakers nationwide.
Come on. There's got to be, there has to be HasanAbi heads in Oakland County, Jewish HasanAbi heads in Oakland County. Rise up. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Saying you displayed a photo of his nasty work, I know, they're boomers. They don't understand how Twitch streaming works, so they have no idea. I was like reacting to different things at different times. There's probably 2 or 3. No, there's definitely some. I mean, there's one that, there was that one lady from Oakland County. There was that one lady from Oakland County who was like, oh, I'm going to vote for Abdul, but I think like the Hasan Piker thing is like a bridge too far for me. And there was a chatter in here who is literally like the nephew of that woman. This is a big community. There are a lot of Jews in this community, a lot of anti-Zionist Jews in this community. So sound off. Non-Jewish Oakland County resident, but know a ton in our local DSA and Jews for Abdul. That's what I'm saying. Sound off on this shit. That's the other thing. Like I was talking to some friends of mine in media, and it's like, we need to have a better established line of defense against these kinds of smears, because I'm not alone on this, right? Like Mark Ruffalo, Miss Rachel, there are so many and constantly get hit with this critique. We should have a better established media communication strategy when stuff like this happens, where like anti-Zionist Jews will come out and just be like, this is ridiculous. Here's why, like press releases similar to that. It shouldn't be left up to, it should not be left up to like Hannah Einbinder to come out on her own to defend Mark Ruffalo. We should have like a united front. You know what I mean? This is the default stance of the pro-genocide mainstream media, bully and lie until the opposition gives up. I know. I kind of don't like that we just kind of, let it wash over us. Got to be astroturf for stuff like that? No, that's not true. That's not true. I think you need to partner with Jewish anti-Zionist orgs is the only way. What do you mean? I do all the time. In many of these campaigns as well. Are you asking to create a token Jewish community you can call on? Wow, what a charitable interpretation of what I just said. I said that there are already pre-existing anti-Zionist Jewish organizations, and they should be piping up about things like this, especially at a time when anti-Zionist Jews are directly erased from the conversation, which is ironically the point that I was trying to make. That's the problem. Any Jewish person who is critical of Israel is immediately erased. Immediately. It is as though they do not exist. There are some, like Ben Shapiro, who actively tell people that they are not real Jews if they are against Israel. So that's number one, which is disgusting. It's anti-Semitism. But then, even when someone says they are a liberal Zionist like Brad Lander, their electoral victory over the likes of Dan Goldman is considered an anti-Semitic act in one of the most Jewish districts in the country, where Jewish people are voting for a self-identifying liberal Zionist Jewish congressional representative. And only because his position is the correct one and the majority position on Israel, which is that Israel is an occupation, Israel has done a genocide, Israel is an apartheid state, and that must be abolished. Only then is it considered, only then are people calling into question Brad Lander's Judaism, his Jewish background. It's disgusting. And also, the reason why that chatter pointed this out is because he's going to clip me and then post it. He's going to clip me and say, Hasan Piker wants his own token Jews to defend him. That's going to be the uncharitable interpretation. And then they're going to run that. They're going to run that over and over again, right? And then people will say, oh my God, why aren't you careful with your words? Well, I am careful with my words, right? I'm very careful. I didn't say anything that was even remotely controversial, but it doesn't matter what I say. So yeah, and then there will be another round of condemn HasanAbi cycle because of the disingenuous framing, right? And then we'll say, where's the context? What's going on here? Philip DeFranco gives a clinic in combating out-of-context exclusive about Hasan.
Himself from Hasan Piker, right? Who, in addition to being one of Fox News' favorite boogeymen, has also been in the center of a lot of debates regarding the Democratic Party. With El-Sayed specifically, you saw him distancing himself after Piker said that American Jewish support for Israel could lead someone to take action against Jews in the U.S. Right? And for a little context there, Piker was talking about Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss refusing to back El-Sayed, and he was actually expressing concern about rising anti-Semitism. Right? In the full clip, he was emphasizing the danger of tying all American Jewish people to Israel right now.
Boom. I'm sure they'll get mad at him for that. That's the thing. Like, people openly show their disdain for taking these disingenuous out of context clips and putting them in the proper context. Like, people get mad. People go, oh, you're defending this person. You're defending this vicious anti-Semite. It's like, no, they're defending the fucking truth. What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry that some people are not going along with your ridiculous smear campaign. It shouldn't be left up to Philip DeFranco to demonstrate higher journalistic integrity than every single mainstream news outlet, by the way. I like Philip DeFranco, but it is crazy that the entire process has been flipped on its head. When you have independent outlets like Philly D, or even myself, that actually cover greater attention to detail than the mainstream outlets that have entire newsrooms, a legion of producers that simply focus on irrelevant, nonsensical bullshit. I talked about this when Dave Weigel reported on it as well, where it was like when Abdul goes on Hasan's stream, he talks for 2 hours uninterrupted about policy. When he goes on CNN, he's hit with soundbite after soundbite after soundbite of clippable moments like, do you condemn Hasan? Do you do this? Do you do that? In the past, the expectation was that if your media diet featured non-professional news outlets, independent media, then you were probably being led astray, right? We don't have the same ethics, the same code of conduct when we're when we're covering the news, right? It's not the same as like a serious news department with a legal team and all this stuff. It turns out we're in opposite world now. Now, this isn't to say all independent news outlets do this. Obviously, that's not the case. Trust me, I know. But perhaps there's a reason why so many people are pouring into independent news outlets and going to places like Zeteo, places like Dropsite News, places like this community, and even Philip DeFranco. That is because, I'm sorry to say this, as someone who is a dedicated news watcher, an article pervert of the highest order, mainstream media has dropped the ball in spectacular display, in spectacular fashion, straight up. And you might say Philip DeFranco is a perpetual fence sitter or whatever, but even then, he has a higher degree of respect for the truth than mainstream outlets do.
Slotkin, no one should casually be suggesting that anyone, Jews or otherwise, are to blame for being targeted. And Congresswoman Haley Stevens, this radio man should stop sowing division and hate in Michigan.
God, I love her. I still love her. She's still growing on me, honestly. This radio man.
And let our election occur without his continued commentary and involvement.
There is zero place for this kind of hatred from somebody like Hasan Piker. He's pathetic and he should be put outside and not welcome into any kind of tent.
Aside from backlash, the comment also creating some distance. Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed, who appeared with Piker multiple times on the campaign trail, now appearing to separate from the Twitch streamer, writing, quote, "I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople." A statement Rabbi Asher Lopatin, who serves the Detroit area, believes doesn't go far enough.
It needs a strong statement of rejection.
Really? Random rabbi, you say? Hold on. Let me take a look. I mean, this is an unbiased random rabbi, right? Surely he's not linked directly to a Republican-backed operation called Democrats for Mike Rogers or anything, right? Like, there's no way. Wait a minute. What? Oh my God. It turns out he's not a random guy at all. It turns out he's a part of the Republican-backed initiative called Democrats for Mike Rogers. What? This is the same thing that like Jubilee does from time to time. The same thing that they do all the time, where they'll be like, here's a concerned mother that we talked to. And then you scratch the surface and you investigate for like 3 seconds. You Google their name and it's like, Moms for Liberty founder arrested for child pornography. That's not just a random concerned mother, man. That's a political operative that was arrested for CSAM. The fuck do you mean? This is not a local woman, and this person is not just a random local rabbi. He is a Republican operative.
And distancing, and also, you know, it needs an apology.
By the way, the Moms for Liberty CSAM story is so commonplace that if you literally looked up like Moms for Liberty, sex scandal, you would probably, let's see, Moms for Liberty sex scandal. Moms for Liberty co-founder faces calls for resignation. Fraudulent MAGA operation Moms for Liberty collapsing in Florida and the nation. Florida School Board recommends ouster of Moms for Liberty. Wait, that was a real example? Yes! Sexual assault and rape at her apartment in Sarasota, Florida in October 2023. I remember when the trans bathroom story happened in Northern Virginia and they talked to a concerned parent and it was the head of the GOP in the county where the story happened. Yeah, it's always concerned parent who happens to be a paid Republican political operative. What the fuck?
The fact that he was so close to him, even if he now distances himself from him, he needs to apologize and say, I don't hang out with those kind of people.
Now, Lopatin pointing to Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, who not only condemned Piker.
This is such a nasty little Republican psyop. You got a Congresswoman, Hillary Scholten, who is embroiled in her own scandal revolving around sexual intercourse with a prominent Michigan Republican, okay, coming out and behaving like a Republican operative under the banner of a Democrat in the state, sitting side by side with the likes of Jamie Raskin and shit, constantly throwing Molotov cocktail after Molotov cocktail at the Abdul El-Sayed candidacy. You got local rabbi who's, again, another Republican operative. You got another state Democrat who has been a Republican Trump voter since 2020 due to COVID vaccines and has left the Democratic Party, even though she still carries the banner of a Democratic politician in the state, who has left the Democratic Party over LGBTQ, left the Democratic Party over COVID vaccinations, all this shit, right? And these guys are sincerely running around being like, as Democrats, we find Abdul to be unconscionable. And there isn't enough pushback against this stuff. The Democratic Party, broadly, instead of looking at these snakes and saying, none of you are real Democrats, they're running around saying, I'm not a real Democrat. I'm not invested in fucking defeating Donald Trump. It blows my mind. These guys are doing a Republican operation to destroy the Senate majority, and establishment Democrats are leaning into this shit. We have to get the word out, man. We have to show people the truth. It blows my goddamn mind. I promise you, if Midas Touch liberals found out about what's going on here, instead of just at most seeing my name be mentioned all over media and going, who cares? If they actually understood the sophisticated operation at play here, using the Democratic brand to attack the Democratic Senate candidate from Michigan to destroy the Democratic Party's chances of winning the Senate majority, I think most liberals would lose their fucking minds. They would be unbelievably pissed off.
Comment on social media, but said if El Sayed reached out to her, which he hasn't, she would have some questions.
As I made pretty clear, a lot of it has to do with past associations with Hasan Piker.
The Democratic candidates and insiders need to show concern for Abdel El Sayed's positions.
Now, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries also speaking out, writing that the claims are dangerous and anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, Piker is defending his remarks, posting that falsely tying Israel to Jewish people is increasing anti-Semitism, adding here, quote, "This isn't a call for violence." Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Speaking of Canada.
By the way, be on the lookout for another poll that comes out where Abdul has like +7 on Mike Rogers. And then there will be another barrage of anti-Hasan attacks. They'll say Abdul El Sayed is hugging and kissing Hasan secretly behind closed doors, and that he needs to immediately drop out of the race and allow Mike Rogers to win. The more he performs, the more pro-Israel Democrats are going to lose their fucking minds every goddamn day for the next 68 days until November.
Abdul El Sayed, he's distancing himself from Hasan Piker. Piker was singing a song mocking slain conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Is there a place for this faction in the Democratic Party? Is the tent big enough?
I think that there is a place for it, and I think that this type of conversation is very, very healthy. Now, I disagree with Hasan Piker.
Wait, Jared Polis challenged me to a debate? What the hell?
Well, I have no idea. Obviously, he has his listeners. I mean, I'd, be happy to debate him or take him on just as I would any host. I disagree with him on many things. I think everybody really, runs their own campaigns. And fundamentally, you have to show how you're going to help improve the lives of people in your state, in the country, reduce the cost of healthcare, improve the economy. And,
Get in here, Jared. Yeah, I would do it. I would debate Jared Polis 100%. I don't know what we would debate on, but I mean, there's plenty of issues where I disagree with him.
On a lot of things, and I would tell him that, and he would be okay with that. But I still think it's important to have these ideological battles and see who comes out on top. I mean, even in Wisconsin, people were saying that the DSA candidate, the Democratic Socialist candidate, was going to sweep, and it ended up being a nail-biter where the more establishment candidate ended up winning. So there's a healthy conversation happening, and of course, I disagree with some of Piker's more out there views, but to say that we should cut off his followers and his fans from being able to participate in the party, I think would be short-sighted right now.
There is a coordinated smear campaign against the leftist streamer Hasan Piker.
Strange that it seems Nira agrees that Israel's actions make the world unsafe for Jews. I know. I mean, she is such a cynical mercenary, dude. Here at Netanyahu, hopefully will lose his job here, attacks Haley from Michigan for stating the obvious fact that Netanyahu is making Jews in America and the world less safe. You know what I say to that?
What gives?
Wow, it turns out all of these guys that have been complaining about what I said were actually praising Haley Stevens for saying the same thing last month. Oh my God. Perhaps this story has nothing to do with my commentary around anti-Semitism increasing due to Israel's actions and everything to do with the fact that I am against Israel's genocide. I am against America's undying loyalty to the state of Israel that has allowed Israel to behave in the belligerent manner and the violent ways that it has destabilized the entire region. Haley Stevens, on the other hand, is an uncompromising and loyal stooge for Israel. And that is the reason why when she says stuff like that, it's not a big deal. When I say stuff like that, all of a sudden, I'm Mr. Jew hater. Arno Rosenfeld, the one thing Hasan Piker could say to begin healing ties with the U.S. Jews. Yeah, I know. It's not. I know what his argument is. I saw it already. It's on the front page. Arno says, on the one hand, you keep saying liberal Zionists are fascist. They're liberal Nazis because Zionism is fascism. But on the other hand, you say you're not as hostile to the likes of Brad Lander, who considers himself a liberal Zionist. My argument on this is very clear. I have repeatedly explained it over and over again. I'm an American. I live in the United States of America. I have to deal with who I disagree with vehemently, whose ideas that I believe demonstrate varying degrees of white supremacy, for example, as long as they are not a hurdle towards an overarching goal of ending the occupation, ending the genocide, ending the apartheid, then they're fine. Yes, we will have disagreements on this issue. We will have disagreements on how people present themselves, on the setbacks. But ultimately, I have to be pragmatic. I am not going to spend time behaving in an antagonistic manner towards those who are far closer to my opinion when the overwhelming majority of people in positions of power are unbelievably hostile to the idea of even declaring Israel to be an apartheid state. It's just true. These people are hostile to the truth. Okay? So that's it. Some recognition for Piker that many American Jews are grappling with their relationship to Israel as a minority group in a historically hostile diaspora would go a long way towards reassuring them he views them as more than would-be Nazis or terrorists. Of course I view that. Of course I view them as that. How do you think I have converted so many young American Jews to anti-Zionism? I didn't do that by being like, you're all fucking little Nazis. It's twofold, okay? It's a two-parter. On the one hand, shame is obviously important, especially when the crimes are so severe. But also on the other hand, I'm understanding of people's social conditioning, right? I'm understanding of people's social conditioning. I understand it. That's why I love Simone Zimmerman. We've talked some of my favorite guests, some of my closest friends did not start off as anti-Zionist Jews, but were initially liberal Zionists themselves. They worked in J Street. Noah Cohen is a great example of this, right? But having said all of that, of course, Zionism is a racist ideology. The sad reality is that there are plenty of people, not just with Zionism, but with numerous, with varying degrees of racist ideology that they have been socially conditioned into believing. That doesn't mean that they're irredeemable. That's my opinion. That's always been my opinion. That's why there are some who fucking yell at me all the time and say I'm far too forgiving. I'm far too aggressive. Meanwhile, most people say I'm too aggressive with my commentary on Zionism and my hostility towards Zionism. Hasan, don't you dare fucking back down from this bullshit. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Are you fantasizing about me potentially backing down from a position? I'm not even saying like, oh, let's begin the healing ties with U.S. Jews. I have already clarified this position that this person is demanding of me. Okay? Most of this conversation inevitably devolves into, and I had this conversation with Peter Beinart, it devolves into, well, don't you feel like Nazi carries a lot of power, especially when you're talking about Jewish people? And I say, I understand that, but I'm not precious about deploying the terminology because I do think that if you have sympathies for a country from its formation that has conducted ethnic cleansing, then yeah, of course, that's just the truth. That doesn't mean that people who have sympathies are irredeemable across the board. It's accurate, though. It's accurate. Anyway, but so much of this is just crosstalk where people have decided what their perspective is about my commentary because they've seen clips. I push back against those who say I care too much about anti-Semitism, that I'm a philo-Semite, I'm a Jewish supremacist, a liberal Zionist, and I push back against people who will then turn around and tell me that I don't care about Jewish people's feelings at all on this issue. It's not true. I think I'm a fairly pragmatic and very balanced person on this issue, and I approach it with the nuance that it deserves. I think a lot of people don't understand that what I'm trying to say here is perhaps a little bit more insane, which is that there are varying degrees of supremacist ideology that people buy into. And as an American, I have to deal with people and their social conditioning on those supremacist values. So it's not just Jewish supremacy. There's white supremacy as well. There's nationalisms of different sorts that I have to deal with. And in order to organize a broad movement, I have to work with people that have values like that and try to convert them away.
By the Democratic Party establishment over Israel's US armed and facilitated genocide against the Palestinian people. The bottom line about what's happening here, because the American people have turned against Israel in revulsion at the genocide and want to stop facilitating its crimes facilitated by them, their country, their government, their states, and that opposition is overwhelmingly amongst the Democratic rank and file. But the Democratic Party establishment remains invested in the alliance with Israel, and they fear being swept aside by pro-Palestinian left-wing candidates in upcoming primaries, because that is already their response is to smear pro-Palestinian figures, in this case, to specifically try and toxify Hasan Piker, to try and nullify his ability to mobilize grassroots supporters to get progressive candidates to win Democratic primaries. That's because he has been successful in helping progressive candidates get selected to win these primaries. And so they want to deter progressive candidates from getting his help on the basis that they will then pay a price if they do. Therefore, he won't be able to mobilize support in support of those candidates. They also, the Democratic establishment, want to destroy the chances of progressive candidates like Abdul al-Said, who was successful in becoming...
I'm going to skip this.
They got hit with the tornado.
You are getting susceptible to bandwagon fallacy, where people start thinking if this many people think you've done something wrong, then they must be correct. I mean, I don't care, dude. I have said this a million times over, man. Listen. I am a socialist, anti-imperialist in the United States of America. You think it's my first foray into being misunderstood or hated for a position that many will inevitably arrive at? No. That's just what it is, baby. Being a socialist, being a leftist, especially in America, is simply being right, but too early, and having everybody yell at you, even after they arrive at your positions that you were, championing for decades. That's it. So you have to take the victories in grace, and you have to identify that you were not ever supposed to be in this position of victory to begin with. Don't ever take it for granted. My perspective on so many things have not changed at all in the last decade. That's why you can go back to 2016, 2017, 2014, whether when I was writing at the Huffington Post or whether I was making Young Turks videos, and you will hear me say the exact same things from back then. What is this? It's genuinely funny looking back at the mass psychosis present when the Iran war started. A WhatsApp from a U.S. Navy SEAL says, Hillel Fold. We're a little ahead of schedule. Today, we completely wiped out their Navy. They have 0 ships now. We have full air superiority. All effective ADA sites are gone, so they have no ground to air. They have some ballistic cruiser and some one-way Group 2 and 3 drones left. They already lost. We're just doing surgical work right now. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy. What is this? When this happened to Corbyn, I worried that he backed down too much. I love him, but he didn't wear it well. Much faith in you, big man. No, I'm younger than Corbyn. You know what I mean? There's that element. Also, I'm not a politician. I'm a media person. I have a lot more liberties. I don't have to worry about factions. Part of the reason why is because my faction is an outsider faction regardless. My loyalty is to the American working class broadly. But outside of that, my loyalty also in the interim and the immediate sense of it to a political organization lies with the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? I care about building socialism in this country. So for me, it's like these centrist Democrats, these establishment Democrats, these right-wing Democrats, Zionists of different like ideological teams, ideological tendencies. Who gives a shit if they fucking oppose me? I oppose them, It's fine. You will never see a real, true, I was going to say true blue, but true red DSA cadre come out and be like, fuck this Hasan guy, he's bad. Or if they've done so, that means they are completely betraying, in my opinion, betraying the fucking movement. Or maybe I have betrayed the movement at that point. This guy pearl clutching about your take secretly agrees with it.
Dick sucks, okay? But one of the things that actually is true is that is technically true, though. It is one of the annoying things about Israel is that you are the only Jewish state on the planet. You conduct yourself in a fucking unhinged manner. It's not really that surprising when people start to get overall like a bad impression of Jewish people. Now, it's not good. Shouldn't happen. But also like Netanyahu, bruh. What the fuck? Fucking pro-pally dick sucks, okay?
Huh. Oh my God, another position from the debate pedophile over here. Another position that he technically agrees with, but he can't get himself to openly mention that he agrees with because he's not a fucking real actor. He has no moral compass. He doesn't care about the issues. He's just operating on pure 100% resentment. Oh my God. Ben Lorber says, at its philosophical core, the early Zionist movement claimed to reorient the Jewish people as a political actors charged with historical responsibility. Ironically, today, many Jews claim their Zionism as a kind of tender personal retreat from historical and political responsibility. They define it as a personal connection to Israel or throw around a term like self-determination. These words don't mean anything, and the people using them don't intend them to. It's a way to avoid squarely facing the moment that we live in. Many of the smarter early theorists of cultural Zionism would be ashamed by these kinds of vacuous arguments. They criticize precisely this kind of blinkered myopia in co-religionists who refuse to actually address political reality with grounded honesty. There was also this, Tim Miller of the Bulwark begging Neera Tanden to tweet less about me.
Why we love each other. One reason why we love each other is because we're both posters at heart. Your Twitter energy, though, lately has been a little bit off of Susan Collins for my taste. I counted this morning 15 tweets about Hasan Piker since Sunday. A lot of attacking the left right now from you on the Twitter account when we have a big challenge ahead of us in November. And so,
yes, I think this is a really important thing to
that.
discuss. I actually appreciate the opportunity to talk about this because I want to make a distinction. And I've said this publicly. I said this to the New York Times like a month or two ago, which is we're like left candidates, even DSA.
Is she drunk again? At this point, we've only seen Neera Tanden sober one time when she was doing a Center for American Progress front-facing camera video. God damn, it's crazy, man. How the fuck does this person operate?
Line candidates win in swing states. Where DSA candidates win in blue cities.
Oh.
Like, that's a healthy thing for a party. It's okay for a Democratic broad tent to have very liberal candidates in very liberal parts of the country. And when people complain about this, I say to them, there are like some really cuckoo members in like MAGA parts of the country. And, you know, like it's a big tent and we should be clear with that. My concern, and it's a genuine concern, is that Hasan Piker is noxious to the brand of the Democratic Party in swing states and swing districts. And I'm always for a big tent, but big tents have tent poles. And tent pole for me is we should be against racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism.
I'm talking about strategy. I'm talking about strategy. Like Abdul won. 15 tweets about Piker this week feels like a lot. Like Abdul won, and he's got...
Even this is kind of cowardly. I don't know why people don't just say the truth about it. I guess they like each other. That's probably the reason why. I just fucking, dude, this would not be appropriate. Tim Miller, if I spent every fucking waking moment talking about David Crowley being a piece of shit or something and constantly taking pot shots at David Crowley, how many fucking YouTube videos would you make, Tim Miller, about the left is trying to destroy the Democratic Party uniting under the same banner? No, seriously. Seriously. I want, Tim Miller, I hope you see this video. I want you to ask yourself, perhaps you haven't really considered this. How would you have a conversation with me if I was like retweeting, I don't know, Nick Fuentes or something, shitting on David Crowley and being racist to David Crowley? Would you have me on your show to have a cordial conversation? Or would you lose your fucking mind for good reason? Because that's what Neera Tanden did to me. She retweeted Laura Loomer claiming that I was engaging in ninja taqiyya, the idea that you can never trust a Muslim because Muslims, they lie as a part of their religion. Can you imagine if I did even a fraction of what Neera Tanden has done in this entire election cycle, in the last couple of months? That's what's so fucked up about this process. I get that you guys are all in DC or have, spent a good deal of time there. You guys are operatives and you have a cordial relationship with one another. Me and Tim have a cordial relationship with one another. We've appeared on stage together. How would you treat me if I was doing what Neera Tanden was doing to David Crowley? My candidate lost, so fuck David Crowley. If I ran around doing that, if I ran around constantly taking pot shots at David Crowley, if DSA and numerous other political organizations were like, we are refusing to work with David Crowley. We don't want David Crowley to win. And then there was a media cycle around it. And I was running around saying, I hate David Crowley. Like, this conversation would not be cordial. And I wouldn't expect it to be cordial. You're being far too nice to Neera Tanden here. You're being much nicer to Neera Tanden than what she deserves at this moment. And if we don't actually implement a sense of shame against these shameless mercenaries, they're never going to behave appropriately when the moment requires them to, at the very least, get out of the way. Because I'm not begging for Neera Tanden to talk about how awesome Abdul is every day. I'm just begging her to shut the fuck up about Abdul al-Sayed. Just that's it. That's it. That's it. If you don't like the man, don't talk about him. The Senate majority hinges on this. It does not fucking make sense. I think you can shame shameless people. Okay? There is power in social inoculation. There's power in a sense of community. If more people came out like Pecan was and actively started saying, Neera Tanden, what the fuck are you doing? You are responsible for the most consequential center-left think tank in the Hill, and you're running around actively yelling about your left flank every day. You look like a silly asshole. You are dividing the base. You are fomenting voter apathy. You are spitting on the faces of hundreds of thousands of Democratic Party voters that door knock for candidates over and over again, telling them to suck it. The fuck's wrong with you? This is not the behavior of a professional political operative. This is the behavior of a drunk sociopath. It is completely ridiculous. And part of the reason why Neera Tanden gets away with doing this is because no one actually gives her a stern talking to. Okay? That's it. If her peers were to be honest with her and to say, look, you're like a 60-year-old political operative. You worked on every fucking political campaign. Is this a normal way to conduct yourself? Conduct yourself professionally. Act like you understand the importance of defeating Trumpism in this country for one fucking second in your life, regardless of your ideological resentment towards your left flank. What the fuck? You're behaving like a fucking child. Like a drunk bully. Both drunk with power and drunk on alcohol as well.
I've got things that I could nitpick Abdul about, but like he's not campaigning with the Sun anymore. Like that was in the past. And again, so like
look at the excitement in her eyes. She's like, Abdul's not campaigning with her. It's like, why is this your number one priority?
It's like not that helpful. It doesn't feel like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I feel like I have tried to be clear that it's good. It's a good thing that he's moved off of Biker. And I've said multiple times I would support Abdul al-Sayed. I think this is a good step.
Yeah, then shut the fuck up now, please. Please, shut the fuck up, please. Okay? Focus on races you care about. Okay? It is obsessive. Her and Shannon Watts and Fred Gutenberg. There's a couple of these like NGO guys and think tank consultants from the Beltway that are just insane, dude. And their own fans recognize it too. Even I'm seeing it in their replies, which they, hide usually. But it's crazy. They're literally like, dude, what are you talking about? You haven't stopped tweeting about this fucking guy.
People looked at his statement and
Trey Easton is another one. Even the other guy that was the John Fetterman guy from Searchlight Institute has been a little bit more agreeable in this process, where at least he entertains the notion of Abdul al-Sayed winning. Whereas Trey Easton is still trying to take pot shots because these guys literally have decided they're my op, I'm their op. Their number one priority is to just endlessly chirp about me. Hasan Piker's just a streamer in California is giving Nick Fuentes just an internet troll. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. We know what you're doing, Neera. You are not slick. You can't directly shit on Abdul, so you fucking use me as a way to consistently take pot shots. She's not well. She has petty lib tyrant brain. I'm not obsessed with Piker. Everyone else is. Search Neera Tanden Piker. insanity. This is not normal.
That it's not enough. Abdullah Saeed's statement. It's not enough. I think this is a good step. You know, you can't, like, it's good when people do stuff you want them to do. That's great. But I'll tweet less if you'd like.
No, I like your tweeting. I'm just trying to get like an 80-20 ratio.
I don't think anyone would talk to me in the same way if I behaved like Neera Tanden did, which is ironic because they claim I behave like Neera Tanden against Kamala Harris. All this shit also creates a permission structure for Nick Fuentes to further enter the mainstream. The comparisons legitimize them. I know, I've already given up on that. Did you ever think you'd see serious people Ethan climaxing? No, I did not. I thought that these guys would have like more shit going on in their lives. He will without Piker. At least one of us will be happy about that. What is this? Because he caved to the mob you spent months whipping up. Why did El-Sayed distance himself from Piker? Was he duped? He will without Piker. At least one of us will be happy. Here's the difference between me and Neera Tanden, okay? If Abdul El-Sayed won, whether he distanced from me or not, okay, or sufficiently distanced, let's say, to Neera Tanden's liking, I wouldn't give a shit. I would still be happy because I want him to fucking win. Neera, on the other hand, cannot see the world as anything but an opportunity for social progress for herself, for career advancement, social advancement. That's the only way she operates, and this is pure projection. You're warning about painting Jews as a monolith gets more relevant? Yeah. IDF soldiers are outside of Columbia University gates despite a lawsuit filed by Palestinian students stating that Columbia created a racist, hostile environment. The soldiers are part of the Frontline Advocates, a new Israel MFA program. We are IDF. We have been to Gaza. Ask us anything. And then a peace sign. Nazis, dude. The double standard once again. What is important to understand is that if these IDF soldiers are harassed or attacked in any way, the headline will be Jewish students attacked in an anti-Semitic incident. This isn't hyperbole. This is the exact scenario that has played out a dozen times on U.S. college campuses. In November 2024, when 2 IDF soldiers were attacked on the DePaul campus while standing next to a sign that read, "Come talk about Israel with an IDF soldier," the media covered it entirely as an anti-Semitic hate crime and did not mention or downplay that they were IDF soldiers. When they were attacked because they were Jewish students or because they were open members and supporters of a military that at that point, all major human rights organizations have determined was committing genocide. I wonder which one of those reasons were those people attacked. Categorically, across media, counter-protesting, harassment attacks on pro-Israel students are framed in the most sectarian terms possible, while violent attacks on pro-Palestine students, UCLA May 2024, Columbia January 2024, by Zionist vigilantes is framed in purely ideological terms. Attacks on pro-Palestine students is never, and I mean never, framed as attacks on Muslims or Arab students. It is always stripped of sectarianism or racial hatred. Meanwhile, opposition to the most openly ideological Zionist political activity is framed in sectarian terms as a rule. This one-sided sectarian framing is reflected in the data of campus protest coverage. In the first 6 months, there were 1,385 standalone mentions of anti-Semitism in New York Times, Washington Post, USA Today, AP, Politico, Axios. During the same time frame, there were only 22 mentions of Islamophobia. This is despite the fact that according to the university's own findings, there was roughly an equal amount of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on college campuses. This is according to their own studies commissioned on behalf of pro-Israel donors and lawmakers. It's not just support for Israel and Zionism that's increasingly viewed by courts and our media as a protected class comparable to religion or race. It's open support and membership in the IDF. This is obviously batshit, illiberal, and makes a mockery of minority protections. Can you imagine? The Klan, being a part of the Klan is a protected political expression, protected political identity. Being a Nazi, being a part of the American Nazi Party is a part of a protected political identity. There is a level of political protection you get broadly, regardless of how odious your worldview is in the United States of America under the First Amendment, okay? But that doesn't reach that doesn't reach the same standard of protection that we're offering to literal war criminals, okay? To people who have conducted war crimes, to people who are openly saying they have conducted war crimes. When someone says, I'm an IDF soldier and I was in Gaza, you are openly admitting, according to virtually every human rights organization, you are admitting to being a part of a military that is a belligerent occupier and has violated numerous human rights laws and has conducted a genocide. You're no longer going to get the same level of protection that anyone else would. Here's Hunter Biden.
I turn on these shows and it's like a circular firing squad because they end up talking about Hasan Piker for 45 minutes. You know what Hasan Piker did? Hasan Piker is a live stream guy that has been doing it for I don't know how many years, and he has thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of him just feeling shit into a microphone. By the way, but at the same time, you know what Hasan Piker's done? He has created a little bit of a movement of a group of people that are absolutely opposed to the fascism of Donald Trump. And you know what? I want to tap into that. I don't want to opt out of it. I want to figure out with Hasan Piker whether or not we can find common ground and fight against the same enemy. Instead, what these guys are doing is he's a virulent anti-Semite and everybody's this, that, and the other thing. And it's just like, and he said this about 9/11 and he said that. It's like, my God.
I'm gonna have Hunter Biden on stream. I will. Laptop Faptop Alliance. Okay, you see this? Ted Cruz's tiny dick. Legend. I did this to him as well, by the way. People shouldn't forget. All right, let's do Professor Dave.
It's been a minute since I dropped this Hiroshima bomb, immaculately laying out the case for Israel's genocide against Palestinians and dunking on Destiny the fake progressive for denying said genocide. Well, now that the massive wave of damage control from his camp is over, it's time to drop the Nagasaki, so buckle up. If you haven't seen this video, go ahead and give it a watch first. It was a long time coming, given how much I've been talking about Israel and passing in other content, and I was quite pleased to see how many eyes I was able to open regarding the cesspool of immorality and disdain for human life that is Israel. Again, Destiny's cult went absolutely apeshit over it and brigaded my channel harder than any troll army has ever brigaded me before, perhaps with the singular exception of Matt Walsh's cult, when I made some content to Destiny's cult, you're one notch less toxic than the Daily Wire lemmings, and I really mean just one small notch, while Matt's cult left comments shouting pedo and groomer literally every couple seconds for 2 full weeks. Destiny's cult left similarly toxic comments every 20 seconds or so for only 1 week, still desperately trying to change the optics in service of their loser hero. So I cut off their brigade just like I did for Matt, because that's what troll armies deserve, and they had a conniption about that too. All of this activity was perhaps the funniest part of the debacle to me. In my video, I specifically showed what a Zionist smear campaign from a bot army looks like. The fake copy-pasted Twitter posts that all use the same wording, the bot farm output on my channel that was just thousands of instances of this dumb comment, and yet that's exactly what these dumbasses did to my Destiny video. Almost like they didn't know that their behavior was predicted in the first 5 minutes of the video they did.
Yeah, they always do that. They always operate like bots. I think they do deploy bots too. Oh, I forgot to mention something, by the way, in my coverage when we were talking about like the anti-Hasan slop, the Hasan derangement syndrome. There was a Republican that was posting about, Curtis Hook, flashback. Here was a glowing, gushing, 100% positive profile of Hasan Piker from NBC News Now back on September 30th, 2024. Nothing about Jews, Islam, Israel. I said, yeah, this was before I started getting involved in Democratic Party primaries to get people who want to hold Israel accountable elected.
Well, you might have heard of the streaming platform Twitch. It was once
I think
really
it's
fun as a
interesting to
platform
do a blast from the past look at post-October 7 media coverage even before I became a significant threat. What changed? Half of those quotes that they're slamming on were from before these pieces. Is it because they just found out about those quotes? No, of course not. In some of these puff pieces, I literally address some of the quotes. Let's take a look.
People play video games like Fortnite, but now there's a new genre on the site, political commentary.
That's right. This is how millions of Gen Zers and millennials are keeping up with the latest election news. NBC News digital reporter Maya Egan is here with more on one specific person on this site. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys. So Hasan Piker's channel is called HasanAbi, and he shared with me that a lot of his audience members are feeling frustrated right now with all the ups and downs of this political year, but they're still wanting to stay informed and keeping up with him in a non-traditional way. Take a look at some of our conversation.
Hasan Piker is not your typical political commentator.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the f you are.
You might think of Twitch as a site for gamers, but now millions of people also watch streamers watching the news on the platform instead of traditional TV. And 70% of those users under the age of 35.
Hasan is the biggest political commentator on Twitch.
Hasan's channel, HasanAbi, was the third most streamed channel globally on Twitch as of August 2024, drawing in over 114 million views and 2.7 million subscribers.
This is before Asmongold became a political commentator, decided to grift.
HasanAbi.
He kind of pioneered the space for the style of political coverage he does.
He provides commentary and answers questions live 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for newsy events like the last presidential debate.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. Yeah! And this is what's happening.
So we spent a few days with Hasan to get his perspective on what Gen Z wants.
If politicians want to appeal to Gen Z, it's not about the memes and streams. It's just like communicate to them that they are worthy of attention and that their desires are valid and that you're actually going to do something.
With 10% of voters under 30 saying they won't be voting in November and 67% of them saying the country is going in the wrong direction, according to our NBC News Stay Tuned poll, both Dems and Republicans are looking for ways to draw this bloc to the voting booth.
A lot of young people, maybe first-time voters, were completely activated in a major way during Black Lives Matter. They were out in the streets, they were protesting, they did the activism, they did the voting, they voted for Joe Biden won, and then what happened? Nothing. Nothing changed in a significant way. It probably discourages a lot of people.
Twitch's audience is largely young men, a demographic that nationally is trending more conservative, according to a poll by Reuters. As streamers like Aiden Ross, who interviewed Donald Trump in August on Kick, appealed to this group.
And do you know what the hits are yet? Do you know?
Hasan is a prominent voice on the left and even streamed from this year's Democratic National Convention.
The way that people depict the left online in these spaces was cartoonish, hysterical, woke scold, like social justice warriors. And I felt like there was no one really representing just like a normal dude who just doesn't want to be an asshole to like random marginalized people, you know what I mean?
Where do you see your role fitting into that? Are you trying to engage the young viewers watching your stream? Are you trying to encourage them to vote?
I think voting is the least important, most consequential thing you can do. It's not the end all be all. I always stress people to vote, of course, but that's not like all these like get out to vote initiatives. They're silly. It's just, if you want to make people vote, you got to offer them something, either party.
Hasan says his goal is to entertain and educate young people while trying to limit the number of folks online from blindly believing misinformation and falling into hateful communities. And he said Twitch has moved on from just gamer bros.
There were a lot of diverse gamers from different backgrounds, but they were not necessarily being represented in terms of their politics. All these like center-right and centrist figures were basically leaning further and further in the right in their politics. Okay, if I can get 100 people to not go down that pipeline and instead be normal about trans people and stop breaking their own brains, like constantly thinking about trans people and what they're up to, then that's good. That's a success for me.
So, Maya, I'm wondering if you guys talked about any specific issues, like ones that really matter to young people this election and what Hasan says about them on his channel.
Yeah, so he mentioned that cost of living is obviously a huge concern for his audience. They say that they're really pessimistic about their financial future. That's something we've seen reflected in our own NBC News data, but also this Harvard Youth poll that was recently released. It said that majority of voters 18 to 29 support things like a cap on prescription drugs. 66% support eliminating taxes on tips. Healthcare, another big issue, with majority supporting a nationwide law to legalize abortion, and 55% supporting a $25,000 being given to first-time homebuyers. Savannah.
All right, Maya Eglin.
You really have been on a different path for a while. So much progress. Or this one. Tony O'Sullivan.
This is Hasan Piker.
This is my dog Kaya. I thought you legitimately were going to work out.
I can do some weights.
Yeah. Also from November 27, 2024. I actually only support aid to home buyers who open a small business in a disadvantaged community for 3 years. Dude, wait, Abdul again?
3,200.
The one thing that I always miss is that the audience isn't an external. Is part of what a streamer is in line. Unlike traditional media, Hasan isn't just Hasan. And like 150,000 plus regular community members, which is crazy OP. Yeah. Megaphonics. Can I get my VIP back? Red names are invisible to me. Wow. You know, I did notice that I haven't been responding to Megaphonics as much because his VIP was taken away. For good reason. Because Megaphonics chose personal training over coming to the San Francisco Fear and podcast live taping. fake fan.
And watch thousands of comments that all mention something about being brain broken and bringing up mental health and something about flat earthers. Dave is brain broken and he is the flat earther now, concerned for his mental health, profoundly transparent. This was of course happening on Reddit more than anywhere else with all the exact same language. Brain broken because he speaks out against genocide, totally not curated at all. And when they were deprived of their primary
I genuinely think so many of my haters spend such a long period of time watching me, like hate watching me, that they end up adopting my terminology. I feel like I haven't really heard other people say brain broken as much as I do. And I truly believe that a big part of this hate brigade is constantly hate watching so much that they start talking like me.
Tactic, swarming a comment section with copy-paste spam comments to try and change the narrative. They had a complete meltdown.
Also, they repeat the same points and then engage in the active projection, of course. That's also awesome. Always and forever.
This despite the fact that Destiny's cult actively encourages him to block people and delete their comments, and they even do it on his behalf. Check this shit out. Destiny's IG comments are being flooded. We need to step up. It's gotta be stupid Hasan Piker, and we need to do something. Just delete the comments we don't like. Someone pull a double shift of deleting comments for me. Come on, warriors. And just blatantly talking about how curating comment sections for optics is the only thing that matters to them. Unreal. This is why completely erasing these loser hypocrites.
Destiny literally called on his audience to report this video to YouTube them out. They're such fucking insane people, dude. They're like little cyber terrorists. They're so perfect for the Hasbara operation, honestly. And then they have the audacity to claim I fucking brigade shit when I'm too busy with real politics, okay? Their only output is doing this, brigading YouTube videos and like mass harassing commenters that have hurt Destiny's feelings. Is, you know, he's such a goddamn narcissist that anyone who has ever slighted him become the #1 op. All they do is just brigade shit all day, every day. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
Is the only correct course of action. Letting them poison the optics is no good. If I combat their lies individually, I'm unhinged and crashing out. So instead, complete erasure is the obvious consequence, and they whine about that even though they specifically encourage it from their dear leader. Besides the meltdown from Destiny's cult, Destiny made a pathetic attempt at reacting to my video, where he basically just sat there either laughing and saying nothing, or skipping ahead frantically as I outlined the case for genocide he is ideologically bound to denying, like a young Earth creationist listening to a geology lecture. That was expected, of course, but the big surprise was Travis over at Pangburn having a total meltdown, making something like 50 hours of content about my one video, becoming progressively more and more unhinged as he went. Just take a look at the run times of these reaction videos, as well as the titles of the more recent ones. In fact, that's part of the reason for the delay in making this follow-up video. I had to wrap up my incredibly extensive Fauci video, and then I had a short family vacation, but I also just had to let this wave of damage control wrap up simply to maximize the comedic impact of this video. I mean, truly, this guy is off his fucking rocker. In case you don't know who Pangburn is, he hosted my vaccine debate where Dan Wilson and I humiliated Pierre Corey and Steve Kirsch. He also platforms Destiny regularly through his anti-Trump tour. In fact, Destiny seems to be the only way this guy makes money these days, which would explain why he would expose himself by coming to Destiny's defense, especially after some previous scandals he's had that we will outline later in the video. But the mask-off, full-blown genocide denial from him was definitely unexpected. Anyway, we're gonna go through Destiny's train wreck of a response, followed by select highlights from Pangburn's marathon damage control session, since it's absolutely hilarious. And for the cherry on top, we're going to go way, way deeper into Destiny's bizarre sexcapades involving minors and violation of consent. Because if his cult went this ape shit from my first video, why not give them a fucking nervous breakdown? Hornet's Nest, remember? Okay, let's get started by looking at Destiny's response. But which one? There are several. Every time Professor Dave lied in his hit piece. Was it really a hit piece, since for the vast majority of it I was talking about Israel's genocide and not him? That seems dishonest. Destiny reacts to Professor Dave's takedown video. WTF is this? This is me exposing you as a genocide denier. Oh, and then the damage control from the fans. Coward. Deranged hit piece. He's hiding and scared.
I think he's the perfect YouTuber to deal with this guy's madness, by the way. I didn't know anything about Professor Dave until this back and forth. I am so glad that this dude is an anti-Zionist, that he cares about genocide, especially at a time when so many fucking YouTubers demonstrate cowardice with regular frequency because all they care about is their bag. None of them want to get yelled at. Every single one of them is terrified of these sorts of brigades. They see even people like myself get fucking harassed endlessly, and they go, I don't want to play a role in this at all. And this man is built different. He is thorough. He is ruthless. He uses the economy of language and time. He's awesome.
Look how unhinged I am in this AI-generated expression I've never made in my life. Destiny exposes Dave. He's so terrified. And Hasan Piker is in the thumbnail for literally no reason whatsoever. Dave's brain is broken. There's that phrase again. Okay, which one do we tackle? This long one seems to be the main one, so let's dig right into it, starting with the Stinger intro. Remember, the Stinger intro is always front-loaded with all the super awesome, most kick-ass moments where he is totally owning so hard. So if he's got any real ammo, we should see it right away, yeah? At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day.
Who? I keep hearing this claim. Who's getting paid? I haven't met anybody. I didn't get paid. Who's getting paid for this? Source? No.
Yes, he is actually trying to pretend that Israel does.
Yeah, no, definitely. I love the big brain on this guy. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Who's getting paid? Sorry. One of the most visible stories, dude. Do people in his audience, like, do they just not Google shit? Like when he says source, does no one in his audience actually go, you know what? I am going to Google that. Israel pays Hasbara. Wow. From the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, the 8th front inside Israel's $1 billion influence operation. Jerusalem Post. Israel spends millions to influence U.S. opinion. The Times of Israel. Israel just quintupled its PR budget to $730 million. Oh, wow. That's it. That's all you needed to do.
Doesn't pay influencers to disseminate propaganda. It is absolutely trivial common knowledge that Israel does this.
We have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battle.
I mean, how could you say Benjamin Netanyahu is in any way, shape, or form reflective of Israel's policies? He's just one guy. Oh, I guess all Jews agree with the leader of the Israeli state. I mean, whatever. He's just one guy. What's next? Everybody in Israel agrees with Benjamin Netanyahu? Why is Netanyahu a trustworthy resource? Source?
Battlefields in which we engage. And the most important
What is he, the prime minister?
We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers.
Yes, they fight with their weaponized influencers on social media, says Bibi himself. The most recent incarnation of this activity is called the Esther Project, financed through Bridges Partners LLC, where influencers are paid up to $7,000 per post to promote Hasbara narratives. As you just saw, Bibi has publicly admitted this.
Well, actually, Israel unironically reneged on that offer and is being sued by Elon Levy and many others because they just didn't deliver the payouts. What is this? XQC, he shows it right now. The fuck about XQC? Sunun is the rare Republican with bona fides of standing up to Israel. Pappas is one of AIPAC's top recipients. 78% of New Hampshire Dems say Israel's committing a genocide. Storm brewing here. That is crazy.
Describing social media as the most important weapon, acknowledging that it's the reason they arranged for a Zionist takeover of TikTok, which we talked about in the other video. This has been going on well before October 7th, so you bet your ass it was happening with the greatest intensity immediately after October 7th, since that was the most crucial period for manufacturing consent from the American public for a pre-planned genocide America would be funding.
Just 3 days after October 7th, Israel launched an initiative to recruit social media influencers in the United States to defend Israel. A spokesperson said, "Fighting on social networks and influencing international public opinion is critical during wartime. The world must understand that Israel's struggle is one of light against darkness, a life-loving culture versus lowly terrorists." It's obvious why Israel needs propaganda. The only way to have a country based on legalized racial supremacy is through propaganda, like Nazi Germany and Jim Crow apartheid had, that twists the reality of the situation. And Israel actually has its own word for propaganda, which is Hasbara, which translates to explain in Hebrew. In the weeks following October 7th, Israel already had a lot to explain. A number of American influencers got emails offering them $5,000 and brand sponsorships in exchange for doing a single live stream supporting Israel. The email read, "I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a global collective of agencies, influencers, and content creators who are coming together to raise awareness about the difficult situation in Israel."
And that's American influencers. What the fuck did you think was happening in Israel? It wasn't just Elon Levy, one of the shitstains Destiny interviewed in his Israel adventures, who pushed the beheaded babies and other bullshit narratives. Hundreds of influencers posting round the clock. As
I think HasanAbi can still save XQC. Fuck no. Dude, XQC is so far down the resentment rabbit hole that I could literally, like, I could talk about how fucking Kick is awesome and I love crypto gambling streams, and he would drop it. He would be like, oh, dude. He straight up fucking hates my ass. Okay? Straight up. I can't save XQC. Maybe therapy could. He despises me so much. Yeah, I could save his life doing CPR and he would still fucking hate me. He'd be like, nope. Let me die, dude.
I mentioned in my previous video, I heavily regret not documenting this period with extensive screenshots of all the Hasbara frauds and my efforts in exposing them. I recall that Hen Mazig was one. He's been posting pro-Israel propaganda all day, every day for years. Ella Keenan was another. She was the one who tried to smear me on LinkedIn, pretending to have been a viewer of mine who Semitism, the typical copy-paste script, which again, I should have documented. She flat out identifies as a digital marketing professional and content creator, spearheading a diplomacy impact effort, utilizing tens of thousands of social media users. In other words, since October 7th, she has been paid by Israel to organize and disseminate propaganda on social media full-time. She came up with the Hamas is ISIS bullshit that was blasted all over the internet and on my channel, since brand name recognition is important for getting Americans to hate random brown people. Hear it from her if you like.
What we do is, let's call it digital assets that serve the Jewish people in a more strategic manner. We got to close to 3 billion views since the beginning of the war, completely organic. We work with communities of over 60,000 people around the world that make our content viral, but also help us report anti-Semitic rhetoric and fake news, and therefore take it down, and other actions that do serve the narrative. Israelis and Jews in general, we tend to respond rather than to set the agenda and initiate. You know, they say genocide, we explain why it's not a genocide. They say apartheid, we explain why it's not, right? So I offered Hamas is ISIS, and I offered why, and I gave a short 101 on how we can garner attention and traction around that narrative, and that worked. So in 3 to 4 days, it became the most viewed narrative online. It became viral for almost 3 months around the world, in some places even more. And it even got to Biden's speech.
Again, this activity is a full-time job, which means they are paid for it. People don't do things full-time unless it earns them money. Israel has a lot of money, and they spend it on shit like this. And while the prominent, well-paid influencers orchestrated the propaganda, bot farms were also crucial in this endeavor.
But the most egregious part of Israel's online strategy is its use of fake bot accounts that spam pro-Israel comments and posts online. An investigation by the Al Jazeera Media Institute revealed hundreds of accounts created shortly after October 7th with around 50 to 100 followers pretending to be Arabs and constantly posting comments criticizing the Palestinians, regional resistance groups, and Iran. These accounts would mainly target pages that were popular in the Arab and Muslim world like Al Jazeera and TRT. Their comments would mainly blame the Palestinians for the destruction they're facing and portray them as beggars who were ungrateful for the aid they were getting from other Arab countries. These accounts would also start dialogues with each other, where one fake account would post a comment and another fake account would respond, which indicates that they aren't individual accounts, but that they're part of an organized effort. No one took responsibility for this, but Israel has admitted to using bot farms in the past. During Israel's massacre against Gaza in 2021, the Israeli army used bots to promote a hashtag, Gaza Regrets.
Israel uses every tool of subversion they can, every tool at their disposal, every single one. Bot accounts, influence peddling, having direct Hasbara operatives prominently placed on nightly news programs, sometimes getting paid directly by the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Like Scott Jennings works for Salem Media. Okay, Scott Jennings, who is trying to become the next White House press secretary. That's Scott Jennings, who slandered me. Scott Jennings is directly paid by way of Salem Media through Brad Parscale by the Israeli Foreign Ministry. It's crazy. That's crazy. We just don't even talk about it. We're just like, no, that's normal. That's a normal thing. Like if Qatar was doing this, it would be nightly news. Everyone would talk about it nonstop.
To try to rally support for Israel's war. And while the military admitted it was using fake accounts and even apologized for it, the Israeli government continues to employ people to defend Israel online and pledge to target teenagers in its next online campaign.
And yet, despite all of this effort, public opinion of Israel is so firmly in the fucking toilet that Israel has quintupled down on this strategy and has approved an astronomical record budget of $730 million for Hasbara in 2026. Nearly $1 billion courtesy of Havas Media Group to convince people on social media that Israel isn't doing genocide. So I'm sorry, Destiny, you're either lying about not getting a slice of that, or you're a clueless asshat with no fucking idea what's happening, since Israel has been paying influencers unthinkable sums of money for many, many years. You might just be the only moron shilling for Israel for free purely to spite Hasan, which is mind-blowing. Fucking hell, that was only the first 10 seconds. What could possibly be next? They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers.
The bullshit map. The map! Not the map!
Not the map.
Hasambara.
Not the map that illustrates how well over half of Palestine was taken. Most of what they were left with has been slowly stolen from them through settlements that are illegal under international law. How dare I use a map to illustrate apartheid and ethnic cleansing? Great rebuttal.
Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tips.
Whoa! Can we... Pedophile. Let's go!
Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
Oh yeah! The greatest hits! IMAX it up. Let's go!
Yes, the greatest hits, also known as a long list of absolutely heinous and disgusting shit you've said. Glad to see you're as amused by it as we are. And thus ends the stinger intro. Packed to the brim with ponage, as you can see. Yes, that really was all he could scrape together to front load this fucking train wreck. But let's comb through the rest to really drive home how pathetic this was.
I think this guy got big mad that I called him anti-Semitic. Which, the video that he made criticizing that Avi Loeb dude, he absolutely was fucking weird as fuck.
No, my videos exposing Avi Loeb are not anti-Semitic. He's just on the anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism train that I demolished in my video he's about to react to. So let's see how he handles that when he gets there. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew.
Slanderous?
Hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes...
Okay, I don't think I ever accused him of being a neo-Nazi. I'm just pointing out that the rhetoric he's using is neo-Nazi rhetoric. The deception and self-victimization are like the two big tenets of like neo-Nazi criticism. But I don't think he's a neo-Nazi. I think he's a fucking tanky. Well, I don't even think he's a tanky, actually. He's just mind-fucked on Israel-Palestine. Like the entire fucking United States is, I guess, or the world is.
I'm a tanky now. Yes, I'm constantly glazing Stalin, or whatever the fuck tanky even means. You really just talk completely out of your ass at all times, huh? Anyway, yeah, you said I used Nazi rhetoric, which is essentially calling me a Nazi, even though pointing out how...
These guys are... They do this all the time where like anyone, Ethan Klein does this as well. He'll call anyone and everyone a snarker. Okay. Like anyone that opposes them. Oh, they must be a snarker. I guess you could say that about me as well, where I'll say, oh, well, they must be a Israel defender. The problem is everyone that opposes me, it has defended Israel at some point. That's it. There are those who are not Zionists. There are those who are maybe duped by the barrage of negative media coverage. But by and large, whenever, prominent politicians come out and do this like wave of disavowals, they're all AIPAC back.
Israel lies and plays the victim is just acknowledging reality.
Yeah, I got ops in every flavor, I guess, so it's a little bit different. So I, sometimes it's ultras, sometimes it's Zionists, sometimes it's sex pestiny cultists.
Like a fucking adult. And your thumbnail implied that I hate all Jews, which was kind of the main thing with the Nazis. So you were calling me a Nazi, which is slander, and that is why I decided to expose you as a worthless Zionist piece of shit. You brought this on yourself. Remember that.
Most of what you're hearing about Hamas is fabricated, and whatever isn't doesn't amount to 0.1% of what Israel has done to Palestine over the past 75 years. Get your priorities straight. They're under a military occupation. The radicalization is Israel's fault. Ha! Minimize non-combatant casualties? Holy fuck, you are naive. Israel routinely does what Hamas did. They did it today. Who's talking about it? Fucking nobody. Pre-planned evil? They have a military occupation of Palestine. Just stop being ridiculous. This is October 10th. This guy is fucking unhinged. I don't know how many fucking tweets I've archived here, but holy shit.
Yeah, this is a section where he just reads old tweets of mine that Canary Mission captured in a cartoonish, angry voice and doesn't even attempt to respond to them. It's really pathetic.
Yeah, also, he's right. Like, what is this? Is this what amounts to like the brilliant mind of Mr. Debate? He just fucking reads tweets angrily without opposing them. He's just signaling that he opposes it. There's no information in them at all. Ethan literally said you were engaging in Islamo-communism law. Oh my God, that's awesome. He has lost his fucking mind. I mean, he had lost his mind a long time ago. This is what's left of him. This is what you and Mike did to him. Bro, I didn't do this to him. He did this to himself. I just stopped talking about him for 7 years until he decided to become the #1 Hasbara merchant. That's it. He started peddling Hasbara non-fucking stop. And that's when I started talking about him again, because I was like, this person is like presenting himself as a liberal, but also pro-genocide. That's unacceptable.
Israel does spread propaganda about Hamas. The few hundred people they killed on October 7th don't even remotely hold a candle to the tens of thousands Israel slaughtered prior, or the hundreds of thousands since. And they are indeed the product of an extended brutal military occupation, which has specifically been funded and supported by Netanyahu since their inception. People who are brutally oppressed and subjugated for decades become radicalized against their oppressors. It's not that weird. Then for the next one, it's obviously me pushing back on some paid Hasbara operative lying to the whole internet about how Israel does everything it can to minimize civilian casualties, when in fact Israel specifically targets civilians at all times. This was during the first blatant carpet bombing campaign early in the genocide, when they were just destroying entire city blocks with zero regard for who they killed, because I already knew back then that this was what they had in mind, which is easily confirmed by looking at the sea of rubble that is Gaza today. Glad to see that Destiny has intelligent responses to these obvious facts and isn't just humiliating himself with empty pageantry. But as long as we're looking at old tweets, since he seems to think that mine are so unhinged and indefensible, maybe we should should play a quick round of Defend That Tweet, don't you think? I just defended these two quite easily, now it's Destiny's turn. Okay, so this user named Babygirl said to Steven, ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Wow, it sounds like Destiny was implying that if you're having sex with someone and they ask you to stop, you totally don't have to, and it's not rape to continue fucking them while they scream no repeatedly. That's pretty messed up, but hang on, maybe she misunderstood him. I bet he's gonna reply and clear everything up. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die holy. Wow, Steven, that's pretty graphic and uncalled for. But since I had a chance to explain my...
This guy had the audacity to use a clip out of context and make it seem like I'm in any way, shape, or form supportive of rape, by the way. And he still peddles that shit nonstop. This motherfucker has straight up actively said things like this over and over again. It still does to this day, by the way. Shannon Watts, that's your guy. That's your guy, Shannon Watts. That's your guy, Neera Tanden. Y'all like this guy, Bulwark? Bulwark, that's your man's. Motherfucker talks like a 4chan teenager. He's been a 4chan teenager his whole life, dude. What do you mean?
Without actually saying anything, it's only fair that we give you the same chance. So, Steven, defend that tweet! Oh, I'm sorry, Steven, that's not gonna cut it. I guess your tweet is just totally fucking indefensible, and you're a disgusting monster with zero regard for female bodily autonomy, huh? I guess combing through old tweets of mine wasn't such a great idea, now was it? Let's get back to the video, big guy. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographs.
He said he saw photographs of beheaded babies. He shouldn't have said this. I don't know where. He might have actually seen it, though. But this claim was not originated by Israel. It was I think it was a... Somebody said Channel 4? Is that a French outlet that fucked up and spread this claim? But
maybe he saw them? No, he didn't, because it doesn't exist. You're simultaneously admitting that this wasn't true and then speculating as to whether Biden actually saw it? What? Biden said it because Bibi asked him to. It's clear as fucking day. Destiny is pretending that some French news network made up this claim. It was being pushed by every single Israeli official and Hasbara influencer on the fucking internet. The IOF conjured it out of thin air. It spread to journalists. It was confirmed by an Israeli spokesperson and then echoed by the fucking president of the United States. The president told Americans he saw pictures of 40 beheaded babies because Bibi told him to say it to help manufacture consent for genocide. This is not a little oopsie. This is manifesting anti-Arab sentiment to greenlight the slaughtering of Palestinians. Later, he admitted he didn't actually see it since nobody was going to let that shit slide, but the damage of the initial claim had been done. This is how propaganda works. Anyone diminishing this should not be taken seriously ever. Endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable.
People don't talk about it much because nobody pushes these people because nobody actually cares. Also, I don't know why they say, I know why. It's not 75 years of occupation. It would be like 60 years, but whatever. People say that, fuck, I just mind fucking myself. Oh, they don't believe that any rapes happened on October 7th. Or if they did, it was like one or two bad apples. All of them are consistent on this position. They're just never really pushed on it much.
What? I just brought up Israel's track record of persistent systematic sexual abuse as a method of torture. He made no comment on that, said that many people push back on the allegations of rape on October 7th, and then neither refuted that position nor condemned Israel's obsession with raping people. What a farce. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns.
Everybody acknowledges this. Even Amnesty International, everybody acknowledges that these are bases that are used or co-opted. Like Amnesty International in 2014 did big reports on Al-Shifa Hospital, for instance, being used by Hamas for torturing people and as a base of operations, and there's like tunnels underneath. It was a huge blow to UNRWA's credibility when they discovered another big like underground thing that was right next to like the entrance of the hospital in such a way that they obviously knew they were operating there. But
it's so funny because this is the level of brain rot you have to be on to believe the attempts that Israel makes that are so bad. Like you have to just straight up be the number one fan of Israel to look at like Israel's operations in terms of legitimizing the tunnel systems under hospitals narrative and shit like that, which by the way, even then it's not justification to bomb a hospital regardless. But like they didn't even do a good enough job. They didn't even lie to you adequately. They pointed to a fucking calendar and said, this is a terrorism list. And then everyone was like, dog, we speak Arabic. That's just a fucking calendar. What are you? And then on top of that, they were like, look at these tunnels. They have tunnels. It's Hamas tunnel. And we can't show you tunnel. We can't show you Hamas tunnel. Hold on. Look, here is gun in MRI room. This is gun for...
Everybody acknowledges this? That's funny because no, they fucking don't, especially Amnesty International, who said the precise opposite of what you just claimed. You blew right past the ridiculous CGI video I showed of an incredibly elaborate system of tunnels and rooms filled with weapons and whatnot, as well as Israel's pathetic attempt to substantiate this claim upon raiding Al-Shifa. They could have filmed their entry live on body cams and shown everyone this elaborate terrorist base, no? Instead, they delayed for the better part of a day, and when they finally showed everyone what was inside, it was just a few guns they planted next to an MRI machine and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. That's all. They released a video showing a tunnel and 2 small rooms, which could have been fucking anything. Zero evidence of terrorist activity. Amnesty International, along with anyone else possessing a fully functional brain, specifically said that they have seen no credible evidence to support the claim that Al-Shifa housed a military command center. The New York Times said the same, despite often shilling for Israel. Lies are all you have, Stephen. Several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner...
People say this. Where the fuck was the mountain of Israeli propaganda after October 7th? It was exclusively pally slop. You can tell this too because these people, by the way, today, people like Professor Dave or Hasan will still tell you that big hospital bombing on like the 13th or whatever, that was an Israeli JDAM that hit a hospital and killed 500 people. It was like a Palestinian Islamic Jihad like rocket misfire that maybe I think like hurt like 30 or 40 people or whatever. Like it was not a fucking missile.
What the fuck are you rambling about? Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza. 90% are completely non-operational. Just a couple are operating with highly limited capacity. This moron is whining about who bombed one of the hospitals, as if to say that Israel doesn't bomb hospitals. They've bombed every single hospital in Gaza, every single one. They also specifically targeted and slaughtered doctors. Pally slop my ass. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs children and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters. As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life. I'm explaining how Ms. Rachel qualified as anti-Semite of the week for requesting that Israel stop bombing children and singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. His response is to smile like a creep and mutter dude under his breath or whatever the fuck he said. This is the whole video. We're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis.
Jesus Christ!
The less that Destiny has to say, the higher in pitch he goes. Yes, the Nazis exterminated Jews, and Zionists exterminate Palestinians. The disregard for human life is identical. Shouting Jesus Christ sarcastically is not a refutation of this obvious fact.
A lot of these things are like half truths or like crazy people that are bring. I think that Yoav Gallant thing, I think I've looked it up before. I think he was explicitly referring to Hamas when they were going into fight though. This was said like, I think within a week or two, I think after.
Isn't this also projection? Like, don't the sex pestiny cultists constantly say, I never refute people's claims. I just go, dude, and I just yell or something. I'd certainly offer a lot more response towards claims being made, erroneous claims being made by people in my opposition than whatever the fuck this guy's doing. I didn't realize so much of this was just pure posturing. It's actually, I just noticed that I don't really watch any long Destiny videos at all. Like I simply see clips every now and then when he says something like super unhinged, like how he doesn't know if he would vote for AOC over JD Vance, like that. Why would you? That's true. I think I watch more Asmongold videos than I do Destiny, honestly. Kind of funny when you think about it.
The war began, because I think that quote made it into the
I guess it makes sense because he is utterly irrelevant.
Case that they brought against Israel for the genocide prevention stuff. And I feel like I looked into the source of that quote, and I think a few of them that they'll say they're talking about all Palestinians, but they're referring to Hamas.
Nope, they're talking about Palestinians, always. I showed so many clips and statements where genocidal intent towards all Palestinians is explicitly expressed. Nuh-uh is not an argument. Pretty fucked up, huh? A chuckle and a grin is your response to Israeli Karens chanting about wanting to burn villages down while jazzercising or whatever the fuck this is. Great contribution.
A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so that's a fairly unhinged quote, but like this is like a...
It's also really funny because they'll dagger certain points that he identifies over and over again. They'll run into the ground. Like one of the most common ones is like, I know what the Western Wall is, but I don't know or said at the time, I didn't know what its like religious significance is, right? And they clip that and they run it all the time to be like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's so funny because I'm like, yeah, I didn't know at the time what its fucking religious significance was. I don't give a shit. It's fine. They're like, how could you say you know anything about Israel? It's like, I know a lot more than all of you motherfuckers do about the history of the conflict. and you know, the current political formations in Israel, where Israel is headed politically.
This Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's a that it's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think I see it as like one of the most like, you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place.
This is a psychotic thing. To defending Otzma Yehudit is wild, by the way. Jewish Power Party. Well, these Klansmen might be completely correct about going to Jacksonville. You know what I mean? These Klansmen might. Well, when you think about it, this black neighborhood is very scary, and the White Power Party says so. And I guess technically they're right. That's the equivalent of what he is saying. That's what Otzma Yehudit is. It's the Jewish Power Party.
It's bad to say that.
What a miserable life you live, Loss, is killer sales guy, buddy. Let me tell you something, okay? As someone who did sales back in the day, 0% chance my life is as miserable as yours, okay? No disrespect. I know that shit sucks. Okay? You could be the biggest killer as a sales guy, and you know your life is ass. Not an equivalent of translation yet. No, I'm saying like it's an equivalent to the White Power Party in America. Otzma Yehudit means Jewish Power Party. That's a translation. Not to cook your ass, but one of the worst jobs, I think. They are swarming you to stop from watching. Oh, true.
Children aren't innocent, but this is a super bad place, so it's okay to say it about that place. Murdering children in that specific town is therefore more defensible. Are you listening to this douchebag? Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence.
Like, I would never defend the crazy. There are some fucking insane Israelis, like there are, but you can find them saying insane stuff all the time. It's really weird to come down on somebody saying insane shit like on October 7th, though.
It doesn't matter what the date is. Genocidal intent is genocidal intent, and you are indeed defending it. And they say this shit all the time. Before October 7th and after it, too. Countless such statements in this video.
Come on, let him be a little genocidal. It's October 7. Like, that's crazy. Okay, well, you know, that's definitely not a defense that they can deploy in the International Court of Justice, which is where a lot of these genocidal intent arguments are being discussed currently. Come on! Just a crumb, dude. Just a crumb of child murder being justified. Come on.
That you blow right past without acknowledging.
Destiny, why don't you just debate Dave? Dave will never talk to me on the subject. The pro-pallies have to remain as isolated as possible on this topic because they know nothing about the region, they know nothing about the history, and they have no prescriptions for what to do in this place.
No, I won't talk to you about this because you're a worthless genocide-denying propaganda peddler who will just motormouth a meth-fueled, gish-galloped avalanche of lies and unrelated minutia to deflect from the very obvious genocide you deny. There's no point.
That's awesome. Dude, Motormouth is excellent. Bars. Motormouth is
I know
bars,
plenty about
baby.
the region and its history. That's how I know about the decades of occupation and apartheid that this genocide is a continuation of. That's how I knew on October 7th that it was the beginning of ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, not a war against terrorists. That's why I was booted from Twitter. And sorry, no prescription? You mean like I don't know what should be done in the region? Just like all these idiot trolls shout at anyone who exposes Israel's genocide? Of course I do. Everyone with a brain and a conscience knows. Dismantle the state of Israel. Remove all Zionists from any position of power. Call the region Palestine, and everyone there can live under a new governing body with equal rights. End apartheid. End occupation. It's not that fucking hard to wrap your head around. Too bad having a brain and a conscience doesn't come along with the political power to do anything about it, right, dumbass? Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster.
Who said that? Who says that? Who's the famous baby settler guy?
Who's the famous baby settler guy? I'm showing bloody children, which are the reason my video was demonetized, despite his idiot troll army insisting I was lying about that, along with statement after statement demonstrating genocidal intent towards all Palestinians, including children.
Oh, I bet he was trying to say I'm the one who said that, not Moshe Feiglin. What is this? DSCC law, Avengers Doomsday full video. Wait, what?
They're not very experienced at navigating. Our work ethic is broken.
We've got to be willing to give up just a little bit of our own personal luxuries, right?
And people living in poverty are just not very, they're not very experienced at navigating.
Just try to be patriots about this.
Okay, I don't know who the fuck's working at the Senate Democrats social media team, but that's a great post. Look, I'm sorry. That is actually excellent posting. I cannot believe it. They keep making banger videos for Abdul too. I hate it. I hate giving it to him, but god damn, dude. It's the Filipina chick, bro, the one running the TikTok. Oh, true. The one that got married recently. And I only know this because they were calling her a virgin, I think. They were like, oh, you're an ugly virgin. And she was like, I'm actually getting married tomorrow. Shout out to my Swagapinos. Why do you know that? Because what was it? There was some controversy where the Republicans were like, who's running this account? And then they were like found who she was. And then they were blasting her on the timeline. And they were saying she's like an ugly cat lady and devoid of a husband or something. And then she was like, I'm actually getting married. Oh, it was the Stephen Miller shit. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, they tried to call her ugly and alone. And she was like, I'm actually getting, yeah, because she said Stephen Miller is a bald. Yeah, she's beast mode. Who authorized this project? Big yikes. Liberalism but based? Really? Your name is Liberalism but based F. Kennedy, and you said big yikes? It's the same length as Dr. Dave? Yeah.
And his response is to bring up some random thing that Hasan Piker said once that his camp will forever quote out of context to demonize him. Who takes this douchebag seriously? He is deflecting from Israel, explicitly stating that they want to murder children and images of injured children as a stand-in for videos of murdered children I couldn't show without risking my entire channel being deactivated. Again, archivegenocide.com exists for anyone with the courage to see for themselves what's been going on in Gaza. Children are being murdered, and Destiny's response is to lie about Hasan Piker. Astounding. They openly announced that they intend to commit genocide. Not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers. They all state this openly. The desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah. Stevie, I was telling you, specifically, to pause and read those statements. That's the very...
Egg Boy coming after your stands now? What? The anti-Piker people don't like Piker and don't like Abdullah Sayed and want him to lose, but what the pro-Abdullah Sayed people are trying to accomplish, do they want to assuage concerns about him and get pro-Israel Dems to support him, or do they want to get mad online? There is no pro-Israel Democratic Party constituency. It's not a real, oh my God, I'm losing my mind, okay? There is no like Israel first voter base, okay? It does not exist. It is so marginal that it is utterly irrelevant. We're talking about a 90-10 issue, okay? Every single time people say this, they should be treated as saying, well, what about the Democrats that actually think abortion is murder? Because that's what it is. As a matter of fact, even that's too favorable to the Israel position, because Israel-Palestine is now a 90-10 issue, as in Israel is less popular. Israel is the pro-Israel position in the Democratic Party constituency is less popular than abortion restrictions. What the fuck? It blows my mind. You got like in Michigan, you got like 80% of Michiganders being like Israel committed a genocide. You got like 69% of Michiganders who are saying we got to do an embargo on Israel. And these guys are still like, no, I don't know. What about the pro-Israel Democrats? What? I would say two different things. One, Israel was not a major factor in the election. There wasn't any genocide. Yeah, okay. He's not a Democrat. He is irrelevant. It's Matt Iglesias. He doesn't live in Michigan. He's irrelevant, okay? I like that you said, well, there's one guy. There's one pro-Israel Democrat. Since then, Matt Iglesias has basically waved the white flag on the issue, by the way. He literally urges Democrats to come on my stream and to shit on Israel just so they can, I don't know, push for like a deregulatory agenda or something or whatever the fuck he cares about. You understand? Kind of impressed with this one. We have too much democracy. We have too little discrimination. The idea that we need absolute deference to mass opinion on technical questions of utility regulation, but no compromise with the electorate on who plays girls' volleyball team is a really perverse way of talking about politics or thinking about politics. That's awesome. Am I crazy, or was Matt full-on conservative pre-Trump? I mean, he's a windsock. You can't identify his position. He's just a mercenary. He will defend... He's got like kooky ideas that he actually does lean into, that he does believe, like the 1 billion Americans idea. But outside of that, he's just whatever people pay him to be. And the reason I say this is dumb is because I've gotten more pussy than dudes who have cars. The car isn't what gets you laid. It's sad he thinks that. That's probably a bot, guys. I don't think that person is reacting to what he thinks is going on in the video. Anyway, let's get back to Dave.
Clear genocidal intent you're pretending was limited to October 7th and excusing like a lunatic. This is me proving you wrong. You're watching it and saying nothing because you have nothing to say, because you know it's genocide. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world.
True.
That they are actual terrorists. Yes, I explained how Israel gaslights everyone, and his response is to sarcastically repeat what I said. And this dumbass wants to debate people?
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really?
Yes.
You guys children.
What are these videos?
What are these videos? These are videos of Israeli soldiers admitting to murdering children. You're laughing like a lunatic.
In full gear, by the way. Like, oh man, Israeli OPSEC. Hey, Destiny knows all about Israeli OPSEC, remember? Who could forget when he went to Israel on that Hasbara trip? And on that Hasbara trip, he told the IDF soldiers to hide that they're doing war crimes.
And saying nothing. Do you condemn Israeli soldiers deliberately murdering children? This would be a good time to go on the record stating that you condemn Israeli soldiers deliberately murdering children. No? Just gonna breeze right past that? Got it.
How many Palestinians have you killed?
20.
Is this like real life?
I don't know what is Palestinians. I know Hamas. In Gaza there is not civilians.
In Gaza,
all Hamas. Terrorists.
In Gaza there's no civilians, they're all Hamas? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 1 million kids in Gaza, they're Hamas?
Yeah.
What kind?
Oh God, and he's got this fucking lunatic on, of course.
Hello.
How are you?
I can't believe how much you guys laundered this fucking lunatic's reputation here. Oh.
Yeah, Destiny couldn't believe that the videos I showed were real, so he went to look for more on his own. He found one where a soldier explicitly states that all 1 million children in Gaza are terrorists, and therefore are fair game to be killed. Instead of condemning that, his response is to switch to another video and whine about how much he hates Bassem Youssef, since he speaks out against genocide. Steven, you really should have watched my video in advance and planned out what to say, because this is really exposing you quite badly. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. Yes, I explained how Israeli snipers shoot children in the head. No response from him. Then I pivot into the chosen people rhetoric that they use to justify committing genocide. That got a chuckle out of him and nothing more, since this specifically dismantles any attempt at demonizing people for pointing out the chosen people rhetoric that they objectively do use.
What would it take to change your opinion on this? I don't know. It's difficult to engage with questions that are that fucking retarded. For the people that are saying unhinged, insane shit in Israel, these are bad statements. They're horrible. But it's even worse when you just show one side and you pretend like it's only one-sided. You're disqualified from the conversation. You shouldn't even have an opinion on it. You're fucking retarded.
It is one-sided, you dumb piece of shit. Israel and Palestine aren't genociding each other, and Palestinians are the victims of genocide. One is a belligerent nuclear superpower carpet bombing and starving an entire region. The other is the helpless prisoner population that is the victim of that activity. It is entirely one-sided, and anyone who pretends otherwise is a fucking moron. The worst pro-Israel propaganda attempts to paint all Arabs as terrorists that need to be obliterated, but the far more damaging propaganda is that of the liberal Zionist that attempts to paint the conflict like a pair of quarreling siblings, and if only they could just put down their weapons and get along. That's way more damaging because it whitewashes genocide, and some people fall for it, which prevents a unified opposition to Israel. That's Destiny's bag. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that—
really?
Yes, really. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I'm fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of place, and this boring out of their app haunts me every time I look. The countless bodies dirt bulldozed on top of them. Did you see that? I didn't chop that up. That was Destiny deliberately skipping ahead through the section that I knew would demonetize my video. The part where I showed all the bloody crying children. He can't bear to look at it, and he can't risk his audience seeing it, because this is the easiest way to know who is the villain here. The only way he can continue shilling for Israel is by convincing himself that none of this is real. These children aren't real. So when I show them to him, he gets really uncomfortable. So uncomfortable that he has to make it stop by skipping ahead. This is how we know he's defending an indefensible position, either for money or personal reasons. The complete lack of empathy. There is no chiming in to say, yeah, that's fucked up. Holy shit, look at these poor children with their limbs blown off, starving to death. Hey, let's check out this archive so we can educate ourselves about Israel's atrocities. Nothing, because it can't be real. He can't give more than an inch or two because he is maintaining an indefensible position that genocide isn't happening. And that brings us to the main point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now.
So courageous to join literally the most popular political movement on time or online in the history of all the fucking world, which is Israel bad, Jew bad, and Palestine innocent and need to be protected, and, you know, get rid of AIPAC. What a brave...
Israel bad, and then he adds Jew bad. Nobody said that. Again, the most common cope for anyone and everyone who defends Israel is to immediately add the assertion that this is anti-Semitic. You must be anti-Semitic. Like, you simply could not oppose genocide, settler colonialism, apartheid on its own terms. It must be because this is the Jewish state. It's Jewish people doing it. No, you're adding that. Okay? It's crazy. It's also extra crazy because he's still doing it. Like, he's so, I guess at this point he's in too deep, right? So it's virtually impossible for him to recognize like how repulsive this kind of like pro-Israel sentiment is amongst normies, because it's not an extremely online thing at all. Everybody opposes Israel's actions. Everybody always opposes Israel's actions, but like now even in the Western world, people oppose Israel's actions. That's the new part, because we only seemingly care about the Western world. Let's be real.
Position that is. Oh my goodness.
I said the courage to look, Stephen, the courage to look at the victims of genocide. And just 30 seconds ago, you demonstrated that you don't have the courage to look. You skipped ahead while I showed you the victims of genocide because you're a spineless little bitch and you know it. So you make no attempt to acknowledge the genocide I reminded you that you're denying, and you immediately reframe advocacy for the victims of genocide as some woke internet trend, which entails hating all Jews. Even though no, it fucking doesn't, since a huge fraction of Jews are anti-Zionist activists. How shameful. I'm so glad you've given me this opportunity to show even more people what a worthless piece of shit you are.
And it's not even a question of what are the facts. It's a question of like, the most annoying thing too is it's a question of like, would you consider it a genocide? It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine like a genocide where if one side surrenders, like everything stops. Like that's kind of hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a genocide where the side being genocided like actively is continuing to hold hostages against the other side and refuses to release them for some reason.
Oh, of course. The Palestinians should have surrendered. All the tens of thousands of children who have been slaughtered should have waved a little white flag, and then they wouldn't have been buried under rubble as Israel destroys Gaza to make room for luxury high-rises. If only Palestinians would stop all of the literally zero killing of Israelis after October 7th, while Israel slaughtered dozens or even hundreds per day. And why did they have those hostages? Gee, were they being used to bargain for the release of Palestinian prisoners that are perpetually held by the thousands without cause? Do you have any issue with Israel holding thousands of people prisoner for no reason, including children, while raping and torturing them? Or is it just when Israelis are held hostage and treated like fucking royalty as their own government carpet bombs and kills them since they have no regard for the lives of their citizens? What a fucking moron.
The most difficult question that these people have that I've never heard a good answer to, and there's a lot of them that you can ask, is like, what's the difference between like a bad one-sided war or just like a really violent war and a genocide? Like, I don't know what the difference is. And I've never heard them actually enunciate a difference there. What is the difference between like a bad war, a one-sided war versus like a genocide?
A war would be when two militaries fight and kill each other. So a one-sided war would be one military killing way more soldiers than the other. A genocide would be when a nuclear superpower carpet bombs a prisoner population with the specific intent to murder civilians and demolish all of the infrastructure in the region, and then starves the rest of them while they're huddled trembling in refugee camps. All set, champ?
If the mindset is like all these fuck-ups are intentional and they're just trying to murder as many civilians, not as they can, but as many as they can get away with, even though they're clearly not getting away with it, but I don't know why they won't murder more or whatever. Like, it's kind of it's a conversation non-starter. Like, how do you make peace with a group of people that you think is literally trying to genocide as fuck? You can't, like, and then these same guys who will say, well, 90% of Israel is on board with this, and all of them are brainwashed to want to genocide the other side, and we can't even accept a two-state solution anymore because that's apartheid, so we're going to do a one-state solution, but somehow all of these people are going to live in peace with each other? What the fuck? I don't know.
Oh, you're right. If we force Israel to stop doing genocide and we dissolve the state of Israel, then they're all going to fight and bicker a lot. So we should just let Israel continue to do genocide and take over the entire Middle East. Great thinking, dumbass. I have an idea. How about if America steps up and acts like the shining beacon of democracy it has always pretended to be, forcibly dismantles Israel, and then stations a bunch of troops there to ensure that former Israelis don't continue to murder Palestinians, even though they're not allowed to anymore. Don't worry, Stephen, they'll prevent all the violence in the other direction that was never going to happen as well. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a club.
What should you do as a casual viewer to not follow propaganda like this? For the Jew shit, honestly, this was like you had to read all the original sourcing on everything because everybody gets fucking mindfucked when it comes to Israel.
Everybody gets mindfucked when it comes to Israel. When cornered, he always resorts to his little catchphrases. He just watched me cite organization after organization which unanimously label this a genocide and list the reasons why it is objectively genocide. He makes no attempt to engage with any of it and instead pauses to respond to an idiot viewer who asks, "How do I not fall for this list of undeniable facts, I mean propaganda?" To which he spews some bullshit about reading original sources. What original sources? Sources for what? I showed you what human rights organizations say. If you don't like their conclusions, fucking address them, dickbag. This is like when James Tour tries to discredit a paper he doesn't like by whining about how you have to look in the supplemental data so that he can...
I like that he has little characters in his anti-science universe that he goes back to for his own audience to understand. Like, I have no idea who the... I don't know who this guy is.
About what the supplemental data says to pretend he can discard the whole paper. Pathetic. But more importantly, there objectively is no...
He's cooking them, but also Professor Dave style, you know? He's slapping him around and then also pulling in intra-community memes.
...decision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing.
I think that number that he's referring to, I think, was in like the first year of the war. It's like 78% has some damage, not necessarily like completely destroyed or whatever, but... I don't know what their number stands at now.
Basic logic would say that it's much higher now then, right, dumbass? Unless you think that Gazans are actually undergoing construction projects while they're being bombed and starved to death. Gaza is an unlivable hellhole. Everyone is living in tents and barely surviving. That's genocide.
What is it about the Israel-Palestine conflict that breaks the minds of people? It's just, it's got enough for everybody to have like a strong opinion about it.
What about this genocide that breaks the minds of people? I don't think it's people's minds that are broken. I think if we're being honest, it's the pro-genocide side whose minds are completely broken, right? It is so ridiculous to look at this level of death and destruction and to try and justify it in any way, shape, or form, you know?
I see Western world versus non-Western world, Jew versus Arab, brown versus white, imperialism, colonialism, America, foreign involvement. There's just like everything, occupier. There's like every possible thing that you could ever care about can be represented in Israel-Palestine.
No, dipshit. What breaks people's brains is that it's absolutely unthinkable that any human could be as evil as Israeli officials and soldiers. The shit they do to Palestinians genuinely destroys a person's ability to have faith in humanity. It's specifically Holocaust levels of disdain for human life. That's how evil Israel is. Listing a bunch of categories isn't an argument. Yes, this genocide represents belligerent Western imperialism destroying indigenous populations, a thing that shouldn't be happening in the 21st century. Holy fuck, your audience is so brainwashed it's astounding.
You didn't address carpet bombing. Was there actually any? No, but I mean, like, there clearly isn't. Like, you can look at the death numbers. Like, as horrible as it might sound to say, like, if this was indiscriminate bombing, you would have expected to see way more people die.
If they clearly didn't carpet bomb Gaza, then how the fuck is all of Gaza destroyed, you dumb piece of shit? Did they do this themselves? And again, the actual death toll is way higher than the official count because the latter involves only identified bodies. Like I told you, and you skipped right past it, all the bodies that were totally vaporized or are still buried under rubble or were not brought in for identification because an entire bloodline was blown up at the same time, those didn't make it in the official count. That's why the real count is way, way higher.
Israel destroys entire villages in Lebanon during 3-week ceasefire. I think the most annoying thing about all of the the one-sided coverage is that it really does seem like why does Israel attack all of these people? Like, why are they attacking?
Great question. Perhaps bloodlust, ethno-religious supremacist ideology, because they're Nazis, because it's territory that they would like to acquire. Many considerations. Lebensraum, as advocated for in the Jerusalem Post, specifically about southern Lebanon, as a matter of fact.
Attacking Gaza, what's going on there? And
does he have any? Yeah, it is actually alarming how much his cult sincerely believes him to be this brilliant big brain debate guy, because he can out-yap the dumbest MAGA droids on the planet. And it actually is mind-boggling now that we're watching him break down a video. It's shocking how bad it is. It's shocking how bad it is.
We never hear about that. Like, why is Israel trying to attack Lebanon? I guess just to invade and steal.
Like, what's the counter argument here? That because they deserved it, Are they attacking Lebanon because of Hezbollah? Is that what it is? Oh, it's the Hezis? Yeah, it's because the Hezis launch rockets at Israel from there. That's what it is, right? So interesting that every Shia village, just like every building in Gaza. Also, hey, guess what, dude? That's a fucking foreign country. What do you mean? Oh, they're launching rockets. It's like, okay, well, here's a very easy way to make sure the Hezbollah doesn't, retaliate against Israel in any way, shape, or form. Stop being a belligerent occupier of the Palestinian people and slaughtering them and doing a genocide, and then also doing the same in fucking Lebanon as well, or trying to do the same in Lebanon as well.
Land?
Hello, Kaya.
Like, we never hear about why.
You just answered your own question, dipshit. This is happening because of Western imperialism. There's nothing one-sided here. Is Lebanon blowing up entire villages in Israel and then keeping that land for themselves? No, Israel is doing that. They're doing it to Gaza, to Lebanon, to Syria, and they'll keep going with Egypt and other regions after that if the world allows it. This is the purpose of Israel. Fucking hell, what a moron. Israel is the aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
True.
The analogy is flawless, and all he can do in response is giggle like a toddler because I'm objectively right. Israel is the empire. Right down to their new space laser project he didn't even acknowledge.
You missed it, he said it.
Real estate mogul cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth. Yep, that was Destiny skipping ahead in the video yet again because he couldn't deal with what I was showing him. Bezalel Smotrich was outright admitting that the entire genocide was just pretense for land acquisition and real estate development. Right out of his own fucking mouth. Can't let your viewers see that, right, Stevie? Skip, skip, skip.
At Destiny, Hamas offered that multiple times. Israel said they weren't going to stop bombing them. It wouldn't matter. Then why keep them? Why not just release the hostages? You would 100x your international and even the domestic support. It would be so hard to justify anything. Why would you always give them that thing to fall back on? The reason why, and again, nobody that makes videos like this will ever acknowledge, is because Hamas invites the civilian death. They want as many civilians to die as possible. They want as many civilians to die as possible. It is the goal, so that people like, Professor Dave can jerk off of these dogshit fucking TikTok slut videos they make on it.
Sorry, TikTok what? There are no TikTok videos in here, and it wouldn't matter where they came from anyway. You just can't handle what the clips are showing, so you skip ahead like a little bitch. And why did they have hostages? Again, as bargaining chips for the release of Palestinian prisoners. They got some back, just as intended. And as I pointed out, but you didn't touch, all the hostages that Israel didn't blow up were returned a while ago, and Hamas even relinquished control of Gaza. Yet Israel continues to bomb Gaza. Doesn't fit your narrative, now does it? Beyond this, hundreds of the civilians. Yes, this is him fast-forwarding through the clip where the IOF soldier explains how he was told to cancel a patrol of the border wall region where Hamas would break through, right before the time that it happened. This is enormous evidence supporting Israel knowing what was going to happen and allowing it to happen. He knows this, so he has to get past it as quickly as possible.
They'll say that it was the Hannibal doctrine, that Israel will kill every single fleeing Hamas person, even if they have an Israeli with them, because they always try to kill their own people so they don't get taken hostage or something. Of which there's zero evidence of this happening, or I think of ever happening, but...
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal directive, which involves killing their own citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity, including a tank firing on a kibbutz. Right, no evidence of the Hannibal directive being used. I then show the Israeli defense minister confirming that it was used, and Stevie doesn't engage with it at all, or retract his bogus statement. That's intellectual integrity for you.
Destiny, you're not even defending against any of his claims. You kind of just pause the video and then say, it's so easy to paint one side, and then just move on without addressing anything. None of these claims are like strongly factual claims that can even be, for some of these I have, but other, like if you're gonna find me videos of people saying unhinged things, there are videos of people saying unhinged things. Yeah, of course, there are crazy fucking Israelis and Jewish people.
No, my video is not just a compilation of Israelis saying crazy unhinged things. That was just to demonstrate genocidal intent. Then there is the whole section where I clearly demonstrate that Israel is committing genocide. And then I cite a long list of organizations who label it a genocide and explain why they say it's a genocide. You didn't engage with literally any of that. That's why this person is making fun of you.
No, I'm saying debunk his claim when he's citing a copious amount of sources and organizations deeming this a genocide. Arguing over whether or not a thing is a genocide it's a perspective on the ongoing war that if you want to get into fact deliberation, we can deliberate facts, but I don't have a perspective on whether or not it's a genocide, or I'm not as interested in hotly contesting that topic. And I think that if you are, I think it signals that there's something fucked with your brain.
It's not a war. It's genocide. That's the fucking point. And no, you are not interested in deliberating facts. That's why you keep sidestepping all of mine. You're just pretending that you aren't interested in the label of genocide because that's the specific label you're trying to manufacture reasonable doubt about. Everyone can see it by now, and that's why you're getting increasingly agitated.
In 2025, an investigation published by Dropsite found that MERA complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year.
Like, it is really crazy, too, that Professor Dave does, like, these super high-quality, like, science debunking videos of flat earthers and shit, and that comment in YouTube chat was true. He's using as his sourcing the same type of slop shit that conspiracy theorists that he argues against would use. Like,
what? Like, The Intercept? The Intercept is slop shit? What the fuck? Slop is independent media comprised of like seasoned investigative reporters that I just don't like. How is this any different than like an ultra Zionist saying like, New York Times is Hamas. I only watch Fox News now. They seem to be the only guys that are doing right by Israel.
Here is a TikTok video that has the spooky music and everything in the background playing while it gives you the opinion that you're supposed to have. It's like, Jesus.
Again, there are no TikTok videos here. Other platforms utilize vertical video now, and it does.
Like, oh, wow, drop site news. Oh, more like drop Hamas news. Fucking got him.
Doesn't fucking matter where a video is posted. I use what I can find, which is difficult since Israel's PR machine is constantly scrubbing the internet of evidence of its genocide. This is just a pathetic excuse to not engage with the statements of human rights organizations, let alone the content of these videos he's brushing aside. Want me to prove that he's being disingenuous here?
Oh my God. These are some of my most trying times. When I'm
oh my God, a golden Kappa train, level 2, ladies and gentlemen. Golden Kappa train, give some subs.
Over like what's a good source or not. Again, this is like a level 0 conversation. When I'm talking to somebody and I'm like, okay, well,
carry the flame again. This time not with the Canadian carrying of the flame, but a different one.
Okay, so you don't believe this? Okay, well, let's go through
at
this.
level 10.
I'll throw them an article and they'll be like,
support Piker Broadcasting Service, People's Broadcasting Service, support independent media, ladies and gentlemen. The only way to support independent media, this independent media outlet, is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. And yes, I will bring back the reggae carrying of the flame.
Really? CNN, Fox News? Like, no, you fucking moron. They're quoting somebody from the government. I'm just giving you the articles so you can see the quote. Now, unless you think the article is misquoting the person or publishing a wrong quote, the source is not fucking CNN. The source is the prime minister. The source is the president. The source is this. Like, we can find 20 different articles that source the same quote, or we can find a statement from the government itself. But people will look at something like, oh, your source is Twitter? No, Twitter doesn't publish news. What do you mean? Or your source is like, it's like, no. Oh yeah, people's lack of media literacy and just even understanding what a source is or what they're reading is incredibly frustrating.
Oh, so you're saying Twitter isn't a source I didn't use, or YouTube Shorts, or whatever else you're whining about? That's right, you have to deal with the sources being referenced in the videos. So the investigation this video is referencing is what we should be looking at, right, Stephen? So this pageantry you're enacting, when you claimed earlier that social media is overrun with pro-Palestine propaganda, when in fact all these social media platforms are regularly deleting pro-Palestine content and accounts, is really just you being a fucking douchebag. Got it.
Pangburn, who's a mutual contact of ours, says he reached out and Professor Dave said no. I sent him a message on Instagram, he hasn't responded. Like, obviously I debate anybody on, especially Israel-Palestine. It should also tell you something that this guy is like one of the most avid debaters on the fucking planet, as much as me, if not more, when it comes to the flat earth shit, but he won't talk to me on this subject, so.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but it's just that, a fucking story. I've done 2 in-person debates, one on abiogenesis and one on vaccines, and 4 online ones, 2 on flat earth, 2 on creationism. In all my years as a science communicator, 6 debates. That's all. You just want to turn me into the master debater so that you can whine about me refusing to debate you. I have no interest in directly interacting with a gish-galloping genocide-denying cretin, especially on a Pangburn stage, given what a creep he turned out to be. Israel has a history of this behavior. In 1967...
the USS Liberty, the favorite, the go-to.
Yes, it's an example of Israel deliberately attacking America to achieve a...
Yeah, you can't bring that up. Why not? It's yet another very obvious instance where Israel, regardless of its strategic importance as a satellite for American imperialism in a resource-rich region, absolutely was able to directly cause harm to American service members. And then the American government reacted not in the appropriate ways that they normally would if an ally did such a similar thing, but instead to cover it up. Shout out your gifted subs, Unc. That's how you get a lot of subs. DeLuise! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. You're right. You're right. I'm shouting them out again. Dirk Bonker, thank you for the 5 gifted. Chatters are so funny. Dude, the backseat broadcast producing is out of control. Come on, Unc. Shout them out. This is how you get more.
Political objective. Giggling like a toddler is not a rebuttal.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
First of all, I like that this fucking, I like that this quote was before October 7th, so I had no clue even that much about Israel, and I had no, obviously there wasn't the terror side on all the attention on these, on anything related to Palestine, number 1, but number 2, this is essentially their position just reversed, where they're like, well, both sides are probably going to genocide each other anyway, so it should just be like an Arab state, and maybe they have to kill all the Jews out for it to succeed. Like, it is the opposite position.
My bad, you guys. I didn't know anything about Israel when I said that, but supporting the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians is totally defensible, you guys, because it's just the opposite of what you stupid pro-pallies want. No, you fucking tool, you're just a genocide-supporting piece of shit who projects your lack of moral compass onto others. Nobody who is protesting genocide advocates for a reverse genocide. Jews and Christians were living alongside Arab Muslims in Palestine prior to the Nakba. Jews could have migrated to the region after the Holocaust and done the same, as equal citizens. You can make the argument that racial tensions might have arisen, but do you know what sure as fuck made it a whole lot worse? Zionist militias murdering thousands of people and stealing entire villages and displacing nearly 1 million Palestinians, followed by decades of never-ending apartheid and occupation, followed by nearly 3 years of full-fledged, unambiguous genocide. So take your whataboutism and shove it up your gaping asshole.
Yeah, maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No, I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a fucking dick. It is such the tone policing by you loser fucks that also don't care about this conflict and don't know anything about it. You're like, maybe you shouldn't actually say you're pro-genocide. Well, sit here with your
Wow. Really cool defense.
fucking kafayas
Holy crash out is right.
backwards, and you're in the most
What the
retarded
fuck,
fucking
Zelensky?
statements you could.
Wait, oh, is this the Benjamin Netanyahu? I am grateful to the president of the state of Israel, Isaac Herzog, for his warm congratulations on Ukraine's 35th Independence Day and his sincere words for our people. Our countries prepare to mark 35 years of diplomatic relations later this year. I fully share the confidence that our bilateral cooperation, trade partnerships, and strong people-to-people bonds will continue to strengthen. I join President Herzog in praying for a lasting peace, and together with my wife Olena, send warm personal best wishes to President Herzog. Mr. President, I'm going to need some Patriot missiles. Tell me again how the U.S. is defending the rule base. Yeah. Warm congratulations from the Prime Minister Netanyahu. It's like, bro, you probably shouldn't post this. None of it matters, obviously, but it's like, it is kind of funny when you're like, I am being illegally occupied by Russia. Fair, true. And then also simultaneously 3 years into a genocide, I'm like, I love Israel. Okay, they're the Russia in that situation. Like, you probably don't. I mean, of course he's going to do that. Of course. Why is he Mexican? Have you heard Zelensky? Yeah, no, that's just how he sounds. But it's just so wild to me. Oh, level 9, Golden Kappa train, almost at level 10. It's so funny. Like, there are so many of these, like, Ukraine flag in the bio, Palestine flag in the bio liberals out there. Those are always the liberals who will be like, you know, I love the pro-Palestine movement, but this fucking Hasan guy, he's a real terrorist piece of shit doing Islamic jihad. How dare he say that Palestinians have a legal right to resist? Only Ukrainians have that right, that kind of thing. So what do they do when they see stuff like this? I always wonder what happens to, like, the Palestinian flag in the bio, Ukrainian flag in the bio guys who are always like, I hate Hamas and I hate the Palestinian resistance. But also I have the Palestinian flag in the bio. Do they just ignore it? Like, how does that work? I guess for them, it's like the cope is, well, what is he supposed to do? They'll drop the PA flag? No. They don't. They are sincerely pro-Palestine, or think they are. The flag gets deleted for 3 weeks. Which, the Ukraine one or the Palestine one? Really trigger all the libs and start talking about how pro-Israel Taiwan is? Listen, I don't want to put that on the people living in Taiwan, okay? The government is, again, another satellite for American ambition. What do you mean? You can see what happens? The person in the comments say, this is where you lose me, and that's the best thing that happens? Yeah, but great PR for Ukraine supporting a genocider. Oh, disappointing. You can't be at war with Russia and support Israel. Okay, this person doesn't even have the Palestine flag in the bio. Okay, respect. You're fighting to keep Ukraine sovereign while Israel commits war crimes against other sovereign states. Shaking my head. Okay. Maybe it's like, why are so many people reading into this? What is this? AOC apparently forgot to renew her DSA dues in 2019, which means she technically hasn't been a DSA member for the past 7 years. Neither she nor DSA realized it until this month, and she's now rejoined the org and is paying monthly dues that auto-renew. Yeah, I don't know, because everything AOC does is immediately huge in the news, and that's all this is. Back pay AOC. Okay, to be fair, she's broke, dude. Have you seen? She's got like $100,000 in fucking student loan debt still. Everybody calm down. Okay, Reggae Charlie Kirk, Carry the Flame. Does anyone have the link for the Reggae Charlie Kirk? We hit level 10 hype train. Ja Alexander, Have Some Shame. Nope. I will always carry the flame, dude. The Fox producer who's supposed to clock out at 8:30 has to now do overtime. Yeah. Shout out to the Fox News producer. She's denying the AOCIA allegations. What is this? In the 50s, the running joke in communist circle was that everyone knew who the FBI agents were. They were the ones who always paid their membership dues on time. Poop Mage, it's Mitch. Come over. What is this? I wouldn't say or ask someone to say, or are you aware the calendar said Al-Aqsa Flood 710 in Arabic, same handwriting on the top is titled very clearly. It's just the weekdays, considering that it would give away different context than it was written before 710. Not that it changes anything, obviously, but I just don't understand if people were lying or unaware. Okay. They said this was like the names of hostages, chatter. What are you talking about? They literally pointed to the calendar and said this terrorist calendar, or is not a calendar at all. They said these were names of hostages, that this was a list of the hostages that they were holding. Why disrespect the dead? You clearly have no integrity if you do this to troll, which you clearly are childish. Excuse me. Once again, I am the only, and I mean the only motherfucker that carries the flame and respects the name around these parts. Okay? What do you want? You want more fireworks? That's how Erica Kirk carried the flame. Okay? What do you want? You want me to go down a fucking rabbit hole of conspiracy theories? Is that what you want me to do? This has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, more so than the attempts to lionize and martyrize Charlie Kirk. Because that song, well, not the reggae iteration of it, but the original song was created to honor him. You can't get mad at me if that's the way that they wanted to cheer him on, and now I'm fucking cheering him on. Yeah, names of the terrorists, actually. The guy said it was them clocking in for their shifts. Yeah, that other chatter is like straight up fucking trying to do a gotcha.
Ever make about like, oh, Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon and blah, blah, blah. Suck a fucking dick. Don't sit here and fucking virtue signal now, okay, when you're cheering for dead Palestinian babies because you can jerk off to them and send them to your fucking friends online. Get the fuck out of here, fucking retards.
Sorry, what terrorist videos are we watching and cheering on? I don't cheer when Israeli terrorists murder tens of thousands of children. I oppose terrorism. You're a little confused. I mean, you can't even pronounce kafia while you brag about how worldly and knowledgeable you are, denouncing what you call terrorist organizations for resisting terrorism from the military superpower that is actively trying to wipe them off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna forever carry the flame. I will forever respect and put some appropriate respect on the name and carry the flame. You know what I mean? Oh shit, Curtis Levon, Adam Friedland. Nice.
Also, we all know that you do a lot of weird shit.
Notice how clip pages don't post these on Hinge Rants as his crash outs? Yes, because he's a fucking Kick streamer, and those clip pages operate for Kick and Kick streamers. That's literally what it is. Why do you think Asmongold's insane rants? Sometimes Kick pages think that Asmongold's insane rants are what do you call it? Sometimes Asmongold's insane rants Kick pages will post because they think it'll go viral, and it does go viral. And then when people actually watch the fucking videos, they're like, oh my God, he's saying insane shit.
In terms of non-consensually sharing pornographic material, even in
you're full of shit. You trash Charlie Kirk the day he died. No, I disagree with Charlie Kirk. Okay, what am I supposed to fucking act like he was his political output was valid, was good? Like what are you doing? What are you talking about? What, I'm not supposed to, I can't disagree with someone I vehemently disagree with professionally even? Get the fuck out of here.
Involving underage individuals, so accusing other people of jerking off to images of dead Palestinian babies and sending it to their friends kinda sounds like the biggest projection of all time.
I don't care, bro. Call me biased. I don't know if I'm stupid, but even though I agree with you on almost everything here, the whole Israel trip felt like a weird whitewashing of Israel. Even though you argued with the crazy people there, it had a very weird vibe to it. That's because Israel is nowhere near as fucked up and crazy and bad as you've been told it is constantly over here. They definitely do bad things, and they're not beyond reproach. But, like, given the opportunity to go back in time when I said, well, both sides are going to genocide each other, but, I guess I'd probably prefer the Israeli side to the Palestinian side. 100-0, obviously. Like, the Israeli side of this conflict is a trillion times more compatible with Western values, Western democracy, culture values, whatever the fuck else you want to say, than the Hamas side of it. And you're just, if you have to even stop and think about that for a microsecond, you've lost the plot so much that you're just brain fucked on the entire Middle East.
Brain fucked, brain broken. He resorts to his pathetic catchphrase every time he knows he's saying something totally indefensible. Hey, shithead, Israel being compatible with Western values of belligerent imperialism, apartheid, and genocide genocide is exactly why it's such a disgusting country. America has been the global leader in terrorism since World War II, and Israel is a big part of that. That's exactly the fucking problem. America bombs wherever and murders whoever it wants. That's what Israel does too, which is bad. This is exactly why I would never debate some jerk off like Destiny, because what I just said is so fucking obvious that it's not worth debating, but he would try anyway by running his motor mouth about British mandate this, Ottoman Empire that, flexing irrelevant book report knowledge to try and obfuscate from the very clear and very obvious fact that Israel is nothing but a Western outpost for destabilization and resource extraction in the Middle East, not some kind of glimmering bastion of democracy in a sea of dirty Arab jihadis that want to rape your daughters. This clip is the essence of Destiny's Hasbara. He is trying to convince American liberals that Israel, yes, of course, despite some uh-ohs and whoopsies, is ultimately in the right and deserves all the territory it is illegally seizing, despite the tragedies that aren't genocide because he says so. Pathetic.
This guy was mega sus. I would have to go back and read why. I don't remember. This is a long time ago, but this guy was... Every single Palestinian is like a poet or journalist or medical professional. Like, you notice this. It's like 13-year-old killed. He was actually a member of the press, and he was a doctor in training, and he was a journalist and a poet and a singer-songwriter. And it's like, okay.
No, a random 13-year-old is never a poet and journalist and medical professional. Poets are poets. Journalists are journalists. Doctors are doctors. All of whom are deliberately targeted by Israel because those who humanize Palestinians with art must die, and those who broadcast Israel's atrocities must die, and those who heal the Amalek must die. But no, Refa al-Arir was not sus. He was a poet who wrote moving poetry, like If I Must Die, for which he indeed must have died. Because that's all Gazans can do. They have no ability to defend themselves, so they write poetry and try to retain solidarity as a community in the fear of near certain extermination. He was targeted and murdered by Israel as part of their campaign to erase Palestinian culture, another aspect of this obvious genocide, and Destiny's defense of his own disgusting slander at that time is to call him sus and then move on. Unreal.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going to the country, that it's been kept at a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in. We're all people dying of
And now we're years and years and years in.
starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation.
That's hundreds? I've never seen that number. You have to go deep into the Al Jazeera archives to find that number. Hundreds? Even hundreds I haven't. But remember, the United Nations, they released a report saying that more Palestinians were at...
Dude, come on, man. Like, I know you're shameless, but Jesus Christ, dude. Actually, those babies deserved it, or those babies had a genetic disability. You know, Israel was only starving children with genetic disabilities is not exactly a great argument, you know? It's so nasty. You're a nasty little freak. What Michael Savage is saying here is comment on the hard right, which will be open and honest about our past brutality in order to justify present-day brutality. You can also see this in this 1942 letter to the editor that appeared in a Seattle newspaper. Michael Savage is 100% right about this, and it's a large part of why America and Israel get along so well and why there are many-me. The hard right is often willing to blurt out various true things that liberals loathe to say or don't want to believe. Zionism is no different than Manifest Destiny and other such nationalistic rallying cries that created the form of nation. Wait, what? Is he being based? What the fuck? The anti-Zionists are, in fact, trying to delegitimize Israel the same way leftists try to delegitimize America, end Columbus Day, etc. Never underestimate the intelligence of Oh no, he's saying it's good. He's like, yeah, we did a genocide of the indigenous population and then it was beast mode. That's what he's saying.
It's like IPC level 5.
Welcome to the savage nation, dude.
Of malnourishment and famine or whatever, that there were more Palestinians classified under starvation than all the other people starving in the world combined. I'm not misspeaking. All the other people in the world combined, there were not as many starving people as there were Palestinians. And somehow, day after day, week after week, month after month, somehow they all seem to have clothes on. None of them seem like emaciated. Like sometimes you'll get videos of kids that have like cystic fibrosis or some horrible ailment or whatever. But
deep into the Al Jazeera archives, as though that's not a reputable source somehow. And sorry, the source is World Health Organization. Hundreds of deaths attributed to malnutrition and dehydration. The report states that 500,000 Gazans face starvation, destitution, and death. Is WHO a bunch of dirty Hamas terrorists, Stephen?
World Hamas Organization? Duh. Fucking come on, Professor Dave. The H is right there, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, World Hamas Organization. What do you think the H is for? Health? Woken gay nonsense.
Day after day, week after week, month after month, what? People starve to death? Yeah, because Israel deliberately prevents aid trucks from entering in order to starve people. And by the way, when they finally let in a little bit of aid to prevent a massive wave of starvation deaths that would yield a mountain of bad press by keeping people just barely clinging on to life, that doesn't mean it isn't a fucking war crime. Widespread malnutrition and the medical conditions that it produces are not excusable just because they aren't all dead already. And to top it off, this worthless stack of filth is regurgitating the disgusting propaganda propaganda from Bari Weiss and the Free Press that children in Gaza who are clearly dying of starvation actually aren't starving, but suffer from other health issues like cystic fibrosis or cerebral palsy, which just make it look like they're starving, instead of them both having those conditions and starving to death. He is proudly regurgitating this highly publicly debunked Hasbara talking point like the worthless Hasbara operative that he is. Unbelievable.
It's just like, it's the weirdest starvation of all time, where the population has been continuing of malnourishment. You have like an obesity rate that's higher than like every other Arab country on the planet. You have like, not to say that it's good, not to say that it's acceptable, but like when you lie about every single fucking thing that you talk about for this region, it just makes, I don't know how to even fucking engage.
You are the one lying about every single thing, you lying piece of shit. The population continues to grow. Are you out of your fucking mind? They're being slaughtered daily. People are indeed dying of malnourishment. Obesity? Find me a picture of one fat Gazan right now. I fucking dare you. This performative outrage while you project your dishonesty is what you will be remembered for, Stephen. Oh, and the weird sex stuff.
People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale, it's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media.
This is me debunking his bullshit claim that by being anti-Zionist, I actually hate all Jews, which was kind of the main point of his hit piece, and his response to me debunking it is, oh shit, the end. What a titan of intellect.
Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want, and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives.
Stevie, you previously whined about how I promote conspiracy theories regarding Jews controlling the media. I just explained how Zionists quite obviously control an enormous proportion of the media, and you said literally nothing. Can we assume that you're learning something from me here?
Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, the Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing...
Yeah, what is the argument to that? Like, because that execution of the merger was directly done to make this media outlet more pro-Israel. Same with TikTok. And it wasn't like a secret. It was to make these outlets and make these platforms more pro-Israel than they already were, and also more pro-MAGA. And I find it so strange. Like, it's not like a secret. The Redstones sold it for that reason. They watched 160 Minutes coverage about American culpability in Gaza and the war crimes in Gaza. And they were like, we have to sell this shit. We have to sell this shit to someone who will retool it and will make it more pro-Israel. Like, at what point does it become conspiratorial to deny the active conspiracy, not the conspiracy theory, but the active collaboration taking place? Like, Mitt Romney famously went on one of these panels and was like, yeah, we're selling TikTok. We're forcibly selling TikTok away from Chinese hands because there's far too many anti-Israel TikToks out there. And it's like making the youth anti-Israel, and we can't deal with it. So many people openly admitted that what pushed them over the edge, what allowed this TikTok sale, that allowed this TikTok legislation to go through was the Israel thing.
Where Bari wanted to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh?
This is like a speech from American History X.
Again, I demonstrated the very clear coordination of Zionists taking over media outlets to then employ and platform Zionist frauds, and his response is to shout, whoa, and then say this is like a scene from American History X. Who the fuck still listens to this guy?
Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken.
How about when weird pro-Pally shit infects the media so much, the mayor of New York City is talking about how he's going to arrest the fucking prime minister of fucking Israel. I'm going to act an ICC warrant. Come on, bro. Oh my God.
Yeah, why are you bringing up silly shit like an ICC arrest warrant? Like, that's so silly. My unsolicited advice, don't give these cynical assholes an inch. Don't accept their anti-Semitism shrieking as good faith. Don't play into their sectarian sandbox. It's about empire and its client states and the chauvinist, deluded, racist, and violent project of Zionism. Oh, this is the Adam Johnson responding to the Mark Ruffalo anti-Semitism allegation.
How is it propaganda to hold war criminals accountable for their war crimes, dickhead? Arrest warrants from the ICC are propaganda now? Is the ICC Hamas? Go ahead and explain this propaganda to me with your big brain, Steven.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior.
I mean, how could you separate the two? You have a diaspora of people. Well, not anymore now because they have Israel. But prior to that, yeah, it was a huge people without a country that they felt like, so they didn't have their self-determination. Yeah, what do you mean? How could you separate the two?
How can you separate the two? How can you separate Judaism from the disgusting Zionist ideology, which is based on ethnically cleansing a region of its indigenous people to produce an ethno-state? Gee, maybe by pointing out tens of thousands of Jews who don't support genocidal ethno-states? Holy fuck, what a moron.
Just 30%, 7% of Jewish Americans identify as Zionists. How is that phrased? What? Identify as in like would call themselves that, or think or believe that like Jews should have a state?
By the way, this is also part of the reason why people get really butt mad. Specifically, like Michael Lasher, for example, when he was lashing out at your boy, he straight up openly revealed where his resentment comes from, where he said, oh, you made the Z word, Zionism, a slur, and that's why you've deluded young American Jews into thinking that they should be ashamed. Like as though young American Jews have no fucking agency. They could not have seen, like, I'm responsible for every single anti-Zionist Jew in the country. Like they didn't just see this violence on their own and decide, hey, this is actually unbelievable, unbearable. I can't believe this violence is supposedly being committed in my fucking name. You know, it's crazy. But yes, there are a lot of people who sincerely think that myself, TikTok, and basically everybody else is like duped a lot of young American Jews away from being unconditionally pro-Israel. Okay. Meanwhile, the only time where anti-Zionist Jews are ever mentioned is if Zionists are criticizing them. In every other aspect, there is never even a moment of reflection with the number of Jews who identify as non-Zionists or anti-Zionists or don't identify as Zionists, like how much that has dropped. It's already an intentionally vague definition to begin with. For some, it just means like you have any feelings, positive feelings, maybe even negative feelings. You have any feelings towards the state of Israel, then, oh, you're a Zionist. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh my God. The AI answer, I can click this, is this was a survey published in early of 2026 by the Jewish Federation of North America. It revealed, okay, so this is the survey label breakdown. 37% identified as Zionist, 8% identified as non-Zionist, 7% identified as anti-Zionist, and 48% chose none of those labels. But, okay, good one, Chief.
Good one, Chief. I just dismantled his entire position, which is based on anti-Zionism being anti-Semitism because almost all Jews are Zionists. He did a desperate fact check, saw that the vast majority of American Jews are not Zionists, and his response is, good one, Chief, while ignoring the imagery of fiercely anti-Zionist Jews protesting Israel's genocide. Talk about intellectually bankrupt.
There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
Holy shit, the video clip that starts 2 seconds before the fighting? Yes!
Sorry, what are you implying happened before this? Did the timid Orthodox Jews do something to provoke the police? You're watching Israeli police beat up Orthodox Jews in Israel, and this is the best you can come up with to excuse it?
I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is
all moral Jews know this.
Their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jew and Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They
What? Yep. Uh-oh. You might have accidentally arrived at the truth while trying to belittle a valid comparison being made. It's funny because he catches himself.
Look, conquer the
Zionism is to Jewish supremacy, as Nazism is to white supremacy.
As Hitler tries to conquer the entirety of Europe, and I guess they think that Israel wants to conquer, I don't know how much of the Middle East. They always say the greater.
No. Really? He almost said it out loud realizes it was coming out of his mouth that, oh shit, that is actually the Greater Israel Project, and was like, I guess he's just trying to conquer some of the Middle East.
Israel thing, who knows?
He's got to be regretting taking on this video totally blind by now. I say an obviously correct thing, and he just sarcastically shouts, oh, on top of it, as though that's a rebuttal. Then he starts talking about Nazi Germany trying to take over Europe, remembers how that's directly analogous to Israel trying to take over the entire Middle East, which is why the comparison works so well, and then scuttles along. Astounding.
Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith?
Sure, gladly. Here's the deeper discussion. If you wanted to run that down, you could say it's anti-Zionism, the same as anti-Semitism. On the surface, you would say, no, you should be allowed to be critical of the Israeli government while still simultaneously not being anti-Semitic. Okay, sure, but that's not...
I love when people always say this, by the way. First of all, I don't think you get to debate the parameters of people's criticisms of a country that's committing a genocide. Okay? But I do personally love when people say, oh, well, you can criticize Israel. That's fine. But, and it's like, is it fine? Because you guys demand everyone who criticizes Israel to be fired or lose their revenue or be tarred and feathered on the timeline or ritualistically humiliated. You lie about everybody. I tweeted about this already. Hold on. Someone was like, yeah, Ted and other Israel defenders are saying criticism of Israel is off limits. They will demand you lose your job if you do criticize Israel. Every single time. Listen, it's fine. It's like nobody thinks that you can criticize Israel is off limits. It's like, yeah, only in very narrow confines will I allow you to criticize Israel without demanding that you get deplatformed. Demanding that you lose your fucking job at Jiffy Lube, okay? Doxxed and harassed endlessly by Israeli Knesset-funded American doxing operations like the Canary Mission. These are all real things that happen all the time. And then people sit around and wonder why there's so much resentment towards Israel. I've said this before. If Israel did not intervene in the domestic affairs of Americans, I promise you, and this is a sad reality that I am recognizing, most Americans wouldn't give a shit about how many Palestinians Israel has killed. I obviously care about that, and everyone in this community obviously cares about. But the reason why the average American unironically fucking hates Israel is because of the sheer arrogance of the Hasbara operation. Okay? That's it. Americans normally don't really care about what goes on over there. They have been conditioned, they've been trained into thinking that that is all collateralized. All of the death and destruction, they probably deserved it. Or if they didn't deserve it, if it's just like little children, then what are you going to do? That sucks, but that's just war. That is what the average American is trained into thinking. A big part of the reason why this has become a much larger issue is because Americans also like saying that they don't like war, right? They don't like war at all. Do they actually take action against war? Not necessarily, but they love saying it. And in this circumstance, when Americans came out and said, I don't like war, anyone and everyone that said that got fucking canceled. Got deplatformed, got canceled, their firings were demanded, they got doxxed. So of course they were like, well, what the fuck is this shit? And then they see their politicians who refuse to take care or consideration into their needs, into their demands, turn around and parrot Israel talking points, and they see prominent media figures basically contort themselves into fucking pretzels to defend the indefensible, and they go, this is strange. Why is this happening? And then there's already enough anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that a lot of people already believe in, and there you have it. This is how anti-Semitism explodes. Okay?
Generally what anti-Zionism means, and if you say you're critical of the Israeli government, how? If you're critical of the Israeli government in a way that you think that the Jewish majority of the state necessarily needs to not be a protected thing anymore, and you think you should necessarily allow the infinite right of return for Palestinian diaspora or whatever, and you think that necessarily it will follow from there, it absolutely will, that Jews will be a minority in the country, and then you're also okay with saying, well, if they're a minority, they experience violence. I think maybe they should flee because they've, mistreated the Palestinians for so long, and that's okay. Then essentially what you're saying is, I am anti-Zionist, and I'm willing to accept the ethnic cleansing of every Jew from Israel if that's what happens at the end of it.
I like that he just made up the anti-Zionist position. Like, while trying to present it as though he's steel manning the argument. Just like, well, you know, the anti-Zionists, they just want all Jews to be murdered by these filthy Arabs. Like, because that's what his argument is, right? The hidden underlying premise here is that, like, Arabs can't, you know, stop themselves from murdering all the Jews because all they care about is anti-Semitism.
So, like, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism in that case? I mean, like, kind of. Like, I understand why the Jewish people that say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I understand why they say that, because that is the logical conclusion, but none of you fucking retards have ever been pushed on that point in your entire fucking life, because you don't have any conversations about this. None of you do.
Oh my gosh, if we end apartheid and genocide, then bad stuff might happen to Israeli Jews because I say so, which means we shouldn't do anything to stop apartheid and genocide. First of all, he always insists that preventing Israel from continuing to commit genocide would necessarily result in the dismantling of the State of Israel, and that the dismantling of the State of Israel would necessarily result in Palestinians returning to claim the homes that were stolen from them, and Palestinians returning to their homes would necessarily result in a complete and total ethnic cleansing of Jews from the region. That's a trio of ridiculous non sequiturs. Protesting genocide is simply protesting genocide, but I agree the State of Israel should be dismantled, so let's grant him that one. Does that necessitate a right of return for displaced Palestinians? No, not necessarily. I would advocate for that personally, but it's a discussion that would be had. I personally believe that anyone who is alive who had their home stolen from them should get it back. As for Jews becoming the minority, how the fuck is that a concern that should outweigh genocide?
And also, like, again, why does that mean the ethnic cleansing of Jews? Okay. That argument is unfortunately why, liberal Zionists usually oppose having a conversation with me on this issue. The only self-identifying liberal Zionist that I've ever met that doesn't make this argument is Brad Lander, which is why I think he is in a unique position in comparison to the average liberal Zionist, who will actually talk about the quote-unquote demographic concerns of Israeli Jews, which is a way to say if non-Jews outnumbered the Jews in the region, they would kill the Jews. That's not true. You are just doing the great replacement theory narrative. Okay? This is what white nationalists do in the United States of America. This is what they argue. White nationalists say non-whites are coming into the country. Well, they also say it's the Jews that are bringing the non-whites, but that's besides the point. They say non-whites are coming into the country and outpopulating the whites, and white culture is superior to non-whites. This is the whole underlying bullshit Nazi argument. Is this guy conservative or liberal? Tamashi. Is this guy conservative or liberal? Do you like Jews? How about you make up your own mind by watching instead of asking silly questions like this?
Equivalent.
Because I'm neither a conservative nor a liberal, actually. I'm a secret third thing.
To ethnic cleansing. Again, Jews lived in Palestine prior to the Nakba. They'd be in way bigger numbers now than back then, and they would be the impediment to coexisting peacefully, not Palestinians. Lots of them would leave by choice because they wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of apartheid and occupation any longer. That's not the same as ethnic cleansing.
Like some of the Boers that left after the apartheid ended.
Which is what Israel is doing. When you're used to subjugating other people, equality feels like oppression, and it would take decades for things to equilibrate, with lots of hate crimes mainly in the direction of Palestinians, since plenty of Israelis would not leave and would be enraged by their belligerent imperialistic ethnostate being dismantled on Palestinians' behalf. But whatever challenges would arise, there's no way it would be worse than fucking genocide. So stop acting like anti-Zionists are silly toddlers who just can't wrap their heads around diplomacy. It's pathetic.
People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians...
Was it? Was it not? All types of people lived happily ever after in the Ottoman Empire and all the preceding caliphates. There wasn't a single religion that was enforced. What does caliphate even fucking mean? What is stupid? Everybody lived in...
Okay, now he's coming into my territory. Okay, I'm about to crack my fucking knuckles and dive in. Okay, dick first into this argument. Yes, under Ottoman rulership, okay, and this is notoriously, historically the case, under Ottoman rulership, in comparison to the rest of the world, Jews had safe harbor in the Ottoman Empire, whether it be Palestine or anywhere else. Okay, the idea that the Ottoman Empire was also a religious caliphate, and that Jews were forced to pay jizya, which is a tax that non-Muslims paid, as opposed to serving in the military, as opposed to the taxes that Muslims paid, which was a higher percentage regard, was easy living in comparison to everywhere else, and especially under Christian rulership where pogroms were taking place. Okay? You will never find a real historian that will deny this fact. Okay? As a matter of fact, Jewish historians have routinely talked about how during the Inquisition, a lot of Jews that escaped Spain came to the Ottoman Empire because the Ottoman Empire offered them safe harbor. Anti-Semitism historically has been a very Christian thing. Regardless of the years of Zionist-induced hysteria, the idea that, you know, Muslims and Jews have always warred against one another, it's fucking bullshit. It has no basis in historic reality, okay? Yes, it's a 1,500 years of historical Christian anti-Semitism and then conflict born out of settler colonial occupation in British Mandate Palestine that turned into this religious battle. It's bullshit.
Harmony for 2,000 years, and then the Jew nation attack. Like, what the fuck? What is? It's just so infantilizing and stupid too. It's an American perspective. This is why I know his wife is the whitest fucking American possible. I don't even care if she's brown. She's the whitest fucking American possible because there's no way that anybody in this guy's family is remotely related to any part of the world outside of America.
Wow. Okay, first of all, my parents are Italian immigrants. Even my sister was born in Italy. I'm literally the only person in my entire family who was ever born in America, or anywhere outside of Italy for that matter, in recent history at least. Second, my wife is not white at all. She's Arab. Arabs are not white. Her parents fled Palestine in the 1970s. Her two oldest brothers were born there, while she and her youngest brother were born.
Dude, I love Professor Dave. What a goat. What a legend this guy is.
Here, we are both first-generation Americans. Her parents had their homes stolen from them twice, once separately when they were children during the Nakba, and once again together shortly before they fled the region. So my wife is Arab American and not white at all. None of that really matters, of course, since genocide is genocide no matter where my wife and I were born or grew up or where our families are from, and us being white or not white or American or non-American has no bearing on our ability to condemn genocide. But more importantly, without going back 2,000 years for whatever bizarre reason, Palestine prior to the Nakba was not an ethno-state or a caliphate or whatever the fuck you're...
Yeah, also not so subtle flex of being like, look at me, look how hot I am, and look at how hot my wife is. Like, you didn't need to do that, okay? Oh, like, I'm just making an argument. You ain't slick, Professor Dave. Oh, look at us. We're such an attractive couple. It's like, sick, dude. Sick. Yeah. Very not so subtle flex. We see you, Professor. Professor of sex up in here.
Implying being majority Arab Muslim does not mean ethnic or religious supremacy is codified into law. Muslims, Christians, and Jews did indeed coexist peacefully. There were shared cultural spaces and celebrations. My late father-in-law was friends with non-Muslims. So you can whine about anecdotal this or that, but you're not interested in learning about anyone's stories anyway. So there's no point trying to help you see another perspective than the Zionist one. So you can keep whining about how infantile it is to yearn for a reality without a genocidal ethno-state terrorizing the Middle East. Nobody gives a shit.
Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along
like it was literally an apartheid ethno-state. Literally, it was one religion throughout the whole thing. And if you were a different religion, you were sectioned off in your own little fucking place. And you couldn't even hold members in government. It was literally an apartheid under the empire, under the caliphates preceding the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Like literally, actually, definitionally.
No, it literally was not that. Christians and Jews could and did hold public office in Palestine prior to the Nakba, and nobody was sectioned off. They were culturally integrated. You're lying, like the worthless lying piece of shit that you are. But maybe if you yell a little louder, you'll fool more people. This is exactly what he would do if we were to debate, by the way. Just confidently lie while yelling over me nonstop while his idiot fans cheer like seals.
From choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail, you gotta get those
slanderous
clicks, right, Steven?
He is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi, 100%. I'll own that easy. Actually, more mask off than most neo-Nazis would be because they realize they can't get away with this much crazy shit.
Sure, double down on calling me a neo-Nazi after you previously made a big deal about how you didn't call me that. You just said I used
Just the warning, you get brought up later on in an uncomfortable situation. What is it? Oh, isn't he fucking groping my shit and being a drunk loser?
Neo-Nazi rhetoric. Well, now here it is nice and clear, so nobody can be mad at me for tanking this piece of shit's reputation at the end of the video, since he is outright calling me a neo-Nazi. Anyway, that's it for Destiny's response. The overwhelming majority of the reaction was him watching me demonstrating very clearly that Israel is committing genocide, and either saying nothing, chuckling to himself and spouting vacuous one-liners, or whining about totally inconsequential, unrelated shit.
What is this? 2:14:20 is when he gives back to D and he shows some of your clips. Oh, and then he starts ripping into this other guy. I don't really know this guy, so I don't really care about it. Pangburn or whatever.
Touch bases after the fact.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck this guy is, so I'm just gonna skip him. Sorry to this other guy.
denying sexual predator because it makes you money, and you threw me under the bus for exposing him. 10. No idea what that means. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of his business activity. 11. No, not interested in playing the credentials game. Destiny is a college dropout, I believe. Who the fuck knows for Travis, and I don't care, but my degrees don't qualify me to speak authoritatively about geopolitics. I'm just a fucking adult with a brain and a spine, so I call out genocide. Seriously, a reason. That's Pangburn. He could have just... That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hasan Piker, who are devoted to real change and actually addressing wealth inequality. Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into...
Well, I wouldn't even say job, because a job implies that he gets paid for it. I think he just has personal resentment, like deeply held personal resentment towards anyone and everyone that has ever made him feel small, and that's all that anchors his worldview. It's obsessive, but that's literally the only thing motivating him. I don't know if he gets paid by the DNC to fucking try and make epic debate style arguments to make young Americans pro liberalism, I don't know, pro-DNC.
Shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's going to go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC, I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate...
I mean, I think if you're a political commentator, or at least you claim to be one, you should probably know what JD Vance's political influences are. I mean, he's written a book, he's had transformations throughout his life where he was, Yale graduate, was always a Peter Thiel blood boy, but went from being this like ultra lib, kind of conservative liberal guy. What is this? Warning 225. Okay, I'll skip that part. Anyway, and then called Trump Hitler, all this stuff to his rise to power as the Peter Thiel inside guy in the current administration.
Republican type person. But the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. So, I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind-fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind-fucked by Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel created JD Vance, okay? Go look at Narnia Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hasan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hasan and he was rejected. Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hasan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hasan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hasan were a woman.
Okay, why don't you just tell me? That's a lot, but I'm drunk. I see that. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead. It's booby time, isn't it? Okay, just... Don't you need for these? You gotta recover your muscles. I'm a serious food addict. I know, but like, your muscles have to rebuild. You need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have straight alcohol in
I'm sure you.
I had no idea this dude was bisexual at this point, by the way. Not that it, makes any difference. I was still uncomfortable regardless. But at this point I don't think he had come out as like bisexual. This is worse than the Dems coming after you. I repressed that. No, I mean, I was just like, it was a weird thing that he was doing.
Yeah, did you want to hear ridiculous?
Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now. All right, sit down. I wash my hands with soap. Does it smell like soap? I don't want it to smell like soap. Your boobs aren't going to grow in your skates. I'm so sorry. If I touch you too much, push my hand away. I'm going to touch you when I'm drunk. I know, dude. All right, stop. Uncomfortable? Let me know. Okay, stop. Acts like he's a sociopath, so when he's drunk, all of these emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool, calm, and collected guy who doesn't care. Stop rubbing me, dude. Hey, guys. 1%. Okay. I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry. Stop. We live in international market. I know. They're gonna go over here to China. Okay, dude. Well, China's like, we're gonna visit Europe. They're gonna go. All right, dude. You don't have to like literally stand on top of me, dog. What the fuck? Okay, stop.
Fuck me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that
Yeah, I don't even fucking remember the extent of this, I'll be honest. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking gross.
he made actual death threats against
Is
Hasan.
he drunk there? Yes.
Just because Hasan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering someone, Steven? Really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hasan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hasan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got... Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there's nowhere to go on literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signally. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hasan can do all the sex best memes, propaganda memes, lib left, they're all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis, pretty much, about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Wait, shit. We should find him. We can try it after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Have a good one. I'll see you around.
Did you say anything, bro? Bro, time traveled the victim blame. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. And in the video, you see me showing that I'm uncomfortable on numerous occasions and like physically pushing him off, telling him to stop. I did. The fuck? So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hasan has said enough that is like, it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years. And he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny, It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hasan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hasan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
It's actually kind of scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groyper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children. His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. Also, that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. It was like, oh, okay, sure, that's fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered, but yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was like an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that, except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything. That has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022? A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope, meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even thirsty Destiny seemed suspicious, but not quite enough.
After this is fine, right?
1 day old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you being underage or anything. Destiny.
They're calling James Carville Hasan Carville. I saw that. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So, barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending the porn. Lots of it. Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too. Anyway, exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet, let's meet, let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even censoring her genitals.
Yeah, what was fucking insane about this, by the way, is that not only is it CSAM, but he also posted this on the notorious doxing website in order to goad the people in that doxing website to be like, oh, you'll never find anything about her. And then they did. He was just like facilitating and distributing CSAM and then also goading a bunch of psychos into literally finding this person, which they did. They found him.
When he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists, and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the...
Yeah. At this point, at first, this is where the Destiny dick sucking video arrives on the scene. And he's over here, like people are speculating that it's actually Nick Fuentes whose penis he's sucking. And he's just like, oh, I can't believe this got leaked. And he just like kind of leans into it as well. He like memes about it. And it was very weird. And at the time I was like, look, I don't know where this stuff came from. I'm not going to entertain it. I'm not going to talk about it. But I guess in his mind, he thought like this would be an acceptable way to redirect the attention to not what he was doing, knowing full well that he had exchanged pornographic material non-consensually with a minor and received CSAM in exchange for it. So he was just like, haha, Nick Fuentes, right? Like, so the thing is, we still don't know to this day if it was Nick Fuentes or not. He just kind of leaned into it, but I think that was just a way to redirect people's attention.
Lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share.
And these freaks like XQC fucking love watching his videos that dunk on you. Yes, that's why I'm saying like XQC is in some respects irredeemable. Like there is this very interesting parasociality that comes with, I guess, content creators in this space, myself included, but like, but there are certain content creators that are in his cult that self-identify as orbiters and basically they debase themselves all the fucking time And it's very strange. I don't know why XQC loves him so much and still loves him to this day, even though he's a whole ass fucking weirdo. I get why Asmongold aligns with him at times because like they have the same enemy, me. If you were the one getting accused of this heinous shit, I bet XQC be farming the fuck out of it. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? XQC has accused me of heinous shit, defamatory claims being made by Destiny as a way to redirect away from his own personal literal crimes and court cases. That's the other side of the story. Anytime this guy does some shit and gets in trouble, he immediately will go and find a way to concoct a story where they'll say, no, Hasan did this actually. And it works every time for his cult. And it gets elevated by all of these other additional communities who fucking despise me for political differences or despise me because I called him out for fucking gambling. And all of those other ops that I have will genuinely boost this outrage. A big part of the reason why there's like so many fuck Hasan content creators on the internet is for this reason. Now, Destiny himself is not exactly a relevant figure, but he can disseminate Kiwi Farm style information, oftentimes made up, to and make it as easily accessible as possible for so many of these like slop tubers that just hunt Reddit for interesting stories. And none of those guys do their due diligence. They don't have any interest or care for truthful sentiment, and they'll just blast it out into the fucking ether. And that's how you arrive at a bunch of like straight up rapists, sex pests, abusers, or, you know, crypto gambling casino perverts who have designed a narrative where like I am the worst villain on the internet. And as long as they just keep hitting that button over and all dumb, deluded, idiotic, apolitical fan bases will unironically turn around and go, yeah, you're right. Nookstaku is another one of these guys. He like literally went to Israel after October 7. The weird the weird guy with hentai shit, like CSAM style hentai stuff, lolly hentai stuff all over his Discord. And when they get called out, they will just turn around and go, well, Hasan. Yeah, the anime weeb guy. Rape Tone openly admitted in a court case with his ex, who was suing him for stalking and sexual abuse, rape, who won that court case, by the way. Rape Tone lost that court case. That Rape Tone straight up admitted in the court deposition that he started farming fuck Hasan content because it was the easiest thing to do, and that's how he could maintain his relevance. But you aren't even doing anything like that. How does it even deflect? It doesn't matter. Repeat a lie often enough and it becomes truth in the minds of so many people. And because there is a fairly aggressive mass harassment operation around not just myself, but around anyone that I have existed with. Because like if someone comes out, if a content creator sticks their neck out, they get fucking humiliated. They get slandered endlessly. They get attacked endlessly. XCC still mad at you for supposedly you having alluded that he assaulted his ex. I did not do that. I think that's his cope. No, I brought up a hypothetical saying that if he talks, I still remember exactly what he's referencing. I said, if he talks like this, people are going to assume something bad about him that he didn't do. And it doesn't matter. That's his cope. He has to find deep down inside. He understands that there's no real reason for him to carry this level of resentment. And that is precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why he has to like try to find something that he can hold on to justify or legitimize the level of enmity he has for me. That's it. That's the real reason. Yeah, he'll never admit that. It's fine. You can roll the fucking tape and go back to it. But I think he exaggerated. He just didn't understand the point I was making. And he will forever farm anger and resentment in my direction. It's fine. He's just one of those guys. There isn't really an unlimited ceiling for this sort of stuff. Eventually it just peters out. You just become an obsessive and you'll succumb to nothingness. Yeah. Meanwhile, he literally accused me and Pokimane of covering up sexual assault and then basically walked it back and apologized meekly at the time because we were against crypto casino gambling on the platform. In any case, yeah, as I was saying, such weird lore, man, have only followed you for a year and a half. I mean, I rarely ever get into this stuff, but this is the stuff that follows me everywhere I go because of the nature of this space. A lot of people don't understand that live streaming is an unbelievably toxic space. And most people just kind of stick to themselves. Most people just kind of stick to their little corner at this point. But shit gets cultish, clicky, stalking, harassment, doxing, all of this stuff from both like fans and haters alike. And then content creators and their communities turn on one another. It sucks. It is what it is. But ultimately, the reason why I don't talk about this kind of stuff is because it's basically been more than 6 years at this point, and it's been relentless. And there's not anything I can do about it. There's no way to deal with it, you know?
He didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Here, all saying he...
It's so funny because, again, no one gives a shit because everyone immediately is like, fuck this guy. Yeah, he says he has no plans to campaign with controversial streamer, okay? And then he repeated the same thing over and over again that he's been repeating, which is, once again... He said he hasn't talked to Senate Democratic leadership or the caucus campaign arm about Piker, but his record of publicly interacting with Piker, including at a pool party just before the primary, remains a sore point among some Michigan Democrats. The back and forth over Piker has irked other Michigan Democrats who see it as a sideshow distracting from the efforts to hold outgoing Senator Gary Peters' seat and flip several House districts. At an earlier El Sayed event in Ann Arbor, Rep. Debbie Dingle vented her frustrations. Don't any reporter ask me again about Hasan Piker, calling the controversy a move by the Republicans to divide Democrats. Is the reason he exercises and looks buff why he has so many followers, she quipped. Perhaps because I've been fighting for progressive values that many Americans identify with over a decade, and many recognize it despite the manufactured outreach from reactionary media outlets, ? Piker replied. Meanwhile, Republicans have reveled in the Democratic divides. They didn't revel in the Democratic divides. They created the Democratic divides. And it's not a real divide anyway. But yeah, ultimately, he says the exact same thing he said over and over again, which is most people are a lot more worried about things like, what are you going to do about my groceries? What are you going to do about my healthcare? What are you going to do about the fact that I cannot afford to enroll my kid in baseball, even though my kid's really great at baseball, I'll say, I said, in a banquet hall in the Detroit suburbs? Those are things I'm talking about. And the effort to make this race about a streamer in LA is actually kind of laughable. It doesn't matter. He will reiterate this every single day until fucking November. And hopefully people will eventually move on to something else. I've seen a liberal on Insta calling you a far-right psyop while falling for a far-right psyop. Unbelievable. That's my favorite, when liberals will be like, the far-right manufactured fuck Hasan media cycle has gotten me to believe that he actually is a product of the far-right. Lots of DSA candidates were eager to use Hasan Piker's platform and influence during their primaries. Not many, only male like Kuros coming to his defense amid pile-on. I mean, now that he said this, I suspect that people will come out and say shit, but I don't think anybody has to. I'm a big boy. I can defend myself. You are kind of, though, in a reaction to the far right kind of way. The smart thing for them is just not getting into the weeds of things. No, I think the smart thing would have been to nip this in the bud a long time ago and to immediately be like, you guys don't fucking, like, no one ever made a big fuss about Charlie Kirk campaigning with candidates, and Charlie Kirk has said actually heinous shit in comparison to what you think Hasan is saying. Okay? That's it. But of course, no one is going to do that because Charlie Kirk was a party apparatchik. Charlie Kirk was a part of the organ of propaganda for the Republican Party. I am not. I am not a part of the organ of propaganda for the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, I have an antagonistic relationship with the Democratic Party, and that's precisely the reason why the party bosses are actively utilizing the Republican-created PSYOP to try and purge me from their ranks somehow. It's not going to fucking work. It's unbelievable to work because the resentment that people have, whether they know me or don't know me, is not going to go away. That's it. These issues are not going to go away. But once again, I'm in this unique predicament where I'm a Twitch streamer. I have a lot of enemies. I'm a Twitch streamer that talks about contentious subjects for hours at a time, oftentimes off the cuff. Okay? Oftentimes off the cuff in an environment where there is a steady flow of back and forth communication with anonymous accounts to the hundreds of thousands every single day. Okay? This is landmine after landmine for a lot of political campaigns to align with. Okay? I'm both in this serious space. I now exist in the serious world of political campaigning and the unserious world of Twitch streaming. So I'm serious enough that AIPAC and Democratic Party bosses will try to identify me as a significant threat and try to eradicate the influence that I may have, but also not so serious that because I'm not a part of like the traditional media apparatus, not even a fucking podcaster, right? Because now at least the boomers understand podcasting now. They understand YouTube, but they don't understand Twitch streaming, right? So not serious enough for them to like constantly pick fights and constantly defend me. But this also creates a unique problem because if you don't defend some of the principles that I hold on to in the way that Bernie Sanders has been able to do, even though he's 857 years old, he has literally been able to say, look at the totality of his argument. Obviously, a lot of people understand what he's saying and identify with it rather than, choice quotes that you get upset about. If an 87-year-old man can say that, I think you guys can say it too, especially because otherwise you just look silly. If you try to constantly sidestep and say, well, this guy's just a Twitch streamer, why the fuck are we focusing on him? That's not a bad way to deflect. That is a decent way to deflect because it is a silly argument to present. But eventually people are going to start saying, well, why the fuck are you going to this anti-Semitic terrorist's Twitch stream to court his audience? The fuck's wrong with you? And at that point, you have to just say the truth and be like, he's not an anti-Semitic terrorist. That's why I'm courting his audience. Do you understand? But we're stuck in this like weird reality where everybody that identifies this community as a valuable community to win favor with, identify this movement broadly as a movement that they want to associate with, can't say it out loud because everyone will fucking harass them and be like, what? What are you talking about? Look at these 7 million different clips that I clipped out of fucking context over the course of 22,000 hours of political commentary. So that's it. And I can't expect people to know the context of every single fucking thing that I've ever said. And even if they were to know the context of every single thing that I've ever said, I can't expect them to run around and defend the context of every single thing that I said because then it would become an unserious campaign about defending me. And I don't want that. I want these candidates to defend their policies. I want these candidates to put their best foot forward. Okay? One of the greatest examples that they could present is just to say, look, if you want to understand Hasan, go watch his content. If you want to understand Hasan, you can talk to him directly. I'm not a spokesperson. He's not my spokesperson. You want to talk to him? He's an accessible media figure. Just say that and move on. You know what I mean? But I think this last 48-hour media cycle has been fairly illustrative of the depths that a lot of Zionists will sink to in an effort to try and create enough controversy that people kind of shy away, that they're not going to turn around and defend. They're not going to, like Abdul knows exactly the context of the statement that I was making. It's one that everyone in the anti-Zionist movement, anyone who's even remotely critical of Israel, even if they're Zionists themselves, have made, right? The idea that Israel associating everything that it does with Judaism makes Jews less safe. This is not a new concept. Everyone has talked about it. Hannah Arendt talked about it before the inception of the nation state of Israel 4 years prior. Abdul himself has said similar statements, you know. Ultimately, the truth doesn't really matter because we're not living in an environment that values the truth. We're seeing firsthand that there are plenty of active politicians, centrist politicians with tremendous power. Like the leader of the Democratic Party, Hakeem Jeffries, is like going on television and being like, I'm going to condemn Hasan. It's my number one priority every day until fucking November. So, you know, these guys they're going to keep lying. And there's not really much we can do other than to be like, look, we can address the lies. You guys can address the lies, obviously. You can show the truth. And you can also redirect people to see my commentary directly rather than this negative filter that is applied in mainstream news or through my fucking haters. You understand? That's it.
Mission. Destiny non-consensually recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually, and when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my content. So what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. He already had a year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now, another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Did you have the question? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. And all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor, when every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that is prudent for me?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So now
Solo's identity has been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his discovery on his civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby MC, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groiper husband threatening Destiny over an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it, a former Destiny pal named Connor.
He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to.
Forget one allegation. Imagine if you have one clip, even a fraction as bad as this. Holy shit, I know. There's this thing that happens on the internet that I think also harms the left broadly as well. And that is the idea that if you just kind of say you're a piece of shit all the time, the expectations that people have of you are unbelievably low, right? So people generally see Destiny as a piece of shit. He says he's a sociopath. He says he's a bad guy. Same with Asmongold as well. Asmongold's like, I'm dirty. I don't care about myself. And I think a lot of people just give bad people a pass, especially if they're just openly saying that they're bad people. And for someone like myself, if you're on the left generally, if you're nominally on the left on the internet, everyone just assumes that you're always cynically virtue signaling, that you simply cannot believe the things that you're saying, but you must be saying it to present yourself as a morally righteous person. Now, of course, this argument requires the person in opposition to you to basically admit that you have the morally correct position, which I always find very strange, right? But most people simply cannot contend with the fact that, you know, someone like myself genuinely holds these positions, genuinely maintains these positions, so they constantly look for things that showcase hypocrisy. The mere presence, the mere implication of hypocrisy enough, even if it's not hypocritical with your own moral system whatsoever, is enough for people to say, see, we got him. Meanwhile, if you're just a bad guy, if you say you're a bad guy, you can basically be a crypto gambling casino's slave for $100 million and farm that shit to your young, impressionable audience for, half a decade, and no one will actually go, well, that's kind of fucked up. I'll give you an example. I went to Cuba on a humanitarian aid mission, right? And a part of that was also to investigate the ways in which the American embargo was causing tremendous suffering to the regular folks in Cuba, regular Cuban society. And I did that. But at the same time, I was wearing clothes that people either identified or actually made up the price point on. And the clothes were expensive. So the entire story turned into, look at this fucking hypocrite there to flex on the Cubans. Okay? This is a great example of this, where people will just, you know, straight up turn around. I turn hot dogs into hot logs. Lol, this fucking terrorist is still around. That's a funny username, chatter. See, this is what I mean. I wore your merch when I went to Cuba in 2024. Hell yeah. So that's not an instance of hypocrisy whatsoever. But for a lot of people, I think it was easier to just, instead of reflecting on their inaction and their disinterest in doing something that will help others, it was much easier to immediately attack the person who was trying by saying, oh, he's doing it, but he's doing it for show. He's doing it to flex on the Cuban population, right? That way I feel better about my inability to address this crisis. That way I feel better about my disinterest in helping others. Because see, that guy who's out there doing the work is actually doing it for insert fucking made up bullshit cynical reason. This is just how a lot of people operate. This is just how a lot of people operate. It is what it is. I choose to believe in the goodness of people. I choose to believe that people ultimately are kind deep down inside. It's just hard to dig deep and find that kindness in them. But yeah, my coworker said he's so performative. That's what I mean. So many people looked at that and were like, oh, he's performative. How about you do performance like that then? I mean, that would be awesome. The world would be a better place if more people were, I guess, quote unquote, performative in that regard.
Are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in role play scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids. Then they also pretended to be the kids themselves. So they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny and I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl.
Why is being performative okay? Shouldn't you want to stick to your principles no matter the case? Dog, I wasn't being performative. I'm making a joke about people claiming that I was being performative. Why is this? Do you guys ever have like an actual argument, or do you just always have to be fucking insincere? All the DGG bots are in here, by the way. Look, Cooking with Simon. Did you say old enough to count, old enough to mount? Look at this. Look. Immediately, as soon as their cult daddy is getting attacked for shit that he's fucking done, immediately the conversation has to shift over to, why is being performative okay? You literally justify being performative. I wasn't saying I'm being performative, chatter. I was saying, if you consider that to be performative, then how about you perform in a similar manner? Okay? This is not me saying I'm being performative. Okay? Are you performing as a person with an intellectual disability? Or is this just how you are normally, and it's the only way that you can argue on the internet? Here, now perform how offended you are, right? Now we will play the role of guy who is offended. How dare you say such a heinous thing? I like your tie again today, King. Well, thank you. In any case, I can't finish this video for today. And the reason why I can't is because I have a phone call that I must conduct. So that